market setting.
Alright, can you hear me, check? How does it sound? Okay, peaceful. So, this is gonna be my normal talking tone, and mediums are gonna be up to this much. I don't think I can go above this for my mediums, and this is gonna be my absolute high. So, audio check 1, 2, is it good? Okay, once again, 1, 2, 3, audio check. This is gonna be my highest, dude. That should sound high enough. I think it should, right?
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the TEC Arena. A little closer. Yeah. Moving the mic a little closer to the mouth. This is gonna be my mediums. If I try to go high somewhere around this level, this will be the absolute peak.
This is gonna be my absolute highest. I don't think I want to go higher than this. That sound good? Let's go.
Although I can't help myself, if the game does get intense, I might go much higher than anticipated. Okay.
hello, hello. That's one. Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Warning, this is a total blackout. Please stand by as we are currently testing our systems. Testing lighting equipment. LED screens. Testing blinders. Testing 3D video. Okay, we are about to do a full frequency sweep. 20 Hertz. 50 Hertz. 200 Hertz. 440 Hertz. 1 kilohertz. 2 kilohertz. 5 kilohertz. 10 kilohertz. Okay. Subwoofer kick test. Balance check. Left channel. The sound should now be at the left speaker. Right channel. The sound should now be at the right speaker. Left channel. Right channel. Left channel. Right channel. Left channel. Right channel. Left channel. Right channel. Left, right, 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 left, right Before proceeding with this show, we'll have to do one more test. Testing at maximum volume. Starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is a test.
What is up, people? Listen, energy yesterday was through the roof. I need to hear this again. Are you ready for day 2 of all the action? Definitely looks like you are. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you to AMD Ryzen Windows 11 presents the Esports Club Challenger Series powered by Lenovo and Crucial Memory. My name is Ranjit Mama Senior Patel. I am your host and I'm going to walk you through this entire journey. We're right here at the TEC Arena in Bangalore. If you're watching at home, make sure you drop by. Do not miss out on this chance to come here and experience this. We're not just limited to esports. We have community tournaments, experience zones, and much more. But while we're talking about the TEC Arena, let's find out what it's all about.
There have been many Valorant tournaments. This one is different. Velocity Gaming, a name synonymous with Valorant and success. They head into TEC Arena undefeated through the group stages. Enigma follow not far behind with an explosive lineup in hot form. After a less than ideal group stage, they're out to prove a point. The underdogs, Revenant, head into TEC Arena having come close, but still without a major title to their name. Three staples of Indian Valorant are joined by newcomers Orangutan. Get ready for 3 days of the best Valorant India has to offer. 96 hours of epic esports action, emotions, triumph, heartache, and defeat. This is Valorant Esports. This is TEC Arena.
That's the TEC Arena, but let me rewind a little and walk you through what happened yesterday. We witnessed the Particle Derby where Orangutan got their revenge, but that was not it. Revenant went up against Velocity Gaming and they almost brought them down to their knees, but VLT would not let that happen. They fought valiantly, but today we're going to kick things off with two teams fighting for survival in the lower bracket semifinals. One team will have to pack their bags and go back home. We'll find out who that team is going to be. We'll talk about that. But right now, I would like to take this moment, I would like to take this opportunity and thank our partners and our sponsors, AMD Ryzen, Windows 11, Lenovo, and Crucial Memory. Without them, none of this would have been possible. So massive shout out to all of you folks out there. But of course, we'll find out what our casters have to say right now, because our casters are getting very iffy. They want to talk about this. So what to you, gentlemen?
Dude, day one that we had, you know, we had both teams duking it off. It went to overtime. We had heartbreak, we had amazing clutches, and we had an amazing day, all things said and done. Today, day two, we're gonna bid farewell to one team in this matchup, and that's, you know, I feel sad saying that, but the story has to go, the games have to go, and we are gonna have one champion at the end of it. It is, however, one big name in that lower bracket. A lot of storyline scripts. How are you feeling about this?
I'm feeling nervous, to be honest, because some of the teams, they've worked really, really hard to be here.
Yep.
They've grinded through the online phase of this tournament, made it to the LAN, made it in front of the crowd, and the pressure over there is immense. To be able to play on this stage itself is a big honor for some of these teams, and unfortunately, one of them will be going home in the very first game itself. The team that does win, though, they're not out of danger. They still are in hot water. They're still going to be continuing in the lower bracket, and they will be facing the loser of the second game today.
The loser of the second game today. That's a lot of games that we have. Let's hope that it's as exhilarating and as time-consuming as yesterday. So I'm not going to lie, especially that last game, I'm so happy that it went all the way through midnight, right? It kind of was a nostalgia scene where Right Away's got his birthday gift as well, keeping their upper bracket run alive, and VLT yet to take any else in that fight towards that upper bracket. I feel like they're a team that might be able to maintain that upper bracket trend against Orangutan if they are fortunate enough with their matchup. Although we have a lot at stake, right? We have pride, we have honor, we also have a lot of moolah in the bag. So let's take a quick look at the prize pool that we have for this event specifically, because it's 15 lakhs a total, but the lion's share, the team that takes the dub, takes 7.5 lakhs. That is, you know, quite the big bag.
That is quite a big bag, and it's not just the prize that's at stake, you know. Honor, people say that this is an arbitrary thing, it's intangible, but in front of a crowd like this, when there's so much at stake, that is the thing that matters a lot more. Of course, the moolah is an added bonus, but these teams are competing for not just that, but also bragging rights.
For sure, man. I think this adds up to experience as well, right? You look at a team like Enigma Gaming, they are filled with a lot of individual talent in terms of RVK. We saw the clutch yesterday in Icebox. I lost my mind. We also have a lot of experience in the form of Antidote. We have Rexy, we have Excali as well. So a very well-rounded roster which has seen a lot of struggle. All, you know, you talk about different game titles as well. That's gone through all of the struggle and all of the strife that you'd expect a normal team to go through, and they've come out with flying colors now here in 2022. This could be their chance to make that lower bracket run a little more loud and loud, right? Because you look at the other side of the board, it's Revenant Esports. They're a team that have been looking ballistic online for the past month or two, but it's going to be a lower bracket run in front of a crowd here in Bangalore. Let's also head to that lower bracket, right? We've been talking a lot about the teams. So visual representation of what the journey has been like for some of these individuals. We saw a very, very close matchup when we saw OG taking on EG yesterday. It went into overtime. We saw a lot of big plays being made by big players. Although Enigma, they did bow out in that last map, hence the lower bracket run. Hence they face off against Revenant, and hence their tournament life is at risk. So right now, they need to make sure that they are spotless in their record, because they do not have a third chance. This is their second.
They definitely don't. Even the match against Velocity and Revenant, that was nail-biting down to the wire. In fact, we saw Velocity make a massive comeback in one of those maps, which basically ruined all the momentum that Revenant had going for themselves. Unfortunately, it was the end of their match as well, ending in a loss, and that's why they find themselves here in the lower bracket today.
Yeah, and we did mention the fact that Velocity are hoping to keep that upper bracket run alive, right? Yesterday, I predicted the two favorites to win this tournament are EG and OG.
Yep.
So they're going up against who I consider the tournament favorites at the moment, and I hope for VLT that they have a good matchup, but that's for later, right? Let's head to today's matchup so that you at home know what you can be in tune for, because it's going to be a long weekend. It's going to be a long day to start this weekend off. We have Enigma Gaming taking on Revenant Esports to start a day with this best-of-3 lower bracket run. Who do you favor in this matchup?
Honestly, I think Revenant Esports have the firepower required to take everything. In the games we saw yesterday, they were throwing bodies left, right, and center.
Yeah.
And on the back of those trades, those micro plays, they were actually getting the wins. Although Enigma, they seem a little more disciplined, a little more prepared, and their strat book definitely seems thicker.
Understandably so. And if you look at this matchup historically, right, it's been EG recently who have been taking most of the dubs. At least the matchups after the roster change where the results are a little more relevant. It did go down at the wire. It did go 3-2 in a best-of-5 game. That was, however, online. That is a different story. They're here in Bangalore. They're here in the TEC Arena in front of a crowd. That has to be a little unnerving if you do not have the experience under your belt.
I think all of these players have the experience necessary over here, but more importantly, the form of these teams is also something you need to take into factor. Yesterday, Deathmaker wasn't having a very good game. He was a little quieter than usual, but his team stepped up and they all rose through the challenges, through the hardships. Today, if all of these members of Revenant Esports are firing on all cylinders, I think Enigma in for a hard game.
Oh, for sure. Enigma might be in for a hard game, but that's very contingent on Revenant picking up the ball from where they left yesterday. We talked a lot about these teams, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about the players who are going to build the narrative. So let's welcome the lower bracket matchup between EG and Revenant. And those were the players, you know. We saw all 10 players, but I think 2 players that stood out for me on yesterday's performances is Paradox, single-handedly reviving his team's morale and giving Knight Rider that second chance to strike an Ascent, right? He did play relatively well. I think he was just, 5 kills behind Paradox, but again, kills really isn't the differential there. It's more about the impact that you make and the impact frags that you get in crucial rounds. So Paradox for me is a pick that I'm going to be actually eyeing for in the server. And if you look at the other side, right, I think RVK has been an impeccable form. That 1v4 on Icebox, like I mentioned.
Oh, crazy.
It's like, bruh.
Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, absolutely. I think one of the other players that we need to take a look at and keep our eyes on definitely has to be Rafuel. I know it's a very normal name. He's become a staple household name after his performance over the last few months. But up until now, we've been holding players like Deathmaker and SK Rossi on a pedestal. Rafuel has joined their ranks. And at the end of this tournament, I think Paradox will also be considered one of those star aimers. So all the 4 teams in the tournament have their stars, have their shining duelists. They will be the spearheads leading the charge.
Yeah, for sure. And in all honesty, with the LANs that have happened in South Asia recently, it was EG who were able to give the best fight to global esports. And in all honesty, with them in this lower bracket run, they really need to up the ante. They really need to get on the form and their groove. Because if the mojo ain't there today, tomorrow, yeah, it's not going to be that great at the after party, is it?
Well, we'll think about the parties later on. For now, I'm looking forward for some showstopper parties, you know. Based on the map pool, I definitely think a raise is going to be in play. Yesterday, Paradox was absolutely nuts on it. More than that, depending on the map pool, which we will be seeing soon, I'm expecting some Yorus and Neons as well.
Maybe. That's foreseeable. And you talked about the map pool, right? In my opinion, I think the initial trade-off in terms of the ban is going to be Pearl and Fracture. Either side having somewhat of a curveball heading into that. We see Revenant duke it off on Pearl in multiple occasions. One time we did see EG play Pearl was in the online phase, in the group stage of this very event, where they took it off against Lethal Esports, but in a very close and nail-biting fashion. It ended up, I think, 14-12.
Yeah.
So that's off the map. Fracture is something that Revenant also feel comfortable in to some extent. And EG, it's a band that they've traded in the past. It's something that I'm expecting for them to do now. What do you think the first map should be, though?
I honestly think we have Fracture and Ball up in the lobby today.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, think about it, right? Back when Paradox was in True Rippers, his team was the first one in the country to become comfortable on Fracture when it was released. Right now, in this tournament as well, they are the first team to pick up Pearl. They have always been the innovators. They are the ones who try out new things.
Yeah, and let's head to that map, Vito, because I know you've been itching to see that, Crips. Again, Fracture, very understandable, because with the way Revenant did display online, that beautiful setup that Wimp has alongside Paradox on that Neon, it's a thing of nightmares, especially when you're playing up against a Revenant defense. That A-main position is almost like a blender at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, Pearl. Hey, you're right, bro.
I mean, I expected Pearl. Definitely Revenant Esports. They gave a very tough competition yesterday on this map. But I'm concerned about Ascent, you know? It's not really a specialist map. It's not a map where you can have something so unique that only you bring that to the table. It's a map where you need to throw bodies and just trade with each other. So the immaculate planning, the strategies are not going to be in play as much as the micro plays and the communication and the timing that you have in each other.
True. And I feel like, especially for Revenant Esports, right? The matchup they had yesterday, the third map was on Ascent, and they took VLT to 3 overtimes, if memory serves me right.
Yeah.
They played up against a team that's very comfortable on Ascent. VLT in the postgame mentioned that as well. The fact that Revenant were able to push them all the way to that finish line and just give them a fight that VLT were not able to reply in kind with, that is a statement and a testament to the work that Revenant Esports have put in this map. We have Icebox as a decider. Do you see this going the full way?
I think I see it going all the way, definitely. Icebox is something I can't really give my prediction on right now because it's a little iffy for both the teams. Enigma have been very comfortable on Icebox, especially when they try and retake the ace side. It's just stuff of nightmares. They will deliberately give it up, and you know for a fact that it's inevitable that they will all come hurtling through those corridors, coming at you at full speed. But when it comes to a map like Ascent,
Yeah.
One of the things that concerns me, especially given the matches yesterday, both Revenant and Velocity were very comfortable on their defender's side rather than the attack. Both of them had a much better side on the defense. And now Revenant starts on the defense, so maybe they'll head off to a flying start. And if that happens, Enigma will be on the back foot in their own map pick.
True. Let's also head to that map stats, right? Because there's a lot of numbers behind what we're going to get to witness today. It's a flawless track record so far by Enigma Gaming on Pearl, but of course
Keep
they
in mind,
played
they
only
only played
one
one
map.
map, yeah.
So yeah, have to take that with a grain of salt. Revenant, they are going to be itching for Icebox, dude. Ascent, they can put up a very good fight. Revenant are no strangers to Pearl. Yeah, I think this is very feasibly a long best of 3 to start our Saturday off with.
And that's the best way to start it off. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's gonna be a long day. I hope it's sweaty. I hope it's down to the wire. And I hope that people in the audience bite their nails off of their fingers.
Yeah, so essentially off this veto, you really can't give the benefit of the doubt to any of these teams, because both these teams very comfortable battleground that they've already fought each other off on multiple occasions in the past. So I think a lot of this now has to do with how the compositions are, and more importantly what the second half for Revenant Esports is going to look like. They struggled with that yesterday as well. That's a thing that they've been struggling online with. Today against Enigma Gaming, a team like Enigma Gaming, you know, you have members like Excali who know how to get in your face, who know how to put in that fear factor, which Orangutan is another team that is very proficient with. So I kind of feel EG.
So you're siding with EG today?
Yeah, kind of feel EG, man.
I mean, I would second you, but hey, rule has it we have to go against each other, so I'm going to pick Revenant just for the sake of it.
Well, I mean, you always root for the underdog, so I'm really happy that Revenant
Who
Esports...
doesn't like an underdog story?
Exactly, I'm really happy that Revenant Esports made it to the top 4 here in Bangalore. They still have a chance to prove what they're worth and to test their mettle up against South Asia's best. They had a chance to do it against VLT yesterday, and they came tantalizingly close. Today against Enigma Gaming, that's going to be a slightly different part of the story, because I feel like if you look at Enigma Gaming and VLT deck to deck, the side of Enigma Gaming has more in terms of younger firepower. You know, you see people like RVK. Sure, Rexy might not be young, quote unquote. I think he's still now hitting his apex. So it's a very, very dominant Rexy. It's a very nice RVK that we're going to get to witness. I still have a lot of hopes from Enigma Gaming here in this tournament, and the only way the hope can be fulfilled is with the dream of a victory and that turning into a reality. Let's head into the draft. It is going to be Pearl to start our day off. Revenant Esports opting in for that Killjoy. Now, yesterday against VLT, we did see Loki's Killjoy fall flat on Deathmaker's aggression. When he was on that jet, that A side felt so easy to just waltz into and get that frag. I hope that that's something that they've rectified today. Again, you wanted the Europlay, didn't you? We have Paradox getting on his signature agent. He was the game changer when it came to Pro, when it came to taking the initiative, taking point, having the setup around him. That is a very, very crucial part of the puzzle, which not many players can fill. And Paradox, he did a
phenomenal job at it.
Yep.
Well, what I'm more worried about is that KO. Excali yesterday, his pop flashes were spot on every single time he connects. I did not see a single missed flash from this guy. And he was better than Wimp's Breach. I mean, of course, they didn't play together, but comparatively, it did seem like Excali had a lot more impact, because when he doesn't play that initiator role, he's more than comfortable throwing in his own body into the mix, especially when it's complemented with the Cypher. That can be a dangerous game.
Exactly.
And Pearl is like one of those maps where you can so easily fall into the trap of overthinking yourself and trying to just run circles around in your own mind. This Cypher, at least it provides you a little bit of stationary support so that you can find a calm in the heat of the battle in this thunderous match.
Yeah, I feel like that's a very important point you brought up there, because the Sentinels are very crucial in a map like Pearl, which sets up backstab, which sets up plays. You know, flashbacks to yesterday where Hellfighter was able to make plays through mid when it was crucial for his team to make their way back into the first half. And of course, in the second half, it did die down, right? Revenant just completely balled when they were on the attack. So
Yeah.
if the side of Enigma Gaming have that cipher, I feel like it enables them a little more to play flexibly across both the A side and the B side, maybe play a little aggressive towards main. That B main position, especially around that pillar, it's a silhouette of not a silhouette, it's kind of like a duet of death. There's a lot of opportunities for you to get the frags, but when you're walking in as an attacker, the amount of angles that you need to clear is just absurd. So the double initiator lineup to some extent makes sense. And you know, we talked about the Sentinels. What are you a fan of on this map? Do you like this double controller that we got to witness yesterday, or are you more of a fan of the double initiator to set up your plays?
I think the double initiator setup is much more viable in a situation like this, especially when you're up against a team like Revenant, you know?
Yeah.
So that's why I feel a little insecure about the Enigma lineup that we have here. I'm more than comfortable in the players, but composition-wise, I kind of feel like they just need to be ready to disarm their utility and fight with their bodies, fight with their minds. Because if you fall into the trap of trying to lure Enigma in and put them in a barrage of utility and just trap them over there, I think it's going to fail. Revenant are the kind of team that are more than comfortable picking up fights, getting dirty when they get uncomfortable. The example over here being their bind game yesterday against Velocity.
Yeah.
We saw certain rounds where 9 players were dying in Shahs or dying on B long. So that tells you that Revenant are more than comfortable of giving up every other aspect of the map if it means that you can just slay your opponents without having to play for objectives. And that mentality is a dangerous one. It's somewhat reckless, but it's still bloody dangerous.
True. I think the similar trend that what you described was witnessed in Pearl in the form of Paradox, just not giving a damn about mid. He just walks into mid. He's hiding behind a smoke, and that play found success. I think 3 rounds in consecutive fashion, which set up Revenant to have a really, really good first half. It was only Deathmaker who was able to find a rebuttal for the side of VLT. I think Enigma Gaming had a very, very good game yesterday. They had the opportunity to be in the back seat and to witness what Revenant have to offer to then prepare for their lower bracket run. I think with the way they displayed yesterday, there needs to be a little more diversity from Revenant. It felt like their strat book to some extent is one-dimensional across these maps. It feels like they have one set strategy, you know, a quick mid to B split, a quick mid to A split, and they have one set way of running it. If you find a small counter to the fundamentals of what Revenant try to throw you away, that really throws them off guard real quick.
Yeah, especially when Enigma have certain players who go aggressive, try to get that first pick, and if that one pick happens to be your controller or your initiator, which Revenant are really, really relying on, their entire plan goes for a toss. And after that, mid-round adjustments become so much harder for them.
Mid-round adjustments are something that Revenant Esports were able to do relatively better than VLT in my opinion yesterday. Although it was VLT taking a dub, especially on that defense, we saw a lot of good rotations from Paradox. In fact, on the attack, it was Paradox who was constantly on the back lines, a lingering threat, which is always a problematic thought when you're on the rotation, right? It doesn't allow you to commit with your whole heart and mind to that rotation. You're always going to have an inkling of doubt, which buys time, which buys opportunity to then further the choke.
The choke part is something that I really am glad you brought up, because over here, I'm not talking about choke in the sense that you fail to close out the games, which also was a problem that Revenant faced.
Yeah.
But more than that, there were certain occasions where Revenant would just ditch the idea of attacking a side from 2 prongs and just focus in on one area, run in like a train in a single file. And I think that's where it becomes much easier to just funnel them into a chokehold where they will just be running into a meat grinder.
I think Enigma Gaming also had a similar problem against Orangutan yesterday. In fact, I think flashbacks to how they defended that B side with Excali and I think it was RVK playing the side along with him. They were able to fend off rushes. They played off each other's positioning brilliantly. So I think Enigma Gaming are equipped to deal with this fast play. It's just that the signature of fast play from Revenant is like you said, just throw bodies. As long as you can keep the battle going, as long as you can keep the carnage going, the members of Revenant are comfortable in that chaos, and they are confident that they're able to pull off individual plays. A lot of times, Revenant are relying on you to get those 2 frags, to make the round more competitive, and to then use the timer and the objective against you.
And unfortunately, that's a double-edged sword.
Exactly.
If Revenant get too comfortable with it and they start relying on it a bit too much, then Enigma will just take a step back, play it passively, run down the timer, not give any pick to Revenants, and there will often be situations where you've spent an entire minute, there's like 30, 40 seconds left on the clock, and Revenant don't have a single pick, they don't have any info to work on, and within those 30 seconds, they need to make a gamble push, which, as the name suggests, is a gamble.
And in all honesty, that's a very, very big drawback, because when you're playing up against very experienced teams, you know, when you're talking about VLT, their experience in this region, when you're talking about Enigma, their understanding of how to deal with situations on the fly, it's something that looks flashy when it works, but when it doesn't, it almost visually looks like you're throwing the game. No, I mean, you can't make that kind of a statement, because at the end of the day, it's one kind of a game plan that you're going to go in with, right? So you need to be committed. That's a very, very, very important thing for Revenant to do, the commitment and the perseverance on their verge to achieve greatness, as now the road becomes infinitely harder. The lower bracket run for both these teams have begun, ladies and gentlemen. Revenant Esports and Enigma Gaming in this best of 3, playing for their tournament lives here in Bengaluru.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. Knight Rider already looking to make contact, will be able to spot 2 people going through as they take control of ramps, but they're not keen on contesting this one. Enigma Gaming, as they take this slow, methodical approach towards the B side, they've still left an insurance policy in form of RVK, who's poking and prodding towards A, but after he gets spotted, he's more than comfortable falling back. He just wants to sell misinformation to Revenant Esports and hope to draw out rotation.
100%, dude. Look at the Revenant utility that they have disposed towards mid. An alarm bot, a trademark. So they essentially tried to deny Lurks in that position. They were trying to go for a fast play there towards B Enigma. It didn't really pan out. They were put to a stop, and they are being incognito with this approach, not giving any information whatsoever. There's still 3 members tagged towards that B bomb side. A perfect timing that Enigma Gaming have found to take this A side with brute force. Are they gonna be allowed is the question. Loki, a lot of questions with this Killjoy. Prior Blackhawk, a good play through the smoke, but not set up for Loki on that off angle, and Loki needs to concede. They need to play this a 4v4 post plant. Enigma, they better punch in the digits soon, and RBK, he extends this all the way towards spawn.
Paradox though, he's keeping at a secret, climbing through the flower pots as he takes his triple. He spotted out the last player as well. Antidote, isolated, but not exterminated. Time is running out. They probably won't let him plot. He's gonna have to go for the fights, and he's never gonna get the opportunity.
Oh, the Paradox show. We get it right off the bat. Map 1, round 1, and man's already on fire as he's fuming up on the stage.
Oh, definitely. More than that, Paradox, he has a habit of starting things off in the most explosive way possible. You remember the Bind game yesterday, right? When he started off the second half with an ace. And this time he starts off with a quad kill. And you know what they say, what starts well definitely has a chance of ending well.
That's a problem that Revenant have been having. Let's hope that they have a very, very good understanding of what they need to do today. In fact, Revenant Esports, they win that pistol, cool. I think they have a very, very good percentage in winning that pistol round. It's only when it comes to that buy round where things get a little more complicated. And again, I feel like with the way Revenant Esports approach their bonus, there needs to be a small fundamental change. That investment in the second round needs to be something along the lines of 3 Spectres and 2 Sheriffs. You go into round 3, you have the opportunity to then get a Vandal alongside your armor. Sure, you might need to compromise a little bit on utility, but on a map like Pearl, you need to have the versatility of taking fights in range, especially that beat side. It's so long avenue that the Spectre, you might as well, you know, throw it out the map.
I would really be comfortable with the idea of having a player purchase a Bulldog. Having a player purchase like armor or something, and someone else gifting him a Bulldog, buying it for them. Have that player as the head cannon on B, have them posted as a massive turret down in halls or towards screens. That would be a good place, especially for someone like Paradox or Knight Rider. But from the looks of it, I do have a feeling that Paradox is going to be the one running point, running in circles around the enemy team. Meanwhile, Knight Rider, at least for the start, he's going to be more of an anchor.
For sure. I feel like this game is very crucial for Knight Rider. Yesterday, he had a very, very slow start to the best 3. He wasn't able to get enough time on the operator as well when they started the game off. So this good start for Revenant Esports might just transition into an early investment into that operator. And we all know what Knight Rider can do, right? We've seen it throughout this tournament, in fact, where he's changed entire games where sometimes it fleets against them. He's the sole reason it comes back to their code, and they have yet again a chance to fight back. I really want to see some nice operator prowess from this man.
But I think you're going to have to wait a little bit before we pull out the big guns, before we pull out the Zoom bangers. This definitely will be an anti-eco, one that Revenant Esports will be more than comfortable taking. But Enigma Gaming, I would really like to see them play aggressively in this anti-eco, especially towards mid, just so that they can figure out the tendencies of Revenant Esports. You know, that's one of the best things that you can do to extract value out of an eco round which you have no hopes of winning. Just send an army down the mid region or towards Art, or maybe rush one of the sides, see what the rotations look like. If you figure out which one from Revenant rotates first, if you identify that information, you can cut off the rotations in the subsequent rounds, especially in the rounds where the economic impact will be much higher.
Yeah, one thing I do like about Revenant on Pearl is the fact that they know how to play against an offense that's slow.
Yeah.
We saw that from VLT yesterday. On a lot of their attack rounds, they took things very slow. They were just holding for the push through mid in case anybody pushed through A main. There was no push offer. They were just playing on the back of utility and the back of fundamentals like crossfire set in place. So yeah, changing up the pace is certainly going to be a thing, but it has to be on the back of mid control. It has to be on the back of such a setup, especially when you're on that attack.
I'm kind of curious about the setup of the defender side much more than the attacker one, you know. The defaults of Enigma Gaming keep on changing quite a lot, but Revenant Esports are a little more, how do I say this, static in their changes. They only make those changes when they see some massive red flags, and so far none of them have popped up. Hopefully they won't pop up either. Hopefully Enigma will keep this nice and mellow. At least that's what Revenant would want. But is that going to happen? I don't think so. At this point, Revenant Esports, they take the chance to push all the way up towards VU ramp as they make contact towards Art. Caulfield starts things off. He's missing a piece of his head. RBK also a little low on health, but I think they would be much more than comfortable taking this fight. Loki extends, Antidote punishes yet again, and just like that, Enigma Gaming are finding the picks they need, and they've found these in 2 different parts of the map. They have multiple options.
Yeah, and they're exercising it. Look at the rotation now towards B. They know that at the moment Revenant Esports a little haywire. So as Revenant Esports scramble, this is the chance. Enigma Gaming, they have the timing window, they have the opportunity, and they're in prime vicinity as well. Knight Rider, Marshall, it's essentially an operator at this round, right?
B.
One shot anywhere and they're dead. Close range peek, it's still very accurate at this range. Quick frag and Antidote already finding that frag through defenders, through that mid rotation. That is astounding. It's all on a wimp now as he needs to come up big with a very, very crucial clutch.
He only knows the position of one of these players, not aware that there's
RBK!
He's known as the Sheriff Master. But in this round, I think everyone from Enigma pulled out their sheriffs, pulled out the pistols like it's the Wild Wild West.
I just mentioned the fact that Revenant want to play this from a backseat. They know how to play against a team that's taking it slow.
Which is quite the opposite of what I expected.
The frag towards Art is somewhat understandable, but Antidote should not have been given that avenue towards main. And it's also understandable why Revenant Esports might push, right? When you're off that man deficit, you need to make a play or you need to have a trump card. You need to have a forward position to then have a good idea of what the rotations are going to pan out. Sadly, yeah, not a round that Revenant Esports would want to replicate in the coming few minutes, because they need to fight back, and the buy is going to be up soon, although they still stand a chance of doing damage. With Knight Rider on that aggressive angle, he is the headhunter.
Doesn't need a weapon when he is one. Doesn't need any aggression when he can channel all his energy from. Raw fuel. Making contact along with the rest of his teammates as the flashes go through. Knight Rider still holding strong.
Yeah.
Bait Yoru They won't fall for it, but Excali punishes him. Whoa! Swings wider.
Another
He's
one.
taking down everyone who wants to take a piece of the action.
Player standing.
RVK adds into the tally as well. Enigma Gaming looking to keep this relatively flawless on the Paradox. We've seen a lot of Bucky plays. I've seen even, I think, a Shorty play work yesterday. Yeah, this map is kind of a nuisance, right? So many nooks and crannies if you're going in towards mid. And a person like Paradox, perfect person to be this cheeky.
Of course, he's cheeky, sometimes brave, but now he needs to be accurate. Unfortunately, doesn't have the angle on Antidote. Antidote playing off of audio cues, just waiting for the Revenant members to push. To some extent, I mean, I know this is a bit early to say this, but to some extent I feel like Revenants haven't been able to trade effectively. At least not up until now, but now those trades will matter the most because we are heading into the first buy round of the game.
Exactly.
They've already relinquished their advantage which they secured by winning the pistol. They cannot afford to relinquish anymore.
Exactly. At least the previous round didn't go flawlessly, you know. Enigma Gaming did take 2 casualties, so their economy is really at a position where it might be questionable. Although one reinvestment is all that they have in the bag. Maybe that's all they need to take the fight back. They have a very crucial ultimate up on Excali because it denies a lot of utility, and with this map being so up close and personal, it makes a world of difference. The flash, Logi expects it and sees it coming from a mile away. A beautiful shot, and the setup from Wimp as they set up the double peek and the crunch. Oh no, they're walking into a grinder here, and this is put to a grinding halt as well.
No way, they can't get a single shot at any one of these members. Finally, Logi gets isolated, but that's about all that Antidote can get. He's missing a part of his brain, down to 10 HP. RVK is the one who needs to make the play, and he doesn't have the haunt for the next 15 seconds. Sure, the C's can help him, but unfortunately that C's would be really well coupled with maybe a fragment from Excali, who, by the way, missed his flash on the doors. Not only did Logi dodge that flash, but ended up flashing one of his teammates, which resulted in an instant shutdown.
Yeah, we've seen Paradox pull up big plays from that. That's a common position that Revenant Esports like to play the double setup in. If you've seen that games prior on Pearl. And Enigma Gaming just walking into that one.
30 seconds
So,
left.
it's a very, very crucial round that Revenant have found. Although Enigma Gaming still not out of the fight. They have another bite. They have another chance to take a peck at it. Knight Rider has revealed the fact that he has the operator though. So that means Enigma now are going to tread on caution.
Oh, definitely. Treading with caution is the #1 thing that they need to do. But more importantly, figuring out whether Knight Rider is going to be mobile or if he's going to be the anchor towards the B side is something that they need to do on priority.
Yeah.
Because we know for a fact that Revenant are much more than comfortable pulling off that double op setup. They don't know if Knight Rider is the only one. They could pull off the double op, not this soon in the round, but maybe a little bit later.
I mean, even though Excali's not an op, we got to see pretty good display of
Even
skill
Paradox
yesterday.
is more than comfortable doing that on the Yoru.
Yeah, so we have viable alternatives across the board for both teams. And Logi is gonna again be taking this mid position. And I love the way the utility placement from Revenant Esports have panned out, because they have information towards all the lurk positions. Wait, oh no, that alarm bot, it's not gonna detect us, although RVK, oh, he finds it through the flash!
Face your fear!
No, absolute worst case situation, and now comes the Nightfall. Blackhawk not able to stand strong within the side, although Logi with that trade keeps things interesting for Revenant, because they can fight back, and they need to play on the back of each other. Knight Rider could not have afforded that. There is help now for Excali, and he needs to fall back here. Antidote on the other side with the sniper as well. Rexy playing this aggressive. He takes the frag all the way towards the back of site. However, it doesn't mean the site's fully clear, where now Knight Rider can creep in towards that winery position. He might stand a chance to trade that operator for a rifle and maybe get a frag, maybe get the ball rolling. It's still a doable clutch.
Knight Rider definitely has his position
Oh,
unmarked,
look at
but
Excali.
Excali, he's taking no chances. He's already on the
Gonna
backstab.
get to see a knife?
No,
Yeah.
not like this.
BM King! Ha!
At
Like a
least he
jack in the
doesn't
box.
Like a jack in the box, he pops under his nemesis. At least that's better than getting stabbed in the back. He saves him the disgrace.
You know, I've heard whack-a-mole. I've not heard of whacked by a mole.
Yeah, Excali's no mole. He's the little itch in your side that you can't scratch. He is the pain in your side that you cannot subside.
Oh.
Will he be able to find these timings again? Because waterway is not a position which Knight Rider expected to get shot from. But hey, at least they've now figured out that Knight Rider is much more comfortable being an anchor towards the B side than going anywhere else. If they can at least keep him stationed here, this will pull off the rotations from Revenant towards the A side, which might make Enigma's job a little easier. But Antidote, the captain, has picked up the operator.
Yep.
Doesn't matter if you're a guy that can get away from trouble, you still will need it. Rafiel leading the charge, his teammates following close behind. Carlos going on towards Screens and Link, while Wimp still comfortable holding towards Halt. The Cosmic Divide is going to make things a little awkward.
It's a fake! They're trying to go in towards me. The judge plays, dude. They weren't expecting that one bit. Paradox, he was absolutely certain that this could be a possibility, and he is about to make yet again a big play.
He's trapped.
He swung the wrong side of the box. He gets punished, and that's the man advantage. Now the fight, Enigma Gaming get the side, and Blackhawk is sitting patiently. Buy some time, but no kill whatsoever.
Everyone from Revenant Esports now coming in from Secrets and Flowers. Blackhawk, he's been taking the fight, but Antidote, he's not going to give him any room to work with. Loki, keep things competitive. At least they've made it all the way to the planting area where RBK will now commit this plant. But Blackhawk, can he find the elevation that he requires?
Nope.
These smokes, they're much more forward than one would normally anticipate from an attacking side, but Enigma Gaming, they take the chance. It was a risky one, it paid off.
This
but they need to
position-
convert it now.
Yeah, this position is going to be high value. Antidote needs to play off his teammates. And RBK takes the dink and takes the death as well. Antidote, the spikes planted for him and in position unexpected. That's a low HP player, mind you. So it's Blackhawk who's now put in that 1v1. The fake's nice, although Antidote now reads it, holds the angle and holds the clutch in his grasp. Beautiful stuff as they played this brilliantly.
So patient, so precise.
Yeah.
He strikes twice and takes the round for his team. It was a difficult one, especially with Blackhawk trying to get the elevation. Those smokes also were a little weird, you know? Usually you would see a secret smoke, maybe one towards Flowers and potentially a fragment in dugout, but this time they go for neither of those. They just put one on either side of the planting box. And it's a risky one, you know, because Revenant Esports are the kind of team that are more than comfortable swinging through those smokes with the flashes. But Enigma counted on that. And that is something Revenant Esports would not have seen coming.
Yeah, that 3v3 was played brilliantly by them, and we need to see so much more of that from Revenant Esports if they need to contest in this first half. They have swapped the setup around relatively well. I still feel like this Killjoy might not be the best option towards B, and that's why they're trying to get a little more invested towards mid. They're exploring their options there, and that's exactly what Enigma Gaming are in the wait for.
And Enigma Gaming really wanted this, you know, they did not want Knight Rider to be towards the B side. They wanted him to switch, but can they figure out where he is? Nobody willing to give him any fights towards Plaza, but he's been swung on by Excali, getting the elevation from the stairs. There's another one right around the corner, and Paradox waiting for the cheeky plays. You know he wants to push through those smokes. He's been more than comfortable doing so, but all his shenanigans won't yield him anything. At least now they know that Enigma Gaming are no longer towards Plaza and heading towards the B side, but there's no person from Revenant ready to defend this one. They will be able to get into those positions in time. Halt has been a problem for Enigma in the past, and Wimp is ready with the flash, ready to set up Loki for success, but he won't be able to do any of that now. Loki has to swing dry. Wimp also cannot deny, but these people have absolutely no right to get inside. Enigma Gaming still in control, still in the driving seat, and Paradox, he's tried smoke shenanigans before. He's tried it in mid, tried it in B, unsuccessful both the times, and that leaves poor Blackhawk once again in a near impossible clutch situation.
I kind of loved what Revenant Esports were attempting on a round like this. The double kill with the Spectre, alright bro. Certainly works at that range. Blackhawk makes this round expensive at the very least for Enigma Gaming as he's backstabbed by Excali, who's been having a constant to and fro up against Knight Rider. And again, the reason I love this from Revenant Esports is as soon as he used the Tote Force, they should expect the chamber towards B, considering that's the longest range avenue on the map. Instead, he took the fight towards mid, someplace which it would have been relatively unexpected. So he tried to throw a curveball there, and Enigma, they're so wise to it. They knew exactly what the play was, and Excali yet again to deny Knight Rider.
And to some extent, I kind of feel like Enigma Gaming were the ones who forced this move. They wanted Knight Rider to be in that position because that's where they can counter him easily.
Yeah.
He forced him to look in two different directions, and of course, Excali being the master of the jumps, he's gonna be the one to get the jump on you. He's done that in the past, he's done it again. Can he repeat this success? Enigma Gaming, on the back of these repeat successes and the consecutive rounds, have built up a snowball economy effect where they, for the next few rounds, are stable regardless of whether they lose or not. But Revenant, their wallets are fragile. So are their lives in this tournament.
100%, dude. The only thing that I feel like is a big curveball, or a trump card, if you may, on their code is that Rolling Thunder, that Wimp has. It allows them to play that passive style a little more. It allows them to set up for maybe even a 5v5 post plan. You know, once you have that Rolling Thunder, isolating these fights and taking them on your own merit becomes significantly easier once there's a timer ticking against you. So I think that this is where Revenant Esports might slowly start to change their pace, although I'm still waiting for that Paradox play towards mid. Maybe that's for a round yet to come.
Yet to come? Definitely. Will it come though? That's a mystery. Okay then, Paradox taking the charge. There's absolutely no backup available on him except for now. There's two people singing out of art. They're walking down mid. They're about to take mid top and they've taken it. Enigma Gaming have no idea. The smokes are absolutely not being contested by Enigma, and this could be a massive red flag, but Paradox needs to hold on to his horses. If he extends any further, he's going to be walking into the trap, and Antidote is anticipating it. The timing, unfortunate for Paradox, almost missed it, but now he's forced to relinquish this area. Instead, they focus towards B-Link. Enigma Gaming have given up on the idea of going towards mid, and they're making contact towards B and A at the same time, but the spike is still in base. Rex on a reconnaissance mission, maybe on a mission to find the flank, get into the back lines, but his area control has gone undetected. Loki hasn't even swung to check him, but when he does, he's gonna find him, sees a pixel, destroys him.
Yeah, the play towards A needs to pan out if Enigma Gaming stand a chance in this round, and Knight Rider completely caught off guard and dazed. RBK, he is a very proficient player in rounds like this. He has come up with clutches before for Enigma Gaming, and that needs to be a trend that continues because raw fuel goes down the drain. An ace clutch for RVK kind of feels like a little too much that we're asking. And with that operator, saved, Antidote can yet again be on his sniper duty. That play towards mid, I liked it from Revenant. It changed the pace, it changed the tempo, it to some extent changed the approach. The back and forth between Paradox and Blackhawk, who's trying to support Paradox's aggression through mid from Art. It's going very well in tandem. What's the answer to this for Enigma Gaming? If they're investing so much towards mid, fake mid, and then hit a side alongside it, maybe that's a very viable possibility now.
Only a possibility.
Aww.
Thanks, guys. Either way, the thing I really want to talk about here is how Revenant have been changing their setup very often. Last time they posted Knight Rider on mid, they had him look down those corridors with his 2x4s. This time they sent 3 people down mid. So this versatility that Revenant bring to the table, especially towards Plaza, it's gonna be ridiculous, but the Prowlers go through, so do Excalia and Rex, and they've farmed up all they need. Rolling Thunder available, but they won't commit to it just yet. They've taken fights towards Art again, which will be punished by Knight Rider, but this is only a deterrent as Enigma Gaming have backup options. They can swing wide towards B-Link if they so desire, but what I think they would rather do is take control of A-Link and then try to cut off the rotations of Revenant Esports.
The setup from Revenant Esports here, they have the mid rotation accounted for, they have B accounted for, Logi is looking for the play towards door, B is, you have Knight Rider towards A with that operator. So they're spread across the map here, and I hope for Revenant's sake that they do not overcommit to a fight. That is the only way Enigma Gaming find the opening in a round like this. 40 seconds left on the clock.
This is gonna be a nail biter. Wimp knows what's about to happen. They know they're about to pass him. And not just that, he's about to pull off the big arms. He's about to pull off the big plays. And they're all behind him. They get knocked in the air, but he will spray them down. Even though the all doesn't connect, his shots definitely do. And Knight Rider puts that nail, shuts the coffin, buries it 6 feet under.
Enigma Gaming, they have had a lot of fortunate circumstances in this matchup so far. That is finally some good fortune going the way of Revenant Esports. That 3 versus 3, Enigma Gaming did what they do best. Come to a grinding halt and get the best possible opportunity. At least assess the best opportunity ahead and then take it. This time though, a very, very silent approach from Wimp rewards him. And they have that orbital strike on Revenant Esports yet again, so they can again play for the post plan, play for the time, which is something that Enigma Gaming might just do themselves, and being put in a box is certainly not the place that Enigma want right now.
No way, not again. Paradox, he's been trying those smoke shenanigans for a very long time, but finally he gets some success. Logi follows up as well. But after all these trades, Enigma Gaming have been left with inferior weaponry and with lesser numbers. And they're all playing so split apart from each other, there's basically no trading potential over here. Wimp does get flashed, but I don't think he's gonna get the bag. More than capable of taking down the spike carrier. Enigma Gaming kind of disjointed in this round, but I don't really have any problems against this one. It was a Nico, they were never supposed to win this one, so it's good that they at least try to spread out and gather the information which they can probably use in the next round, although there are easier ways of doing it which can provide more value.
Yeah, again, you talk about value, right? We saw that in round 2 when they spread out, had sheriffs, they just individually popped off and the round was theirs. So they were trying to maybe find a little more success with that sheriff if they were able to inch in on a little more damage.
See what you did there.
Could have been a little bit of a deal breaker, because now we're entering the end of towards the end of that first half, and this is where having the ultimate synced up, this is where having economy truly makes a world of difference to what your setup is like in the second half. And either side is now going to be at a point where they're going to be dead even.
Dead even or not, this game definitely seems to be as sweaty as it deserves to be. Timeouts called, strats discussed, strings pulled, and minds twisted. Who's going to pull off the twister over here though, because Revenant Esports have been throwing curveball after curveball. Some of them depend on Paradox's smoke shenanigans, some of them depend on just trades, and that's the thing that I pointed out even in the analyst segment, right? Where Revenant Esports are more than comfortable throwing bodies, but Enigma Gaming, every time they seem to play together, they get success. Every time they don't, they feel disjointed. With the score dead even at 5-5, we are looking for the tiebreaker. The last 2 rounds of the first half, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
And TEC Arena is just getting started.
Dude, either side having very viable ultimates, right? You have the orbital strike, you have the lockdown on Revenant Esports, enables them to play not only an aggressive post plan, but also to deny and buy more time. You look at Enigma Gaming, that 0 point, it might just, 0 point alongside the null, it might just change the entire game the way the Revenant needs to approach this. A quick approach this time from Enigma Gaming. They want to change the pace, they want to change the way they dictate this fight. And it's Loki who is more or less isolated towards the back of the site. That wall is somewhat of a safe haven for Revenant. I don't think EG would want to try their chances and push against this. And Revenant, they want to concede. They want to pay the post plan, considering the utility they have in the bag. Although RVK taking Blackhawk, that's a crucial piece out of the puzzle. And now Revenant undoubtedly looking puzzled.
Definitely. The orbital strike was the one thing that they were counting on, but at least Revenant Esports still have the positions. You have 2 people coming in from Plaza, 2 coming in from main. The only person watching this is going to be the Cypher, and I don't think he's going to find the right timing. RBK ready to swing onto Paradox, does get the trade, but this Noodle Theft will reveal all their plans. Excali, he's going to be in prime position to use himself, where Knight Rider succeeds in finding the frag. 2 people trapped towards long, trapped towards main, and Whip has no choice but to go through. Enigma Gaming take the fights, they get that 6th round.
Oh, a lot of that retake was depending on Paradox and that backlines finding at least a kill. The fact that he went down to Rexy there, who had that neural theft, yeah, the jig was completely up in that post plant. I feel like this play from EG is like, we know what you're doing and we're going to use that against you. We know that you want to give us the side. We're going to take it and we're going to then play on our own terms.
Yeah, they take the side, turn it into a fortress. Don't let anyone through. Just man every single gate, every single entrance. Show Revenant Esports where the door is. But Revenant Esports this time, they are the ones who coming knocking at the door. Paradox once again with those aggro mid plays, but this time his teammates aren't supporting him from up close. They're still playing from Art and from the panel. Knight Rider once again has been revealed, but this is no secret, right? We've seen him so many times here before.
Exactly, and we haven't seen him really find him groove with that operator. No immaculate multi-kills on the defense. That's something that we're accustomed to when we talk Night
I have
Rider,
spike.
right? RBK. Slight debate, although
Where
a
are
very, very good grasp of mid is what Revenant Esports have, which enable them to make quick flanks, make quick rotation, and have reliable information.
Oh, they already have all the reliable information they need with that push towards the mid side, especially with RBK. He's trapped over here, but look at Paradox. He's about to get into the back lines. They don't see it coming with the dimensional drift, and even if they do, they will have to face the wrath of him and his teammates swinging at the same time. He's more than capable. Flashes behind him, but Rofuel does take him down from the back of his head. At least that's secured. Rexy tries to go ahead and confirm the control
30
of
seconds
shots.
left.
But Knight Rider, can he pull this one off? His teammates have died towards A, and that's misinformation being given to him. So he's isolated over here. He's got no backup. At least the Nightfall misses him. But will he miss? Will he get those shots that he's so eagerly looking forward to? He does. He just needs to delay a little bit. Revenant Esports, they cannot afford to let Enigma plant the spike. And unfortunately, there's no orbital strike to delay this one, so they will have to fight in a retake situation. And Enigma have the superior numbers. They know the position of one of these players, but the other one is still a mystery. Rex now reveals himself. Blackhawk has the chance to swing alongside Knight Rider, but it's Rofuel that I'm worried about. The other one who hasn't been detected. Blackhawk is able to isolate them both. Rofuel did not strike when the moment was right, and now he has to fight both of them at the same time. Just playing jiggle around the boxes, playing ring around the rosies, and he will be the one who hands them a rose at their grave. Bury them right here now!
He's dodging bullets like a modern Romeo. That is a very, very scary prospect if Revenant won that 2 versus 3. Blackhawk, a very, very nice timing that he found on his way into its side. Rexy was caught off guard. Antidote playing that first box was not really in a position to even take that fight. He was relying more on the crossfire of Rofuel and Rexy to stand for a little longer, and him being the third man to chime in, to take care of situations if they went into maybe an unknown, maybe a parallel where things would have fallen even worse. Although, foreseeably, I can't see it. Nonetheless, Enigma take the lead. 7-5. They lead this first half in map 1. And the tactical timeout in the halftime allows both these teams to mentally reset. I feel like that double sentinel setup that you have on the side of Revenant, it found its value initially, and Enigma, towards the later segment of that first half, the rebuttal they had was not answered. They take early aggression through mid. Revenant, Enigma, most of the time are like, take it.
And they're comfortable doing it, right? They're more than okay going for the retake, because in several occasions, especially in those retake situations, Enigma Gaming sometimes falter when they have to swing alongside him. And at that point, like I said, it boils down to a gamble. It's a 50-50, a coin toss, if you would rather. But one thing that Revenant have been doing consistently is, ever since they started playing aggro towards mid, they've been able to find these positions a lot faster. This is something that they were struggling with towards the start of this first half, but they've more than made up for it, and it's time for Enigma to do the same. Will they be able to unearth the stigma around them?
Yeah, and it's all going to be on the back of pistols. So Revenant Esports already having a good track record in that department enables them to at least foreseeably get close to that equalizer in that second half, contest as much as possible. I think that's the main issue for Revenant, right? When things aren't going well and things look bleak, it seems like their ability to fight back and feel themselves in a matchup disappears.
Right there.
And Enigma Gaming, with their dominance, it might be a problem.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that you've been waiting for is here. Second half about to start between Revenant Esports and Enigma Gaming. Let me remind you about the stakes once again, people. One of these teams have their journey coming to an end soon, and you do not want to end on a sour note. Paradox looking for the sweet frags though. But while he does that, he's left some of his players still towards Art, who've been able to get inside successfully without triggering any alarm so far.
Yeah.
But that's by design, because Enigma Gaming are focusing more towards A-Link and the site, rather than trying to play aggressively towards mid. They've got 2 players positioned towards Link, which should be perfect, but as Scally tries to make a play, Paradox will spray him down and dispatch him from the round. Antidote, though, he's found a cheeky kill towards the other side, but it doesn't really create all that much impact as Revenant find the plant and they find more kills. A little stiffy but Paradox finds it nonetheless.
RBK, I think he almost broke his mouse there, although Logi, he in the side finding that frag, it changes the way Enigma have to play this. They've lost position, they've lost numbers, and they've lost the round. Revenant Esports taking brawl, taking duels. They're playing their comfort, they're playing their signature, and they've not lost their mojo yet. The second half pistol, it's theirs. They have a good track record in the pistol round. Let's hope, though, it's not a repeat of what happened in the first half, where they play a little overly aggressive. They lose a member to compensate, they send another man aggressive, and you're just feeding into sheriffs at that point yet again.
And that's something you want to avoid doing, right?
Exactly.
You can't afford to walk into that trap, especially when you've seen it's coming. Revenant were aware about this one to some extent. They knew that there's going to be some defense towards A-Link waiting in the smokes, but what they did not know, there's going to be two instead. Rafael wants to make that play. Paradox, though, he's not going to give them anything. Once again, defending a main successfully. Holding those defaults has been very successful for Revenant so far. Not in the first half, but at least they found decent success going into the pistol.
Yeah.
Now, as they try to make their way towards the B side, there's going to be no congestion. Nobody in halls either, so they've cleared every single thing. But
Spike
another play that
planted.
Revenant can make here is try to go through the tunnels underneath.
Maybe overly aggressive, that's where you might end up feeding close range against the pistols, right?
That's a risk you have to take, otherwise you will end up giving the avenues to Enigma Gaming, who have been more than comfortable delaying this retake for as long as required while their players move into backstabbing positions. Rafael almost turns around, but Wimp gets dinked down to 5 HP. Rex now needs to make amends, waits for his teammates to come through ramp, but they've been taken down by Knight Rider, and he's capable of turning every single person down into a dead body. Excali left alone, one victory required off of him, but he won't get the chance to even get started.
Yeah, triple for Knight Rider. Considering the changes that Chamber has had, right? Now it takes another point to get the Today Force. So these skills are going to be valuable. And in the sense of how they play this on the attack, that Today Force can absolutely kill it in the post plant. It denies trade, it denies you the ability to play fast, which when the timer is ticking against you is a very crucial piece of the puzzle.
Here.
The only thing that Revenant Esports need to do right now is cause economic damage, which Enigma Gaming are looking to avoid. Their defaults kind of indicate that they're expecting a very fast play from Revenant, which has arrived. They've already taken control of Art, but RBK will not let them through. Teaming up with Excali on the other side, he's going to call for reinforcements, which do arrive, but the cavalry is here. Revenant Esports need to find their success once again, but RBK making the plays along with Excali as they both play in tandem. They destroy every single person standing in their way. Wimp, though, at the cost of his teammate's life, has found a place inside to plant that spike. And I honestly feel like that's much more than what they could have expected, but there's still room for more.
For sure. Enigma Gaming, second half, they take the lead, and it's their turn to shine. They did a lot of, they displayed a lot of discipline in this round. The setup from Excali was brilliant. He knew his timing window, he knew the play that he had to make. He needed to find that trade, keep the numbers game going, keep the ball rolling. And Revenant Esports not able to put a stop to it, although they will get another chance to try.
This time, though, the only thing that's been concerning me so far is how long do Enigma take to get into these backstabbing positions, especially when they're trying to crunch through from both the sides, from the front and the back lines. Knight Rider attacking side up.
And Paradox, Bucky, attacking side yet again.
Exactly. It's kind of concerning, which maybe brings me to the conclusion that these guys are willing to make the macro plays, which are successful so far. The push from Enigma towards Club has been ruined. Revenant Esports, they find whatever they need, but will Enigma fall back? Excali has no intentions of doing so, still holding an off angle.
He can't. He needs to hold an off angle. He needs to make a play. He needs to put Enigma back in a position to fight this round, because at the moment, Revenant Esports are still waiting for that fight. They're patient. You can see Knight Rider is still holding the same angle, and it's almost a minute transpiring on the clock.
The other part about Enigma that concerns me is the fact that there's no trading potential on either of these players. None. You've got RBK, who's already pushed up a main. Maybe he can get a potential flank, but like I said, these flanks have been super late in the past. And Excali, he's about to get punished hard. Paradox runs circles around him, bamboozling him to the 9th degree. And Rex, he's been detected. The trademark
Last
stops him in
player
his tracks.
standing.
Loki puts him in the bag. And Antidote, the captain, left with a mammoth 1v5, which he has no chance of pulling off.
Yeah, the save. A very, very good call for Antidote. If he's able to hold on to this Mando, allows Enigma Gaming to maybe do a little more damage in the next round. Revenant Esports, they have the Rolling Thunder here. That's big, Crips, because now they can maybe even enter into that A side on the back of a setup. They don't need to be reliant on mid-control. They don't need to be reliant on a slow play. Now, they get a chance to dictate the pace. They get a chance to choose the narrative, as it's again boiled down to that equal scoreline, 8-8. We've seen Revenant in long fights before. It hasn't really panned out in their favor in the past, because the marathon is not something that they're really equipped to deal with. And Enigma Gaming have a wealth of experience in that front. Although a flawless victory will give Revenant Esports not only a little bit of a charisma boost, but also a boost in terms of their economy, which on the attack is a little more important. The ability to fight on the attack, where you get to choose your fights, it enables you to go in with a set plan and see where that road takes you.
Also, you won't have to buy those Buckies anymore.
I think that's by design.
Potentially, yes. We'll have to see if Paradox wants to make those plays again. I mean, if that's the kind of stuff that he's going to keep pulling off, then I'm more than comfortable giving him a Bucky. Hell, even throw in a Judge for all you want.
My god. Dude, it's the morning, I think.
Yeah, we don't want to get on the note of right at the start, but Paradox, he's not a degenerate, he's a renegade, a rebel, looking to make those plays, looking to liberate this B site, which he's done so successfully, flashing towards Halt. RBK tried to make a play, but had absolutely no idea that Paradox had snuck through the behind line. The dimensional tearing that Rafuel is dishing out over here is absolutely phenomenal. But it still doesn't make things easier for Enigma. The only thing it does is just deny the front for Revenant Esports, at least for a little bit longer, when Enigma Gaming have time to set up. But this time there's no flanks. They're all going in from Link and from the underpass. No way that anyone gets through this one.
Yeah, no way. Maybe Enigma get another member, get a little damage in. Not gonna happen. So they not only now have the Rolling Thunder Crips, they have the lockdown, and Knight Rider has that operator. He's been absolutely lights out so far here in the second half with his display. When he has a Tote Force, that's a completely different story. I feel like with the Tote Force, he's gonna be way more lethal, has a lot more ability to take fights with multiple people. That is a sitter-off shot.
That's not even a wide swing anymore at this point. That's a pop and peek.
Yeah, just did not let go of his A key there, did he?
Absolutely not.
Operator versus operator. I've been itching to see this. It's Rafuel taking on Knight Rider. The roots of each team individually now looking to make the long play work. Revenant Esports, they have the lead here in the second half, and they're one away from touching double digits themselves, where if they employ utility in a very, very diplomatic manner, it's going to make things very easy.
And it's not just diplomatic here. They've chosen violence. The Nightfall, it has 4 trails emerging for it, which gave away the locations of all those Revenant players, but the only thing that could bring things back is a Rolling Thunder. Enigma Gaming have been pushed back to its secret, but Paradox has also pushed into this region. Antidote has absolutely no idea as he tries to swing wide through dugout. He's trying to hold them at bay, but Revenant Esports are flooding in just they're waiting for Paradox to make that position available to them, and he's done more than enough. The flurry of trade, and when the dust settles, it's down to a 2v2 yet again.
Yeah. Revenant Esports, they really needed to deny that. They really could not let RVK get so much room. Just slow play from RVK as he's gonna lurk all the way back towards Flowers, and Rafuel finding that kill makes this hella complicated. What's the play now? Tote Force? Because they might just push him together. Position reveal. Knight Rider now needs to make a big play. He's forward. He's making a forward position. Off angle, not expected. No! He's not able to land the shot.
Finally, one of those longer flanks paying off for the side of Enigma Gaming. They've been missing these timings since the beginning of this half, and it's about time that they are able to land when that backup is required. Cavalry arrives just in the nick of time, and Enigma Gaming, they have tied this once again. Now, OG, at this point, the only thing I'm looking at is the economy, because Revenant Esports are loaded. They've got money for days, maybe even till the end of this half, but Enigma Gaming have fragile wallets. You break them in this round, you're gonna send them down into the depths of the economic poverty lines.
Yeah, and the only thing that saves them then is Raw Fuel's Blade Storm. So let's hope that he doesn't need to expend that.
Yeah.
Of course, we will still get to witness both the snipers lock horns. Paradox making the deep dive. He could be set up with that flash play. The bait, it's not being bought though. And a more conservative approach from Raw Fuel allows his team to aid him, as it's a very Herculean. Oh, the orbital strike, brilliant! Blackhawk toasts them! And that is a very, very hard hit for Enigma Gaming. I'm not even sure if they're going to be able to recover from this, because it's not only Revenant on the verge of hitting double digits, but without Enigma Gaming having the economy to counter that, it puts a question mark on their ability to close this map out.
And this was such an important round for Enigma Gaming. If they lose this one, they will have absolutely no money to work with. Maybe the same weapons that they have can be taken into the next round, but they cannot survive on just arms being handed down to them. And this play was phenomenal from Revenant Esports, the dimensional drift that Paradox sent himself into. He finds himself in the back halts, which Rofuel was forced to relinquish. When everyone else meets their maker, they stun the underpass region and burn them to a crisp. They could not escape the orbital strike, which turned this round around.
Yeah.
Opened up the possibilities for Revenant Esports, and it's all possible because Enigma Gaming felt forced to relinquish halls to get back into underpass and play from there. And by design, they just get stunned and burned.
Yeah, a point of worry now for Enigma is the fact that Logi has not disposed of that lockdown. There are a lot of close angles that you can get into where you can enable that lockdown to clear the entire site. And again, the buy is not on yet for Enigma Gaming. So if things go south and Logi is still alive, it's possible for him to buy time. If he saves that on the buy round, it could have been an even bigger piece of utility that might just be the decider for map 1.
They're not out of it yet. You're right, they still have a possibility of a comeback. They will have to sustain and just drag themselves through this round where they have nothing to work with, but this is just a test of their mettle, a test of their patience. Forced to relinquish one of those rounds, only to hopefully find success later. Can Enigma Gaming pull through this phase that Revenant Esports have embellished upon them? It seems like they are unfluttered, just absolutely unfazed by whatever Enigma Gaming have to throw at them, which hasn't been a lot, you know? They haven't shown us a lot of variation so far. Sure, they split up in their eco rounds, which they have the possibility of doing again. But with that operator still online on Raw Fuel, how do they set this guy up?
Exactly. I assume Raw Fuel even might drop this and contemplate taking out the blades. Although he's confident in his approach, he's confident in his abilities. And Revenant Esports not giving into a fight just yet. A very, very passive approach towards A main, and now they start making a little bit of sound. Now a little bit of utility disposed. That lockdown could be used at the left side cubby position. That's good. Buying the bait, Raw Fuel. Making a rotation all the way towards mid, which... yeah, he dodges the lockdown cool, but he needs to be in prime vicinity to now add on to the defense. They've used the lockdown here to respect the buy that Enigma Gaming has scraped together. Revenant Esports, though, still not finding room within the site. They better make their way fast.
Yeah, lovely lineup from Excali. He finds the fragment, sends it soaring through the sky to destroy the lockdown, and now he's destroying the skulls as well. Loki might just pick up the pace over here, but can he pick up the pieces? Can he string together the play that needs to be made over here as Rex? He barges in with the fault line, stunning him in the face as he makes a cross. This treacherous place. Loki once again, precise Knight Rider, keeping things competitive over here as Raw Fuel, the only man with a gun, now has no teammates to back him up. They couldn't find the play at the start of the round, and they feel compelled to take this weapon once again, which Knight Rider will deny them the pleasure of.
Oh, it's a brilliant thing watching these two beasts lock horns. Now, the operator is out of the question. Knight Rider did invest the Today Force, but like you said, they're stacked in cash, so there's no worry for Knight Rider whatsoever. You have a buy regardless what happens in the round coming forward. Enigma Gaming will be forced to now expel the blades on Raw Fuel.
Regardless of the outcome of the round, I really want to appreciate the fragment from Excali which destroyed that lockdown. That seemed crucial.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Enigma Gaming aren't, making Raw Fuel drop when they already have to compensate with 2 players going on live armor. So A slight misplay here, although not the biggest one in the world. Quick control towards mid this time from Revenant Esports, clearly upping their pace, and their need for this conquest hasn't been discovered yet. This is the first time they've attempted this. Rawfuel being pushed out of that cubby position, but Paradox hasn't taken that frontal approach just yet to get on punish. Now the split towards Art. This is the curveball.
Yep, the fake. They tried it, but unfortunately this Nightfall will reveal all the information that Enigma Gaming want to acquire, and then acquiring the frags as well. As Knight Rider and Blackhawk swing together, they keep things competitive, but unfortunately the superior numbers in Enigma are just a bit too big of a boulder for Revenant Esports to overthrow. Once again, ready for the double peak. Knight Rider had no chance.
That was a brilliant set piece there towards that link position, with the way Enigma are constantly playing off each other in that position, both on the attack and the defense. That is a slight bother for Revenant Esports. That is a very hard position to exploit. And they did it in a, I'd say, fundamental manner. They destroyed the utility towards door. They tried to buy rotation. You know, standard stuff that you should expect, and we got to see it. Still didn't work. Enigma's hold on the defense is looking alive, it's looking strong, and again, we might get to a point where we get to a neutralizer at this late in the first map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, your economy melting down this late in the game, that's going to be a decisive factor. But Enigma Gaming really look forward to this defense. They know for a fact it's coming. The Cosmic Divide will still have to be pushed, and Paradox finds the timing! He still wins the duel against RBK! And he's extending further, deeper into enemy territory. He wants to keep these players stationed and away from underpass. Firing into link, just holding down the ground for now, but Enigma Gaming, they have almost nothing to work with except this Cosmic Divide. It doesn't keep them away.
Exactly. Enigma Gaming need to make that hard choice here. If they go for it, they need to play timing, and they're not playing off each other in that circumstance. Knight Rider picks one off, although Antidote might find his way aggressive through elbow. If he had the timing there, which he did, nobody was having any LOS. Could have been the play. Knight Rider not denied, not punished. It can't go on like this. Knight Rider getting avenues to strike back yet and again. Enigma go on the save. They had no way to contest this from the get-go. Those positions held by Revenant Esports, it's only brute force and trades that might give a fighting chance for EG. Sadly, they did not up the pace. They did not make a decisive decision, which now leads to Revenant hitting map point here on their map pick in this best of 3.
The Cosmic Divide from Antidote, it was built only to buy time for the team, but unfortunately what they cannot stop is that the fact that Paradox can swing through. And RBK had the jump over here. Paradox still wins those duels. He wasn't supposed to get that. If Paradox probably died over there, this whole round would have been different, because he's the only person who can cross that treacherous gap between the Cosmic Divide and the back halts. And if he treads the distance, he's definitely gonna make them dread this decision.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Rawfuel pull out the Blade Storm, and again, economy, a big point of bother. At this point, he's been keeping it in the bag for the entirety of the second half. We finally need to see the Blades making a resurgence, and it can also make a huge difference in the pacing that Enigma are employing on this defense. Now, they might be able to double up and take that aggression through B ramp. A main still a very viable position if you have the Blades.
Tech pause has been called, so we have a little bit of time to discuss the conditions over here, especially the win conditions for Enigma. Let's just list things down, right? Let's make a checklist over here.
Yeah.
What have been Enigma lacking so far? The timing on their backstabs, it hasn't always been there, but at this round, at this moment in time, I really feel like they've given up on the idea of going for those back flanks. They've just been grouping up together and retaking the sides from the regular entrances. If you're on B, they go in through Secret and Flower Pots, or maybe even Link at Max. And if they're on B, they go in through the tower and this underpass tunnel. They haven't really been able to make those plays from the backline so far, and they have recognized it, and that, I think, is a positive thing for Enigma. At least they know their own weakness, and they're working to fix it. But the question here remains, is it too little too late?
I feel like we mentioned the problems that Enigma have. I think the only strength Enigma have right now in the map is their positioning and their playthrough art. That's the only thing for Enigma that's been consistently working out and giving them results. Everywhere else, especially towards that B side, it feels like a done deal when you see Paradox and the entry, when you see the support that Wimp has on the backlines. it disjoints a lot of what Enigma are trying to do on this defense duty.
Disjointed, dismembered to some extent, but not defeated. Not yet. Enigma Gaming still have some life left in them, and whatever energy is flowing through their veins has to be channeled out as their tournament lives are at stake. Sure, they wouldn't mind giving up the fact that they lose Pearl. It wasn't their map pick to begin with, but if that is the case, you're going into Ascent with a burden on your shoulders.
Yeah.
I just hope that the weight isn't too much for them to handle and they don't get crushed by it.
In this best of 3, this is going to be Revenant's map pick, so I'm expecting EG to have a resurgence, to have that bounce back. That's, I think, everybody's expectations here right now. And the fact that they're putting on such a good fight on Pearl, with it being so close, almost the entire map, right? It doesn't feel like any team just ran away with it. The lead was exchanged. We always had points where we were doubting if Revenant Esports will be able to make it. And in the second half, they've managed to string together a couple rounds where they managed to do it in dominance. There were a couple of rounds where it did come close to the wire, although those rounds where it did come close feels like ages ago.
I know, right? There have been these rounds which were down to 1v1s, 1v2s, but so far every time Revenant Esports get the dub, they do it with 3-4 players alive, sometimes even all 5. And that's probably why their economy has not suffered, right? They not just win the rounds, but they're also able to keep their players alive, which means they don't need to reinvest, they don't need to drain their resources. But Enigma Gaming, even when they do win, they've been able to do it on the back of a sick clutch from maybe RVK or maybe from Excali. But so far, those 2 players who survive, that's what's breaking their economy. And this late in the game, if you have an economic meltdown, you might as well kiss the map goodbye.
Exactly. So, Enigma Gaming, 2 rounds away. What can be the change? We see a lot of plays from Raw Fuel on that operator, but I feel like in this case, the aggressive play towards B main needs to come out. It feels like every time we see Revenant hit that B side, it feels effortless.
I know.
And
they make it look easy. It's not. It's not supposed to be that easy. But every time you have Paradox just teleporting into back halts, his teammates swing at the same time. So anyone who's defending from towers or maybe defending from the underpass has absolutely no place to stand. If you're playing towards Fridge, you have no hope of survival. If you're playing towards screens, if you're someone like a Chamber or maybe like a Yoru, which is something that Enigma don't have, a person who has the ability to get out of jail, that's still viable, but that's a one and done spot at that point.
Yeah, I think what can be the difference is, like, let's put a hypothetical, right?
Yeah,
you change the B-side setup where it might be Raw Fuel playing it Ultra W with the Blade Storm. You have Excali maybe supporting him with that 0 point, which denies counter utility. It somewhat makes the fight a little more even, which if you are Enigma Gaming, a lot of the fights that they've been taking, it feels like the odds have stacked up against them as soon as that side falls.
And as that side falls into disarray, the only thing that can keep Enigma alive in this fray is potentially a ray of hope. But that has been shut down by thunderous clouds that Revenant have been brewing on the horizon.
Yeah, they have been brewing. I mean, it was kind of reminiscent of Ascent yesterday, right? It was almost there, but not really. And, you know, we have a technical difficulty at this stage of the game. So let's quickly head over to a small interview to see what these players have in their minds when it comes to Valorant.
Welcome Enigma Gaming. Let's head off with the Valorant quiz. The first question, हाथ ऊपर उठा के आंसर करना, ठीक है? Okay. What was Valorant's first ever act called? Yes. Ignition. Very good. Anti 1 point. Where is Viper from? कौन सी country से? हाँ. Mexico. Wrong. -1. Back to 0. हाँ. Greece. Sorry? Greece. Wrong. Greece? Okay. Spain. Spain? No. -1. -1.
Wait, -1. Guys, so I am fine on 0.
सोच लो. थोड़ा hint दो. She is from NA.
Canada?
नहीं.
-1 नहीं.
So obvious USA ही है. She's from the US.
Viper is from.
She's from US Alaska. Whose agent name, the other name of this agent is Sabine? Okay.
Yeah, I said.
Okay. Anti back to one. Baki sab 0 pe. What was the first ever agent released in Valorant after the beta version? नया agent कौन सा release हुआ था? Yes, it is Rena. Where is Astra from? Yes, she is from Ghana. Anti-buy on 2. Okay. Boxes जो bomb site पे हैं, what are they filled with? उसका नाम क्या है? What is the green boxes called? Yes.
Radianite?
Yes, it is Radianite. Which agent has died the most in all of Valorant's cinematics clips? Cypher, yes. If you can name how many times he's died, give a guess, I'll give you bonus 3 points. Anti da ke samne बिल्कुल. No. Yeah, more than that. कोई guess कर सकते हैं how many times has Cypher died? Huh? He's died 30 times. 30 बोला? 30. योरू का असली नाम क्या है? ये no team till now has gotten it and no player.
Yogesh Pathan.
Okay, for that I'll give half point. ठीक है. Half point. Half point. ये वैसे का real नाम है रियो किरितानी. Okay, name as many. इसके लिए 2 point मिलेंगे, ठीक है? अगर सबसे ज़्यादा किया तो. Name as many Valorant agents as you can in 10 seconds. Okay, ready? 1, start. Okay. 9. Okay. Okay. So raw fuel has got 9. 1 go.
Phoenix, Rena, Sova, Sky, Bream, Cypher, Killjoy, Yoru, Rena, Sova, Sky, Bream, Astra, Orangutan. Sky बोल रहे हैं.
How many?
7, 12,
12.
11.
Okay. We'll give 11. Sova दो बार बोला. Sky भी 2 बार बोला. I'll give 11. I'll give you 11. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Jet, Phoenix, Rena, Yoru, Sky, Sova, Beach, Omen, Viper, Brimstone, Astra, then Cypher,
Done.
Killjoy.
Cypher will count.
11.
12. Anti-buy 12. Now the number to beat is 12. Rexy, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Jet, Phoenix, Blaze, Rena, Sova, Brim, Omen, Astra, Killjoy, Cypher, Chamber, Viper.
Done. 13. Rexy is our new leader. RVK,
1 point less.
number to beat is 13. You beat him, you get 2 points. And you're on level with Antida. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, start.
Sky, Fade, Sova, Viper, Astra, Omen, Breach, Brim, Rio.
Done. Time over. Okay. It's at what? 12. Okay, so clearly our winner is Rexy. Rexy will get 2 points. How many weapons are there in Valorant? Pass. Guess कर लो. No.
Minus point है कि नहीं?
हाँ, minus point है.
22.
नहीं. The सारे number नहीं. Okay.
20?
No. Rexy was the closest. It's 17. Close. Take half point. Half point for Rexy. Take half point. Whose ability is called blind side? One of the abilities, blind side. -1. Blind side. सोच के आंसर देना ना. -1. Okay. RVK, now you have a chance to get in the game. You are at +2. Blind side. Yes, it is Yoru. नहीं, उसका अभी ये he was at 2. He was at 2.
Oh, come back.
Okay, so the winner of the Valorant quiz is RVK.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the TEC Arena. You guys are watching the lower bracket match between Revenant Esports and Enigma Gaming as they fight for their lives, fight for the continuity of their journey in this tournament.
Yeah.
A lot is at stake. Revenant Esports on the verge of winning map 1. Meanwhile, Enigma Gaming look to send this game into overtime and take this for a little bit longer. Oh, hold on. This is going to be a fast one from Revenant Esports. They're holding nothing back, looking to make a contact play to its speed rather than sending it with utility. And Paradox, just as usual, gets into halls, but that has never been the problem. The problem has been the rest of the players following up behind him. Antidote lets go of the baited decoy. Still capable of holding on his own, but Excali swinging through the smoke. That's not something Paradox expected, and he had no backup available that deep into the site. Enigma Gaming, the rotations now outbound, surprisingly, because they expect this to be a fake, but it's not. Revenant Esports are still going on this.
They just went back. They assumed that is a done deal, that is towards A. Little did they know, Revenant Esports, they a little bit of time and patience, although RBK crucially finds that kill on the Blackhawk, denying the plan and forcing the handler Revenant to take yet another fight. Rexy up close and personal, doesn't really need to commit to this and win, playing off that flash, brilliantly setting up that play. Rockfield almost could have denied that, but he finds that kill on Knife right at the rolling thunder whip, trying to play it aggro, but he walks into a crossfire and he's sent out a body bag. 1 versus 3, Loki, is this gonna push his team to map 2? He's been a beast before and he could awaken yet again. The first skill is on as he's trying to put a spectacle on display. Loki, already the half stick against him and takes the life infinitely. Almost finding that clutch. But RVK keeping the hopes and dreams of Enigma Gaming alive in map 1.
And they are just 1 point away from sending this game into an overtime. Imagine having the first game of this day being sent into overtime. That would be the best way to kick off day 2 of TEC Arena. But Revenant Esports, they've got more than enough money, they've got more than enough firepower, and this is one of the only times they've really fumbled on the B side.
Yeah,
I think because of an unexpected push by Excali Smoke.
That play from Excali and Antidote was good. Blackhawk didn't have any cover as he was putting the spike down.
Yeah.
Rexy just walks out at the rotation. He's like, bro, I'm gonna deny you, denied him, done.
And nobody would have expected that as well, right? He doesn't have bodyguards because nobody thought he needed bodyguards. Enigma are not the kind of team to make those smoke plays. It's Paradox usually who does those smoke shenanigans, who tries to go for the cheeky stuff.
Yeah.
Enigma aren't synonymous with those strategies, but desperate times call for desperate measures. And Excali, that desperation push turns into the doom of Revenant Esports for now.
Yeah, we talk about this best of 3 being a marathon, but when you divide it, map 1, it's a little bit of a desperate moment that Enigma have found themselves in. And in that desperate moment, they get a semblance of hope. They have that round, they have enough money to scrape together a half-decent buy. A little compromise might need to be made. They've finally found a way to deal with the rush that Revenant have been throwing towards that B side on multiple occasions. Now that that's put to a stop, does that deter Revenant? Because it seems unlikely.
No.
And okay, another pop and swing maybe. Paradox spots the player close, and Rexy yet again in a position to make a difference. But this time I think conceding might be the right call to make. He's put himself in an off angle. He's put himself in a position to make a play. He's bought the bait. Now he might just get reeled in, baby. And he is. Man advantage, Revenant Esports, well fought by RVK, and a crucial fight towards mid, which makes the backlines vulnerable. Loki, that lockdown is instrumental as it helps Revenant set up for the post plant.
Backstab coming in from one more player. It's RBK who looks to make the play. But Wimp, he intercepts him, denies him any entry. Wouldn't have expected someone to be under the ramp like that. But now that the lockdown's popped, Enigma Gaming can get back on that retake. Unfortunately, time, it's half gone. The spike's gone, and with it, the hopes of Enigma Gaming as well. Revenant Esports are holding it like a fortress. They've got an iron grip on this one, and they wrap it up.
Map 1, Revenant Esports. It came close. It came down to the last possible round, but they close it out on regulation, on their pick, to maybe give them the edge in this matchup, although I wouldn't take anything away from Enigma Gaming. They played their hearts out in Pearl. They came so close in the map pick of Revenant, which says a lot, because, you know, map 3, Revenant find their issues there. Enigma Gaming, map 2 is their pick. It all adds up to EG taking this, but it's gonna be a long haul if they do.
Yeah, definitely is going to be a long haul. Ascent does seem a little more hopeful for them. And for a moment, there was a glimmer of hope from the side of Enigma Gaming, especially when they got that penultimate round. It was a little iffy, but Revenant Esports just went back to the basics.
Yeah.
You would have realized that in the last round, they didn't even have Paradox teleport in. They just walk in together, keep it simple, trade with each other,
Yeah.
and just stick together, just groupies moving in as a unit.
Yeah, exactly, and the love that Paradox showed to Enigma
Yeah.
towards that B side is unfathomable. The kind of space that he's able to create and the setup from Wimp to then enable players like Knight Rider to take those fights and in a cohesive manner that we've seen in the B side, that's a very, very tall task to dismantle. And
Exactly.
usually it denies that aggressive play as well, right? When you play against a Yoru and you're trying to play aggressive, he's pinging your position and they set up behind them to deal with it, you're essentially putting yourself in a closed box which is headed down a hill. And you don't want to go downhill from here.
Oh, no, definitely not. I mean, at this point, it's not even a roll down the hill kind of situation. Revenant Esports, they were snowballing out of control, especially with their economy in that second half. That's basically what stopped Enigma Gaming from mounting that comeback sooner. I
Yeah.
just kind of think that if their economy hadn't been broken, this game would have been a lot closer. And when I say that, I definitely mean overtime.
I mean, I get what you're saying from, but I feel like Enigma Gaming did get their fair share of breaking economy in that first half. They got a
Yeah,
lot of
of
fortunate
course.
rounds, and that was something that they weren't really able to replicate in that second half, like you mentioned. It cost
Understandable.
them a small amount, and those small mistakes, those fine margins,
Yeah.
are what costs you in a game that ends up 13 to 11. Because you go back to the drawing board, and there are these small attention to detail that you might miss. You might kick yourself thinking that how could I let this through? It's sometimes fortune, especially you take flashbacks to that B side, right, where RVK was more than set up to deal with Paradox's fast play towards elbow.
Yeah.
Still Paradox wins it out. It doesn't make sense, but it simply happened.
I mean, credit where credit is due. I will still say that Enigma Gaming put up a fair fight because these guys were able to not only adjust to whatever Revenant Esports were throwing at them, but in the first half, Enigma Gaming were the one dictating the pace. They were the ones forcing Revenant Esports to make adjustments, which Enigma then anticipated. So it was kind of like Revenant were walking into a trap and Enigma Gaming were just charming them into it, luring them into it.
Yeah.
They did get the lead in the second half, but they did get that lead in the first half.
Yeah.
But in the second one, Revenant Esports used the B side like their bread and butter. They spam that side execute so many times. And every single time, Enigma Gaming can't respond. There was this one successful round where Excali pushed through the smoke, but other than that, nothing decisive really can come through.
True. And in terms of the draft, right, I feel like with either side picking that comfortable initiator, I wholeheartedly support the breach over the KO in a map like this. And let's take a quick look at the scoreboard, because there's a lot of players that deserve the spotlight, but none more than Paradox. Okay, it's actually Logi who managed to beat him to the MVP, which is surprising to me, although Logi did come alive towards the dying end of that second half.
Yeah.
Paradox, though, the sail for World was a Revenant ship.
To be fair, Revenant Esports, everyone lifted their own weight. The frags are consistent across the scoreboard. Paradox, Blackhawk, Knight Rider, everyone lifting their weight. Yeah, Knight Rider did have a slow game in the first half, especially when he was trying to opt towards B long. He didn't find much success. But in the second half, he picked up the slack and they are able to get that win. Wimp, on the other hand, his breach stuns were beautiful.
Yeah.
Remember that one round where Wimp was able to nail that fault line on underpass and then Blackhawk burns them to a crisp with the orbital strike? That indicates that Revenant Esports are changing their image, you know? We think of them as a team that throws bodies and plays aggressively with nothing but sheer brute force, but that execute indicates that they are also a team that can play objectively and with a bunch of combinations.
Yeah, for sure. They've shown versatility at the moment that they needed to.
Yeah.
And versatility is key in a matchup like this. Let's also head to the map MVP. It for sure needs to be either Logi or Paradox, and justifiably Logista, one of the best Sentinel players that we have here in the arena, and it's going to be integral for Revenant Esports to keep a very, very strong mental, because they've gotten the first step ahead in this small journey, but they are nowhere near comfort whatsoever.
Oh yeah, this wasn't comfortable. It seemed like Revenant Esports were about to lose this map, especially at the end of the first half, but the way they picked it up, it indicates there's a crucial flaw in the B-side defense of Enigma Gaming, which Revenant exploited. And in a sense, that is also going to be the case. If they can find the chink in their armor, Enigma Gaming will exploit it and rip it apart, tear a hole.
Yeah, and mind you, Enigma Gaming had a very, very easy time yesterday where their night was basically looking at the stream, seeing what they have to potentially play against, which was Revenant, which was Ascent. It went all the way on Ascent yesterday, where a lot of Revenant's strat book also was exploited, right? We got to see a lot of quick plays through mid at the dying end, and initially they didn't really contest mid. So we've seen a diverse amount of what Revenant have to offer on that map. Enigma, they have a slight edge with that in the bag walking into that matchup, and we just have to be in wait, as it is going to be an exciting map 2 to maybe even force us to a map 3. That's what I envision, but that's something that you guys will have to wait for, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be back with map 2 of this lower bracket right after a small break, so don't go anywhere.
From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics.
Bracket run here in Bengaluru, but with this being Enigma Gaming's map pick of Ascent, with them being a very viable force on Pearl and almost taking that to the finish line and maybe even the dub there, we could have foreseeably seen overtime there, and that was a feasible outcome there, Crips. Luckily, Revenant denied that. They take the lead in this best of 3. They need to maintain it. That's the problem that needs to change.
Yeah, and you also have to consider that Revenant have been regarded as one of those teams which are very open to experimentation. So they are the ones who pick up new maps like Fracture and Pearl right off the bat. So them coming in with a little cheese pick of their own definitely gives them the advantage going into this series. But now that we are down to Ascent, you really can't claim this map as your own. You know, it's one of those maps which is very evenly balanced, and there's really nothing strategically you can do to give yourself an edge. The only thing that this will boil down to is how well you trade, how well your micro communications are, and the intangible stuff that makes a team a good one.
Yeah, and we have Paradox and Antidote waiting alongside Mamba on the stage before we get into Ascent, ladies and gentlemen. So Mamba, it's all you, buddy.
Thank you so much, lads. I do have Paradox and Antidote with me, of course. Look, outside of you, Paradox, you've had a dream run so far. Yesterday, sure, you lost out in the match, but it was a really close one. And the way you played, you've proven yourself. First LAN, first time showing up on a stage like this, and playing with the amount of confidence you have. What's the preparation like?
Actually, there's no preparation. It's all just mental games. Like what I used to play online, it's the same thing which I play online. Just it's the difference is like we are playing with an audience and the enemies are right in front. So like, it all boils down to how strong mentally you are. Like, I don't care, even if you play the best team in the world in front of me, I will be like, bhai, main inko to maar ke hi jaunga. We are going to win against them. That's it.
That's good mentality to have, but Auntie, I want to ask you this. It seems like nothing is going your way right now. Sure, the first pick was Revenant's pick, right? The first map wasn't your pick. But it's been a tough 2 days. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, yeah, it's a different situation. It's not like the past 2 LANs or whatever it is. We are not the favorites anymore, but I mean, yeah, this is a part of the game. If sometimes it's not, some days are not your day. So, but we are here to fight. Team Enigma, everyone knows that, you know, we are all fighters. We fought a lot before, and we are still here. We are not out, so don't count us out yet, guys.
You know what? Let me do you and you both a favor. You can rally the troops. I will let you rally the troops as well, but Auntie, I'll let you start.
All right, guys, you know what to say? 3, 2, 1!
I just heard Paradox asking what was our chant, but nonetheless, you can ask the audience as well to cheer for you.
Do one thing, but just chill out. Go RNT.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Auntie. Para, good luck. You can settle in. Auntie, here you go. But our wonderful boys on the desk are waiting for us. So over to you.
Well, Antidote said it there, right? They're fighters. They fought it off here in map 1. Now we head over to Ascent, where the fight's truly gonna start for Enigma Gaming. It's an upward climb, but it's a climb worth watching, ladies and gentlemen, because this undoubtedly is gonna be 2 crucial hours if Enigma Gaming need to keep that lower bracket dream alive and up and running. What do you think, Crips? What are we going to get to witness? Because the map veto, it's pretty one-dimensional, right? We mentioned the fact that either side could take this and we could go to the decider. But with Icebox being the decider, it's very, very crucial that Enigma Gaming come in with a very, very dominant reply, just like what Revenant did against VLT yesterday in map 2.
Exactly. Right now, Enigma Gaming may have the chance that rally the troops, but Revenant have a war cry. They don't have any words coming out of their mouth, just pure emotion, aggression, and the intent to intimidate.
Ascent. Now, we talk about intimidation, right? Now, let's talk about Revenant Esports, because that's kind of what they do. They kind of get up all in your face. They want to really push the aggro, and they just do not stop holding W on a lot of the attacking rounds. Yesterday, we got to see a lot of instances where it was just a solo mission half the time for Knight Rider when he had to make a play through market, when they had to split B, and it was very decisive, because the moments that he found himself making that play, nobody was looking at him. Nobody was making any kind of noise towards market, and with so much distraction being brought in from main, it's like a setup working in tandem. And I'm surprised that Revenant really didn't do prep work. I think that might be a slight...
That's a lie. That's
I think that's a white lie coming in from Paradox, as it feels like Revenant are well prepped, at least in terms of what we got to see from them yesterday on Pearl and what we got to see from them today. It feels like a different story that Revenant Esports have to offer, and at least in terms of the game style and game approach, that has to some extent changed. On Ascent though, is that a difference maker? I feel like that is the signature and the trademark of Revenant Esports on Ascent, just aggression.
Both the sides going for a similar lineup, the only difference being the initiator. RBK on the Sova, like he's always practiced, Wimp on the fade, deadly as ever with his jumps. But I'm just really surprised to see that. Actually, I'm not surprised to see the fact that Killjoy has been picked up by both these teams. They've abandoned the chamber, especially since this update has dropped really, really soon. And it's difficult for the teams to adapt to it because it came just a day before the tournament started. So all of them having to go back to the old meta of Killjoy buying time and setting up the nanoswarms, that is going to come back into play. And we're going old school, baby. It's Ascent. Back how it was supposed to be.
Your agent.
So, in case anybody's wondering what the main contrast is, especially on this map between a chamber and a jet, right? A chamber is the most secure way to play aggressive. But when you're playing aggressive with a jet, you have more leverage that you can take. It's more high risk, but it's also high reward. And that's the big difference here. On a map like Ascent, we've seen that Killjoy be staple from since this map has released. That changed over with the Chamber's introduction and with the viability the Chamber gave to not only take control of mid from the get-go, from the pistol with the headhunter, you can be lethal, but also with that operator. We've seen Knight Rider come alive with it on multiple occasions in the last map, in Pearl. In fact, the last few rounds, it was Knight Rider just going absolutely berserk alongside Paradox. So I'm hoping to see a whole lot more from where that came from.
Honestly, Knight Rider, he did go berserk towards the end of that map, but he did not really have a great start. He was shut down quite brutally in that first half, but he somehow found his mojo, found his calling, and finds an answer as well to respond to Enigma. A decisive reply as well. Can Enigma clap back?
They have to. They're a map down, but Enigma Gaming are the more experienced out of the bunch. They have not only experience in South Asia. They've played against Made in Thailand, they've played against teams from Vietnam, they've played against Global Esports and Velocity multiple times. So you know that they have the mettle, but this is where they need to dig deep. Bengaluru, are you ready for map 2? Enigma, their turn to fight back.
And right off the bat, we go for a good old B push. The Nanoswarm holding them back momentarily, but if they can just hold Enigma back while the smokes fade, it would be great. Revenant Esports pick up the pace by pushing in towards B-Link and Revenant. They've already found the opening kill. Blackhawk starting things off. Enigma tried to overcompensate by pushing all the way into its defender's spawn side, hoping to keep Revenant's two-pronged attack at bay. But they have found themselves in two crucial situations. The trade not possible, leaving Rex in a near impossible 1v2. He can't win the first one, and Revenant Esports go off to a flying start.
Yeah, Enigma Gaming kind of anticipated this, right? They know that the front line is going to be breached at any moment, and you have to give credit where credit is due. With the counter that Revenant had to offer, pushing that back lines, it was a very, very decisive play that they made in the matter of milliseconds. What Enigma did that towards defender spawn is justifiable because they lost the back lines and they need to have a two-pronged defense. And the only setup position from there on after is the rotation through spawn.
I mean, I can't even deny that Enigma Gaming had to go into the CT side area, because if they wouldn't, they would get sandwiched, and that's a terrible tasting sandwich. You do not want a single bite of it. But Revenant, they take the massive chunk, they take the pistol, and hopefully they should be able to carry the momentum forward. But there are certain weapons on Enigma. A Marshall has been picked up. Let's see if we can deliver the value that Raw Fuel needs to find.
Yeah, a couple of sheriffs as well. A repeat of map 1 maybe? You never really know. RVK, he is known as a Sheriff Maestro, but he's well dealt with by Blackhawk. The point should give him added information, and this is a mow down from Blackhawk. This range just supplements the Spectre, but Rexy's peak all the way from bottom mid changes that picture. Now, Enigma Gaming, they have a Spectre, they're a man down, but they have positioning, and it's split positioning, so they're hoping for aggression on the other side. Are they going to be offered that fight? That's a different question, and that's something that only Revenant Esports can throw away.
Yeah, they've already lost one player. They cannot afford to lose any more. But the moment I say that, Wim brings back the decisive man advantage. They can't afford to take too many losses, and I don't think they will. But the weapon acquired by Excali might be the change that Enigma have been looking for. And since they waited for so long towards a shot, Excali now makes his presence known. His following jet, Rocky also trying to come into aid. Unfortunately, he can't cross over safely. He needs to dig that spike out of the short region, but with such little time left, there's really no hope of him planting either. Might as well just try to inflict economy damage so that going into the next round, Enigma have a clean bonus.
Yeah, and Rofio really shouldn't save. He can't afford to live. He needs the bonus. He needs the amount of, he needs the money, essentially.
10 seconds left.
He's going to walk into that crossfire, and it's dealt with significantly easily. Revenant Esports, a very good job here with the Spectres. They keep things next to clinical. Only a member lost, that being Blackhawk, who already got like 2 kills. So he's getting closer and closer to his ultimate as well. Although this is going to be Revenant Esports facing off against the buy that Enigma Gaming now have in the bag.
Yeah, a bonus for Revenant now comes into play. But can they make it count? They don't look for the victory, they don't look for the dub, but Revenant Esports have been known to hold these cheeky angles, especially Paradox making those smoke shenanigan plays. I would really look forward to Enigma Gaming just clearing every single thing and playing it methodically, lest they walk into a trap.
Oh, 0 point from either side, and neither was able to deny. So information exchanged, utility denied, and it's more or less going to be a standstill at B main position. You know, you really need the utility to try and get an edge on that fight. Blackhawk setting himself up for a cheeky play. He has a little bit of impatience. That ghost though, yeah, he becomes a ghost after that peak. Man disadvantage, Revenant Esports weaponry disadvantage, and they're heavily reliant on Enigma maybe walking in CQC into a crossfire for them to have the ability to claw their way back into this round.
Yeah, but there are no crossfires available right now on Revenant Esports. B site left unmanned. They've got some semblance of defense towards the mid region where Wimp is playing off of Logi's contact as he jump spots. But towards A either, Revenant Esports have found nothing. They send the jet all the way down towards A link, which indicates it's going to be a B play. But can Revenant do anything to stop it? Absolutely nothing. At least not yet.
Yeah. He trying to spam his way through the smoke, and that almost found connection. So the spike planted, time, not of the essence. And the fight needs to be forced from Revenant Esports. That Nitra is breaking that alarm bot, forces a little bit of eyes towards the backlines. There are two members towards that main position, so they're going to try playing off Rexy's aggression here. Raw fuel, not good for the first, but are they going to expect Antidote, who almost whiffs the double P, and it secures it. Enigma Gaming now on the back with the fight that needed to be forced, done. Revenant Esports need to get the closure though. The off-angle being played by Excali alongside his teammate, where they work in tandem and they play off each other brilliantly. Timing and the power of friendship is what win Enigma that B side.
Excali playing on swing, his teammate playing on contact, the bait and switch approach that these guys have, it's almost like they took a book out of Stalin's, they took a page out of Stalin's book. They, they approached the burn ground, a hollow ground strategy, and it works. Revenant Esports, they weren't able to get the cake, but at least they bowled it down to just one man left alive, and that's enough economic damage done.
Yep. That's gonna put Enigma Gaming in a position of that, right? Because let's say Revenant Esports with the buy are now able to derail them. A significant lead then can be accrued by Revenant Esports. A little bit of information that he did gather towards me, but it's a split approach that Enigma Gaming are trying to employ without the emphasis on mid. They're focused towards either main, and they're yet to find a fight. They're yet to find a peak. Revenant Esports now have a very difficult decision. What did they do? Did they give up the side? Did they fight main, or did they try contesting mid? Because utility is exchanged, and by each passing second, Enigma try to inch closer towards a gunfight.
And it's gonna be a standard B hit. No crunch coming in from mid. Rex plants the lockdown, but you know for a fact Revenant want to take this down. They have no choice. Now that Loki's been distracted and denied, Wimp still holding strong. There's no way he can fall back. He's gonna get detained, and it's up to his teammates to save him, but no backup comes through. He dies in vain, and nothing can be done by Blackhawk either. Enigma take the cake by a mile.
Spike planted.
A lot of miscommunication, I'd say, for Revenant. They were not able to commit to that double peak. There needed to be a trade, or they needed to back off together. That's how you play the numbers in a position like that. And you didn't see anything from Revenant. It's just Enigma brooding their force, might, and whim in a round which allows them to just break Revenant's momentum. And whatever they gain from the pistol, whatever they gain from the flawless anti-eco thereafter, goes down the drain. Yet again, we go dead even. And this is early days in a sense, so I'm expecting to see a whole lot more of this.
A whole lot of where this came from. But I do want to point out one interesting thing, In the pistol round, we saw Enigma push all the way towards the without taking losses. Enigma.
I'm thinking now, what's the hypothetical way that works? You know, how to take wins without having any problems whatsoever. I think the setup that Enigma Gaming are going for is a little to throw Revenant off guard, where they take mid controls on rounds where they have inferior weapons. When they have the Vandals, when they have the opportunity to take those long range fights, then they try to focus in towards main. So if you want to win rounds consistently, it has to be around the late presence towards mid, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Either towards A short or market.
And that's an avenue that hasn't been explored yet by either team. The only time Revenant didn't go for the mid push was in the pistol, where they were trying to crunch Enigma. We haven't really seen any more mid pushes from Revenant, neither from Enigma, but that is just for the time being. And as we step into round number 6, Enigma Gaming are back to their default. They've sent a couple players down A main, 2 players still holding B main. Meanwhile, RVK tries to walk in towards tree. There's only a turret standing in his way, so his presence will be detected. But Wimp, he's looking to make his presence known. Meanwhile, Knight Rider has already punished any approaching intruders. The operator still singing the song of death.
Yeah.
Maybe it can bring them the cigar of victory as well.
And that drone alongside that recon, alongside that turret breaking, dead giveaway that RVK is there, but it's a fake. Enigma Gaming now wanting to head towards that B side. The play towards Switch, and Rockfuel will be denied with that paranoia. Beautiful play, beautiful finish from Paradox. Alongside Wimp support, they make this defense hold momentarily, although Enigma Gaming still having possibilities to fight back here. No play from Paradox could be denied, as there was no LOS whatsoever. And he gets himself the double. That B side looks rock solid as Paradox just goes in tandem with Wimp. And in that position, Rockfuel was a sitting duck there.
30 seconds left.
A duck that needs to be shot, hunted. I'm sure we've all played duck hunt in our childhoods, but this is high stakes. This is something else. RVK forced to save, forced to face the saving penalty as well, with him having no money in the next round. But I'm still okay with this. I'm still okay with Enigma Gaming having an economic meltdown in the middle of the first half rather than at a scoreline where they cannot recover from.
Yeah.
This is something that happened to them at around 11-10 in the previous map, and it basically spelled doom for them.
Exactly.
At least there's a glimmer of hope in a situation like this.
Revenant Esports have put together a small lead. The way that they played the last round, they managed to keep a lot of weapons still up. It is a very, very good defense that they put towards B. The exploit that RVK tried to go towards mid, there was nobody to punish that whatsoever, which is surprising because he was the solo Sova. You never really see a Sova go all alone, because Sova more or less tries to set up your jet, tries to set up Rockfuel to make that play towards Switch. I think that Enigma Gaming were trying to sell a fake there with RVK's presence. You know, that drone alongside that turret breaking might just give them the wrong idea. That never happened though. Paradox was very, very true to the call that his team has made.
Yeah, but even though they were holding the defaults, the setup that's supposed to punish any Revenant aggression, it failed. The default, while there was nothing wrong with the positioning they took, the way they held it and the gunfights that went in the favor of Revenant send an astounding message. A message that loudly and clearly declares Revenant as the superior team here with respect to firepower. Enigma Gaming have a few tricks in their bag, but will those tricks be able to triumph the tremendous power that Revenant have stored in their muscles?
Yeah. You talk about stored, they managed to store that operator as well. They've not lost it. They are in prime position now to just put their foot down on the pedal and just sail into the horizon.
Yeah.
This is a very, very important round for RVK to deal damage. That's exactly the expectation that Enigma are walking into this round with. Doesn't matter if they don't take the dub here. They need to make things sweaty for Revenant Esports, and a quick play now towards mid. This is what we've been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. And now with Rockfuel leading the charge on his blades, he can be mobile and lethal at the same time, which is the worst combo when you have a jet like this against you.
Oh, no elevation available towards CT, so he doesn't get punished, but Wimp is still making the look good towards lane 1. He's got the double, which required him to sacrifice his life, but he at least buys time for Loki. He's still flashed, he's letting the player sneak in, but when his eyes open, he's gonna send everyone down into the dumpster. Rockfuel looking to reclaim his lost pride, but now he's up against the other jet. The two Korean fighters, Knight Rider and Raw Fuel, look to the horns with Raw Fuel coming out clutch.
That fast play towards market, that's what we've been hyping about. That's what we've been waiting for. And Revenant didn't see that coming. That play from Wimp was beautiful because he lined himself the double, but everything else thereafter. Loki was flashed again. The UI might betray you from time to time. It was so good right up until the very end. Right up until Raw Fuel was allowed to cause chaos and carnage.
Exactly, and all of that chaos emerged from lane 1. Both Wimp and Raw Fuel stepping up, both of them just trying to buy time for their teammates to get into training positions. But the way Loki walked past blinded, that seemed a bit awkward, but it turned around. This time, once again, Enigma looked to exploit mid. We haven't seen this from them before, except in the previous rounds, but they have a different approach this time. Instead of sending multiple members down mid, they have Rawfield stationed towards the left and right cubby, not triggering the alarm bot. Meanwhile, his teammates look to make contact towards tree.
Yeah, they look out for any kind of counter-aggression as well. That Smoke's just gonna put a stop to any of their quests towards A short. It's a stalemate that Enigma Gaming find themselves in towards mid. And again, it's about patience, right? You need to find your timing to strike in a position like this. It's all going to be based on the rotation, and that's what Rawfield catches off guard. Blackhawk did not know what hit him. They have the opportunity to yet again make that play through market, and that seems to be the trend. Wimp, no utility that he can use, but his gun is more than what he needs to have fun.
Wimp, though, this might be a situation where he was trapped alone, but look at what Paradox is doing. He's coming in to help him out. PK goes unchecked, finally gets accounted for by Loki, but this is a bit too late. Also, while this is happening, take a look at what Rex is attempting. He's been working on this flank for a long time, and it finally pays off. They're divided now. Enigma Gaming have a chance to plant the spike. They hear him cross across lane 1, and he makes the transition towards CT, but they can't run all the way to the A side. They're trying to go back around market. There's no way they can plant the spike. They have to go for the fight. Rexy needs to pick up this duel, and Loki isn't giving it to him. He's playing the time. They win the start. What on earth was that judgment?
I think either side was confused and in a frenzy.
Yeah.
Enigma Gaming are like, let's go towards A. Oh, we don't have time. Revenant are like, dude, where are they?
I mean, Revenant for a second thought that, yeah, sure, they might have been making the transition towards A side, but they knew for a fact they weren't able to make it. All that Revenant needed to do was stay alive, and Enigma Gaming hunt them down to the ends of the earth. They find every single player. They dispatch them into the netherrealm.
Oh goodness, this is gonna be an exciting best 3 if this does go to map 3, because rounds like these, you couldn't script them, you couldn't write them.
And none of this was planned from either team. You could feel the tension, you could feel the panic, it was palpable, but Paradox, he can sense the presence of his enemies around him, and as he looks to make this smoke shenanigan work yet again, he's making a big gamble. Decides to go against it for now, so Enigma Gaming won't have Shorty stuck in their faces, but it's still there. This defensive smoke has a little curvature outwards, but Enigma take no chance. They spray everything they have.
Yeah, the 2 point really did help them get a confirmation. Rexy with the follow-up for that smoke play as Revenant Esports try to make a play with those pistols. It did work on one occasion, but this isn't going to be one of them. Enigma learned their lesson and are trying to tread with security like they need to. The Sheriff is going to turn the tails.
Last player
RBK
standing.
gets that frag. Easy, clinical, good. Enigma Gaming, they take this A side,
and they keep it clean. That's the most important part. Honestly, given the bar that Revenant had, the only thing that they could have gone for are those shorty plays. They just look to grab some weapons off of Enigma Gaming and hope to lose, make them lose some traction rather. But Enigma Gaming are very methodical, very meticulous in checking every angle, spraying every smoke, aware about the possibilities of them lurking around in smokes. These smoke shenanigans really were a pain in the neck for Enigma in the previous map. So often were Revenant able to find success on the back of it, and they can't have the last map being repeated again. They cannot afford to have a deja vu.
Yeah, Antidote has an operator, and now he's going to go head-to-head against Knight Rider. That's if we are fortunate enough to find that duel. And a split approach this time from Enigma Gaming, where they send RVK yet again towards that mid position. He's not discovered the whereabouts of Knight Rider whatsoever, who's holding his position down with that operator and could be on a peak at any moment.
We've seen this before from either team. Enigma Gaming holding back, waiting for Revenant aggression. Meanwhile, Revenant just simply not pursuing any leads. They have the wait and swing ready towards B main, but Logi, he's ready for the fight. Still wins the duel. The Prowlers are available to his aid, but unfortunately, Wimp, the man who was looking to help him out, has been sent back again. Rexy just going ham right now, single-handedly clearing B main and taking this side for himself. But the spike is still towards T base, so maybe Blackhawk still has a chance. If he can somehow kill the spike carrier, this should be a doable round for Revenant Esports, but they are so far away from each other. Blackhawk has no backup. Paradox, he's busy dealing with Excali, who's keeping him occupied over here, and even though Excali loses his life, it's okay because his teammates can now plant the spike safely towards B.
HP is going to be a spot of concern for Enigma Gaming, and they have the lockdown to kind of confirm the round if they do predict it going south. Is that something they invest? Rex is thinking about it. He's taken his sweet time to buy added time, and
there is one thing though. The fragment, it's available. If he can get a lineup for it, he can send it down towards the lockdown and maybe break it, but they go in with their bodies instead. And Enigma with the crossfires are stable.
Rexy quad kill in a round where the setup towards B main looked solid. I'm astounded at the fact that they were just not able to trade each other off. The fact that Rexy is just able to continuously forward his swing is... it's unfathomable that Revenant are not able to account for this.
And not just to you, but to their opponents as well.
Oh god, this lockdown invested, lead accrued, Revenant Esports are looking solid as well. It was a moment of weakness that they did show, but their economy isn't in a spot of bother that just yet. Hoping to see them have an aggressive round, even if it's on the back of maybe Sheriffs or Marshals. We've seen that aggression, especially on this map, pan out in their favor in moments that we least expect.
And that's what you have to expect, don't you? Nobody saw that moment of scuffle coming through towards BCT side and the rotation round which caught both the teams off guard. It just really goes to show how stable Enigma are when it comes to these sticky situations, because their comms were crystal clear. Their intentions might have been unclear for a moment, but they found their calling and they found the right play, and they also found the right kills. With that, Enigma Gaming have taken the lead. They look to extend this to 7-4, but Revenant Esports are also well equipped with all the ultimates that they require. Blade Storm popped already, weaponry lacking, but firepower not so much.
Yeah, and it's not an aggressive approach from Knight Rider either. He's trying to rotate around with his blades, see where he can pick and choose his fights. Triple setup towards A main, and this might promote them to play this aggressively. They get information, and it's Rex on the other end. He's been quite on the tear already. The setup now towards this mid play. Knight Rider still not equipping that win. Oh, he was dead the moment he made that updraft, and Rawfuel, what a flick. He was looking the other way, and a quick turnaround ensures that they maintain this round in a critical fashion so far. Paradox has been very fortunate with his Bucky plays, and that's the one time it's failed. Blackhawk.
Last player standing.
Yeah, it's a kangaroo that he's essentially fighting off against. And
a kangaroo that kicks hard?
Yes, sir.
Kicks directly at your wallet?
Well, they're certainly kicking up because it's 7-4. And the Heat picking up Revenant Esports, they're in prime position to man this fight back. A 7-5 half would not be bad, Krebs. That would be very doable, and that's something that we did get to see yesterday as well. It was a 7-5 in the favor of VLT.
Yeah. But then again, we know how that match turned out. Revenant Esports are in a similar sticky situation right now. It's deja vu for them all over again, but at least they have what they require, and that is none other than Knight Rider on the op. He's only got light armor, so a single dink of the Phantom also should be enough, but RBK, without any other utility except for the recon dart, goes in for the Blind Hunter's Fury, which doesn't connect. Response comes through with the Nightfall as well, but Revenant Esports don't find too much on the back of it. In fact, they lose Paradox towards A. As well, the timing catches him off guard. Rex looking to make things awkward as Revenant Esports find a semblance of putting towards B, but to no avail. This site has been lost, and the half as well.
Stay
Nice,
down.
Maybe
rebuttal
not
of the
just yet.
crosser. Yeah, it's still a very hard position that Nice Rider finds himself in. With that operator, it's almost a done deal. 8-4, Enigma Gaming. They had about 7 rounds in about 4 rounds, 5 rounds in consecutive fashion. There were positions where Revenant were fighting back. They looked to be in control. They had confidence in their setup, and they were willing to play it aggressive. The frags might have come in, but the rounds certainly have stopped, and there's been a dry spot for a while on the Revenant side. Of course, it is the pistol. It is what we expect Revenant to win. Maybe finally a little bit of a sweet taste of victory might turn the ship around. Because
but it's
they
gonna take
have a
long.
long walk if they want to end this in map 2, if they want to finish this 2-0. If you're Revenant, you do not want a map 3.
You definitely don't, and that's exactly why you need to keep cutting off these rotations at the stem. Just nip it at the bud. That's one thing that Enigma were fairly successful with, especially when it came to the Revenant rotations. They were able to catch them so often and punish these. Not just that, not just catch the rotations, they were also able to keep people like Paradox stationed on the A side for way too long. Way more than he should have been there. And it's this hold that's keeping Enigma Gaming in this game. Of course, the fact that Raw Fuel being accused of smurfing is also a factor, but it's primarily the brain games that they're playing against Revenant.
I feel like Enigma Gaming, especially on that attack, had a two-pronged strategy where they dumped utility towards B main.
Towards the last few rounds, yeah.
Yeah, and also with that swarm grenade, they bought time as well. So a lot of distraction and a lot of comms were being used towards that B main position.
Yeah.
Raw Fuel, he wasn't expected there whatsoever.
So, I mean, I can only imagine what the comms in Revenant Esports might have been like, right? Because they're seeing people towards A, B, both the sides, then they're like, yeah, Enigma Gaming is going for a default. Let's just hold back, boys. And it's that mentality that kept them from rotating preemptively.
Yeah.
Revenant are a super aggressive team, and they did not really show any glimpses of that in the first half. Maybe that will change as we head into the second half, ladies and gentlemen. It's Revenant Esports look to close this map and the series 2-0 with Enigma Gaming fighting for their tournament lives. They've got the lead, they've got an entry into the site, but they still haven't found the spike as RBK finds one through the doorway and the smoke. The Dweller in the darkness, he brings forth the light, and as Revenant Esports bleed their way into the site, Enigma Gaming have more than enough resources to mount this retake.
Yeah, this should be a smite though from Enigma Gaming because they have that numbers advantage. They have been patient with their approach, and it's everybody just boxed in here. This A side is riddled with Revenant, and it's all left on a Paradox. He might be a hero, but how much could you ask? Oh, the double! He finds himself a little bit of room. The Shroud Step, he's playing around with their heads. Almost. The mind games though put to bed. A very, very integral play there as they both penetrate that smoke, they find that kill, and they gain control. They deny the pistol, and this is an Enigma Gaming that's looking business today. They have no other agenda. If they win the pistol, they get the opportunity with the Spectres. If they clean that clinically, then they get the bonus. So that's essentially them already on the verge of double digits.
And while their track record of winning pistols has been somewhat impeccable, the next few rounds that follow, they have been shaky. That was the case in Pearl as well. This might just be the case in Ascent, and if it is, all the momentum that Enigma have built up might just get washed away, with Revenant finding a small entrance to get back and claw their way into this game.
Yeah. Spectres up, not really up close and personal, but they are trying to keep their range. They're trying to play off angles and they're trying to play off each other. That is a dead giveaway. Excali 0 Point giving away the fact that it is a B commitment. Has flashes to aid him on his peak. Blackhawk though quickly finds him. This is a force from Revenant, and it's gone all so wrong, all so sad. They weren't expecting this one bit. Even with the buy, even with the weaponry, Revenant simply not able to fight back against Enigma, as Enigma, living up to their name, inculcating that fear into the bones of Revenant Esports. It's been a very long time since we've seen Revenant even pick up around Crips.
Yeah. And it's this momentum that Enigma Gaming carries forward that could be the deterrent for Revenant to close out this game. Economy has been the struggle of Enigma so far, but it's Revenant Esports who lead in in a way where they can somehow pull Enigma Gaming into different directions, but they fail to capitalize on that later on.
Yeah. And that's costed them because they didn't have much room in the second half to begin with. So that force is going to be one that they were hoping pans out in a different manner. A very, very swift play, a double-prong attack towards main, which buys a little bit of distraction for Nightfighter. Although a very, very good fight from Logi is all that Revenant had this round. Nobody else able to deliver. And again, Enigma are trying to do this in clinical fashion.
Stylish frags from Logi, but I kind of felt like all that Revenant Esports wanted to do is just gather information on what the Enigma defaults look like. You see where the spike was. They never even took the spike away from the spawn. They had it stationed over there. It was just looking to fight on every possible avenue. But those fights don't go in their favor, which is kind of uncharacteristic, you know. In Pearl, Revenant Esports were just kicking the hell out of Enigma Gaming, especially when it came to those individual duels. But now the table seems to have turned convincingly, that too.
Convincing. That's the important part. This is Enigma Gaming. What?
Fake dash. They just wanted to make them look away.
Hoping
to sell the fake that Revenant Esports might look back for just a second, which could take the attention away from mid. The area that Knight Rider now looks to exploit, but he wins the fight, and this will give them all that they require. Blackhawk also punishing any rotations coming in from the short region, but Excali, he cannot afford to repeat that same position. Needs to regroup with his teammates, and he desperately does, because now Enigma Gaming are very split apart. There's no backup available for either of these players, but RBK doesn't need any backup. Kills Paradox, and with that, with no presence, he can say, man, we can anticipate this coming, and Antidote is ready for it.
Yeah, more than ready for it. He was just biding his time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, and he yet again goes overlooked. Logi, that's all alone, and to his demise, he tries his very best. Nothing you can expect when the spike is in such an open position. Enigma Gaming, they have successfully silenced Revenant Esports, and they're teaching Revenant Esports an important lesson. Fear the Enigma.
Well, fear is a tool, you know, as Green Lantern would say. The only thing that can cross the fight is willpower, which Revenant Esports seem to be lacking right now, as Enigma Gaming are just running them out of this map, chasing them out of the server. Map number 3 seems inevitable at this point, unless Revenant Esports find it in them to mount, to just overcome these insurmountable odds. Maybe Rawfield's pick can be the start of the end, but Revenant Esports are holding back.
Yeah, that could have been an insane flick if Rawfield managed to hit it. And Revenant Esports now have an idea that they're playing up against an operator. Like Scally, he made a brilliant play from the same position yesterday, and he's looking to hold his B site like they've been doing consistently. It's been an impenetrable fort for all Revenant are concerned. Yet again, Utility pushing them back, and RBK confirming their whereabouts.
And in case things go wrong, Revenant Esports have a lockdown to play with, but RBK, he's not Boston! Whip doesn't detect him, and he's driving them all down! Excali and RBK come through with the 1-2 punch combo. This could be the knockout blow. This could be the end. The map that sends us into number 3. Paradox, though, still putting up a fight. He's not willing to go gentle into that good night. Rockfield puts him out of his misery, and we are going to map number 3.
Revenant. It's a taunt that Enigma Gaming are throwing at them, not only on the server, but even off the server.
Oh, absolutely, buddy. That's called consistency. You know, you have to replicate the behavior you show in game in real life as well. Scare tactics, basic rules.
It did work for Orangutan on day 1, so...
So, yeah.
Enigma Gaming, after they got the taste of that medicine, they want to use it as well, and that's exactly what they did. A resounding victory in Map 2 with a very dominant scoreline. But more than the scoreline, I'd say what was more dominant was the fact that they didn't allow Revenant to have a semblance of comfort both on the defense and on the offense. Notably, their defense.
I'm actually glad that you brought up the comfort factor, because Revenant seemed off, right? their usual game style is super aggressive in your face, and except for the first pistol round, we never saw a glimpse of that aggression.
Exactly.
It's almost like they were not themselves. They just did not play the way that they usually do.
Yeah, and just to think of it, right? Think of the couple of rounds that they did win. It was up against all odds. Flashbacks to the round where they had only sheriffs, and it was the 1v1 that was inevitably won by Knight Rider, where they had the information and they had the play set up. So there are very crucial rounds that you win in a best of 3, but those crucial rounds come on the back of consistent gun runs that you're able to pull off and consistent results that you're able to string together. The only thing consistent was the carnage and Enigma Gaming being on the winning end of it.
And it did not even seem like bloody, gory carnage. It seemed very calm and composed, because for the most part, Enigma Gaming on the first half, they were just creeping up, taking control as they require. And it's a pseudo contact play because they don't make any noise before they get spotted. But once Revenant catch a glimpse of what they're doing, they pull off the brakes, they hit that W key, and they keep sending it until they get that site and the round as well.
Yeah, I feel like one thing you do have to give props to for Enigma, especially on their attack, is the ability for them to play so proactively as they're split. I want to highlight one important round. It was the round where RVK pulled off the Hunter's Fury and was just gunning it down towards B main.
Yeah,
the utility invested, the amount of peaks that were taken were nada, so they had nothing to confirm it, and they were able to play off the back of misinformation. Let's quickly head to the scoreboard, because there was a couple of moments where I had my own doubts as to who could be the MVP.
Yeah.
For Revenant, they had a lot to rely on, especially in terms of Paradox and Knight Rider, right? On a map like Ascent, a Knight Rider, an operator is harder and a little more different to run than on other maps. And Knight Rider, even though he was given the opportunity a couple of times, I think only 1 or 2 times, he was never really able to fully unfold into the demon he is. And that's mainly due to the way that Enigma Gaming were able to modulate their pacing.
Yeah, and the narration has changed, the storyline has changed. Up until now, the storyline was that Enigma are the more strategically sound side, meanwhile Revenant bring that raw firepower. But the stats indicate quite the opposite. Every single player on Enigma with positive KD, every single one on Revenant, not even 1 KD. So it's just like they're losing the gunfights. And maybe this is by design. Maybe Revenant wanted to play it a little more passively because they expected Enigma to be super proactive, which they were for the most part of the game, but they just did not find their groove.
Yeah, and if you look at Enigma Gaming, the MVP from their end is Rexy, right?
Yeah.
The amount of responsibility Rexy had was a lot, and he's able to go above and beyond. Let's also head to the map MVP of map 2, and that is gonna be Rexy, undoubtedly. If I'm not mistaken, 3 rounds that he single-handedly won for Enigma Gaming, that quad killed and the triple entry towards B main. Berserk stuff, considering he's the one playing the Killjoy. He killed the Joy of Revenant.
I mean, there wasn't much to begin with, but he slays whatever little hope is left. And some of these rounds where Rexy stepped up, they were super confusing rounds, super chaotic, with Loki just running past his enemies blind, his teammates also not being able to follow up. Revenant also, while they were in disarray, Enigma were not able to confirm that authority over that site.
True.
And in those shaky moments where both the teams were vulnerable, Rexy stood strong. He stood above the rest with his head held high.
Yeah, one glaring problem that I find is the ability to play post-plant is next to nada when we look at Revenant on their offense. There were so many occasions where Revenant, they either didn't have the numbers, they didn't get the spike down, and when they got the spike down, they were able to just get boxed in. They didn't have position towards main. They don't have another avenue to play aggressive. That is stuff that's easily punished by a team like Enigma Gaming, who understands significance behind that. And the reason I say they understand the significance is, throw back to the pistol round. They played aggressively through that defender spawn rotation. They took the fight. They took the L there. No problemo. The basics is what wins them the games.
Yeah, and the basics were clear for Enigma Gaming. They realized what they don't have, they realize what they can do to fix the problem. They make amends, and they make them in time.
True, true. Now, map 3, the decider, to see which team gets to continue their lower bracket run. Revenant Esports, undoubtedly the dark horse and the underdogs of this tournament. They had their calling against VLT yesterday, but they were just a step behind to performing greatness and brilliance. And you know, you look at the other side. You think of Enigma Gaming's matchup yesterday against Orangutan. That matchup was an absolute brawl fest, just like match 2. So both these teams find themselves in the lower bracket due to just misfortune and small attention to detail that did not go their way.
Yeah, but in this one, it wasn't about the small attention to detail. It was mostly about those big, boasting, loud frags, which Rexy was able to take in the mid-round situations. Brofuel and Excali both delivering towards the starting end of the round, and they were like the spearheads of their team. Meanwhile, Rexy was that little quiver towards the end, which basically lodges itself into the opponent's body and makes them bleed dry.
Yeah, true. And you know, it's been a long day. There is map 3 that everybody is prepping for, the players, us, everybody. So while we're prepping for that, you at home, ladies and gentlemen, can take a look at what your favorite esports athlete's mind goes in terms of Valorant. So we'll be right back after this.
Okay guys, Revenant Esports, welcome to the TEC Arena. This is your first Valorant quiz to see which one of you knows the game best. We start off with the question, straightforward, simple. The name of the first ever act.
Ignition.
Okay, very good. +1 to Para.
USA.
I'll give it to you. That is USA Alaska. +1 more.
Viper.
Okay. Yes, okay. I'll give it to Wim. +1 for Wim. Which country is Astra from?
Ghana.
Ghana, yes, that is correct. Logi with one.
Radiohead.
CBSE कौन सा बोर्ड से पढ़ के हैं?
महाराष्ट्र स्टेट बोर्ड. बहुत जेई है.
हाँ.
साइबर.
हाँ. ये सिंपल
यूरो में ना यहाँ तो बोल देना ही.
पता है?
कोई एक -1 टीम के लिए ले लेना. हाँ, कुछ भी बोल दे पैराडॉक्स.
I'll give the answer. It's Rio Kiritani.
No chance.
No chance. Okay, ready? Knight, your time starts now.
Cypher, Chamber, Jet, Phoenix, Sage, Reyna, Fade, Sky, Breach. Killjoy.
Done.
Killjoy.
Okay, I'll take Killjoy.
10.
That's 10. Alright. 10 for Knight. Logi, your time starts now.
Killjoy, Cypher, Brimstone, Astra, Phoenix, Reyna, Viper, Chamber. बस. ये तो अभी वहाँ से चालू करते हैं. वो भी शांत था.
नहीं, बिल्कुल भी नहीं. Para next.
This is Para. Your time starts now.
Astra, Brim, Breach, Killjoy, Cypher, Chamber, Viper, Yoru, Phoenix, Jet, Neon, then which one? Bumble. Renta.
Done. Time up. Okay, 11 is the number to beat. Wimp, your time starts now.
Jet, Reyna, Phoenix, Sky, Killjoy, Cypher, Yoru, Neon, KO, Astra, Omen, Brimstone.
Done.
13.
Okay, we have a new leader. Blackhawk, your number to beat is 13.
Okay.
Your number to beat is 13. Ready? Your time starts now.
Brimstone, Astra, Viper, Killjoy, Sky, Phoenix, Raze, Neon, Jet, Omen, Yoru, Fade.
Time.
12.
The winner is Wimp. Wimp wins that round, so that he gets 2 points. Yeah, 2 points. Sorry, correct. I'll give you only 10 seconds.
Okay.
Quickly give me a number.
18, 20.
And time's up. Who said what?
17.
Yeah. Count करके
वो वैसे भी सभी गन्स यूज करते हैं.
That is correct. There are 17 weapons in the game. Not bad.
सभी यूज करता हूँ मैं.
Omen.
No.
No.
That's -1, but okay, easy.
You can again. You can.
Fate?
No, -2. It's actually more obvious than you think.
Sky.
No. -1 for footballs. Hindsight, think who could it be?
Yoru.
Yes, this is Yoru's Flash. That is the only one that actually has a very common name. Nahi to baki sabke you can get to know who it is.
from the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Windows 11 and AMD Ryzen presents the Esports Club Challenger Series, powered by Lenovo and Crucial. We are at a crucial part of this game, in fact, because one of these teams might bow out in the next 1 hour as they fight for their tournament lives here in the lower bracket, and it's all gonna go down to one heated inferno and one devil's place called Icebox.
And it's so poetic, you know, the match is heated, there's tensions rising, players are sweating, everyone's feeling uncomfortable on the stage, but to battle the heat, we're heading into the icy tundra, we're heading into the snowy white map of Icebox.
Yeah.
And the funny part is, these teams have not faced each other on Icebox in 2022 at all.
Yeah, there's a first for everything, Crips, and I'm happy that it's down here in Bangalore where it truly matters, where everything is on the line. EG are hoping to keep this lower bracket run alive and continue and maybe make their way into that grand finals to avenge vengeance. If Orangutan beat VLT, you know, things are possible. There's an interesting line there, but what I feel is more interesting is the fact that yesterday, Enigma Gaming did bow out at the fight against Orangutan in Icebox. In fact, it went all the way 13-9, but you have to give it to Orangutan there. I feel like the individuals from Orangutan really stepped up, especially Ember. When he's the Sage, he doesn't care. He's just going wide swing and still getting double kills. Like, you know, there's absolutely no regret.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to see some Sage action, especially in Icebox. I might expect that from the side of Enigma, because they are, as I said, a pretty methodical team, and having that Sage on your attacking side just makes it so much easier to plant that spike. Something which Revenant has not really been keen on. They don't generally go for it, but Wimp, he's picking it up. He's going for it this time.
Yeah.
And they've experimented with the no Sage lineup in the past without much success, but for now, they go down the road of complacency. But yep, you see it, I see it too. I know you want to talk about it. It's Excalibur on the radar. A big gamble, but hey, if Enigma want to fight dirty, then there's no better character than Excalibur on the radar.
And you mentioned that this is a big gamble, right? The reason this is a big gamble is they did the same thing yesterday. Didn't pan out for them. This is something that Revenant could walk into Icebox expecting. This is something that they can prep and counter against. Again, it's arena, right? It's heavily reliant on you getting the ball rolling for you to be useful. And
Select
again,
your
when
agent.
you talk about competitive play, it's a different thing. In tournaments and in professional matches, the arena, there's a reason it's one of the lowest picked duelists in the game at the moment. So that all points to Excali needing to go above and beyond, which is nothing out of the ordinary. We've seen him do that before. We can't see it now.
Several times before. But I'm also kind of concerned about the KO. Sure, the fragment is something that I think can give you quite a lot of value, but the lack of the recon dart and the drone just makes it so much harder to clear some of those tighter angles that exist in the bomb sites. I kind of have a feeling that with this KO in hand, they would much rather try to fight mid more rather than focusing on the side executes itself.
That's a little surprising because Icebox is a map that heavily relies on your defense playing aggressively.
Yeah.
It's one of the few maps alongside Fracture that promotes proactive play.
Yeah.
So not having that Sova is a very, very big problem, especially on a map like Icebox. When you get that A side recon, it's possible for you to play aggressively through rafters. It's possible for you to make plays through 410. If you have the recon towards B main, it's still possible for you to play atop the boxes towards main and make a play from elevation. There's a lot of variety that Sova can bring into this equation. So that is something that I'm a little excited by, because Rexy, he had a baller of a game in Ascent, and now with him on the Sova, this is gonna be a nail-biting affair, which you do not want to miss, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, we definitely do not. I kind of have a feeling that Excali might just get hard countered by that KO, which I believe is the reason why it's been picked. Although, Excali, you know for a fact that he doesn't need abilities, but the Reyna doesn't have abilities unless she gets the kills at the start, so it really is just a guy with a gun.
You know, in all honesty, with this being Icebox as well, you talked about Reyna not having abilities, and the reason, you know, some people will be like, he has a Leer.
Yeah.
If you look at the range which a Leer is effective, not viable on Icebox. You can't really be viable towards that early peak towards B main, the early fight towards A, unless you get up close and personal towards
all
pipes.
those angles are so close and claustrophobic, it really doesn't deter you. The near side doesn't really stop you from holding those angles and doesn't flush you out as easily.
True. Now with this draft, it's something similar like we did witness before, but the story needs to change for Enigma. This is a very important map for Icebox, and one thing, like you said, they've never locked horns on this map before in 2022.
And it's been 8 months already in this year.
So either team is kind of getting a good grasp of what the other has to offer, and they don't really have much wiggle room here.
Oh yeah, breathing room is definitely not available. Enigma are breathing down the necks of Revenant Esports. Sure, they were able to get their map win, 13-11. It was close, but the way Enigma closed out Ascent convincingly kind of indicates that they might just be the favorites going into map number 3.
Yeah, although Revenant, I did see them recompose themselves, and their morale, I hope it's reset. Sure, that was a bruising that they did face in Ascent. This needs to be their calling. They can't let this be like Icebox from yesterday. They can't let Enigma Gaming get close, because once you get close, things get uncomfortable. And as soon as things get uncomfortable, Revenant, that lead disappearing, then them falling into obscurity, you can't afford for that to happen on back-to-back days here on LAN.
Definitely, LAN has its pressures of its own, but the pressure will mount up now, ladies and gentlemen. Tournament lives at stake for both of these teams. Revenant and Enigma having pulled off a map each, now lock horns for one final time. One of them will continue in the tournament, one of them will go home. Are you ready?
Well, Bangalore seems more than receptive. Let's see the chaos. Paradox, an aggressive play, something that they might expect, although that quick tap, and there's nothing to punish. EG, man disadvantage right off the bat.
And it wasn't even a character that you expect to push. You would rather have the chamber push out, but Paradox is just untamed. Smokes the pipes as he wants to fall back and secure that area. But take a look at Excali as he's looking to make a play. The Dweller in the darkness. The Striker in the shadows, tries to find the timing. Meanwhile, Rexy, he's trying to make contact late towards mid, and Excali's patience pays off. Deletes Logi, instantly boils it back, and Excali is just a ruse. The main play is happening towards the B side where the spike would have gone down, but Excali gets intercepted. Blackhawk takes a frag in return. Revenant Esports really want to stop Excali from transitioning towards the B side, but he dismisses back to safety, bypassing all their defenses. And he's also been able to pull both the Revenant members towards T-spawn, which clears more room for them towards the actual side, buying much more time and space.
The amount of time and space, dude, that is the thing, right? They've lost so much time, your Revenant. They need these kills and they need them quick. The setup from Enigma Gaming, though, they're playing off each other and the cover that they have left. Look at the play from Yellow. It's a far swing, but it's covered, and Excali on the backstab. The half stick. Whim. Are they gonna allow this? Oh! One! A ninja defuse and land. Enigma Gaming are gonna have a hard time swallowing that.
Oh, definitely. Enigma Gaming had everything going in their favor. The timing was right. Excali pulled them back so far ahead that they had absolutely no way of getting to the site to provide backup in time. The cavalry was never supposed to arrive, but hey, who needs cavalry when you've got ninjas?
Whew. Right off the bat, Revenant, they managed to keep their pistol round win, and it's a fight. Mind you, Enigma Gaming are very versatile. They still can be a force to reckon with. And RVK finding his way through Orange. How the hell has he snuck in through with a minute 29 left on the clock? A long range fight and it's lost! BM King indeed! Oh,
Antidote dying towards A, but that doesn't matter. That was the more important one. Taking care of RBK was the more pressing issue, which has been addressed for now. And just like that, Revenant Esports take this round in their favor. We thought we might see something great for a second. We thought RBK will be able to pull some magic, but the magician has died, and now Rexy holds a broken wand with broken health.
Yeah, and this A side was temporarily vacant. If he made that fast play, there might have been an opportunity. The backline's closing in, and the Knight Rider has a firm understanding of where he could be. Revenant, not losing a whole lot, but the start there was a little bothersome. As soon as Excali got that frag and RVK was in a very, very unpredictable position, you could sense the round slowly fleeting away from Revenant, but they managed to compose themselves and they managed to correct their errors from the maps and nights prior.
But this is a red flag, you know, they didn't have any utility placed towards mid, no sage walls, no traps of the chamber, no trademarks, not even any person marking that avenue. So if Enigma are able to send RVK down that corridor again and again, this could be amazing. This shot is also great. What it essentially does is breaks any trademark that might have been lying in that region.
Yeah, and it did. They have less information now to rely on Revenant, which forces them to take more uncomfortable fights, which gives the edge to Enigma. They want to take these fights. And mind you, Revenant on this bonus are employing rifles. Not Vandals per se, I think it's what, 2 Bulldogs that they have in the bag alongside a couple of Sheriffs. RVK, he gets that frag on a Logi, and this lurk towards mid has been a problem. Now they need to find a little bit of closure towards main, either side being a no-go for Revenant. They've just straight up lost their gun duels and they need to just salvage what they can find, which is maybe a little bit of economic damage done onto Enigma, and RVK holding that backline strong has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. He's been delivering for the past half.
Last player standing.
Oh, Knight Rider holding the angle, still doesn't win the duel, and Paradox has way too much on his plate. Enigma Gaming clean the slate. It's flawless.
2-0, and the buy should be coming on fourth. We should have Vandals, so there might be a little more of a fight being posed here by Revenant Esports. Where did they take that fight is the question. We've seen Excali not give 2 hoots and play aggressively towards A, and that is something that could be punished because that is a repeating trend.
Yeah, and he's doing it all by himself. At least that's what he's done up until now. And it has worked, you know, because Revenant Esports have been pulled into his fights unnecessarily while the rest of his teammates exploit that area. Every single time the shock dart is sent towards kitchen, it breaks. It's broken the trap fire over there. It's broken the trademarks. And now RVK can once again sneak through.
Yeah, and with the presence towards B main, RVK is going to be unbeknownst to this defense. Knight Rider on that operator could be the play, but Raw Fuel denies it. And RVK lurking amidst the mist, looking to be a menace for the rotators. Loki might be alone. He's calling in for help, and that's what RVK is banking on. The cross spotted. Revenant, they need to find a little bit of room here in the back lines, and they need to eliminate RVK as soon as possible. Loki, he might be going for a hero play here, and that might be the opening that EG have been eyeing.
Yeah, but RVK, he really has to be patient over here. From his position, he can't kill Logi. The best that he can do is transition his position to his teammates and give away that info, but Enigma Gaming are winning everything. RVK finally strikes from the shadows, taking down Paradox, but it's just down to Logi. The smoke play works, but he needs to find more. There's 2 people towards yellow. The ding comes through, but he runs out of bullets, and now he runs out of luck. He gets cornered like a rat, trying and dying once again. It's just Wimp with a nearly impossible Herculean task on his shoulders.
Yeah, Enigma Gaming, the setup, the play, it was so methodical with their approach. Rexy destroying that alarm bot, now it needs to change. There needs to be a switch up in how they're approaching this.
Yeah.
I think if you take aggression through tube yourself, that could be something that throws EG off guard, right? You can have that set up alongside the Sova, maybe employ that tailwind and use it initially towards that mid. Once you have control, you deny rotations, you have information yourself, that's half the game won.
Yeah, but for now, Enigma Gaming have been more keen on sneaking under tube rather than into it. Of course, RBK was able to get into kitchen this time, but you can't repeat that every single round. And this time, they're not even trying for it. Paradox had found success from pipes in the past, but right now he finds nothing. Enigma Gaming realized that Revenant have switched up their strategy because they can see the positions of these players have been moved around. Both the players from A and B from the side of Revenant Esports have switched places, they've traded things, and Enigma Gaming just needs some information for now. And they do that by slowly creeping forward. They make contact towards Belt, but instantly disengage. Revenant Esports don't even have a chance to contest this place over here because Whip has been caught all by himself, and alone he really cannot do much. No backup available, and he dies a lonely death. But Paradox still keen on taking these fights as he tries to rescope and readjust. Ropul just swings into the stairs and gets all the kills on Raptors. This eco is clean. Revenant lose almost everybody, and Enigma Gaming only with one loss. Well managed.
You know, I love the way Enigma managed this because they understood what was up against them. There was no need for Enigma to make a fast play and to leave things at the win. They make sure that they are certain as to what the setup's like. With the drone and the positioning of RVK, it was not RVK, Rex. He kind of anticipated that close stack towards B. They were patient, they're rewarded for it. So, a good start for Enigma to take the lead away from Revenant Esports, and they have a lot of ultimates at their disposal. Blade Storm, Revive, Viper Spit. It's possible for Enigma to play this aggressive. With that Revive, they can get the numbers game right back.
And you know for a fact Paradox wanted to make that play towards pipes yet again. The utility that's been dumped, the one-way smoke and the barrier drop indicates that he really wanted it. But for now, Excali has discovered the position of at least Paradox. He doesn't know where Vimp and the KO is, so that's still something that needs to be figured out. But for now, Enigma Gaming have given up on the idea of making contact towards Belt. It's worked for them in the past, but they're exploring mid. And it's not just RBK sneaking through, it's the whole damn army heading down this region.
Yeah, it's yet again a backstab set up by RBK, but that's low. He's now in position to deliver. The double is beautiful, but Knight Rider really needs to hold his ground here. That is the linchpin. If the Lurk is able to remove this operator, the game might be over. Knight Rider doesn't miss those. Trademark not broken by
last player standing.
Game Paradox has his buddies back. Excali really didn't know where that shot even came from.
Yeah,
he rains bullets from up above.
Revenant Esports read that like a book. The moment Logi was first picking up that fight, he just relayed that information to his team, who made such quick adjustments. That barrier drop is basically indicative of a play that they are going mid to be, and the adjustments were super fast. They give up on the idea of trying to contest Tube, just fight to its kitchen instead, and as long as they have that region in control, they can pinch Enigma Gaming from multiple sides, just squeezing the life out of them like a boa constrictor doing to his prey.
Yeah, Enigma Gaming did try to switch things off though, although I feel like that early shock dive from Rexy might have just been that might have thrown a small curveball. Viper Spit, this play from Enigma is going to be decisive because if they fight this, they're essentially walking into blind territory, and they seem very interested to do so.
Another blind territory that has been crossed is the mid-region, where you have RVK trying to sneak through, and he's already reached spoilers. All that Enigma need to do is hold on patiently and wait for his arrival. And in doing so, they summon the monster. The flank has been successfully ruined. Our Revenant Esports able to hold on to this position. Blackout got swung by 3 people with no hope of a rebuttal. And the revive just makes it infinitely harder for Knight Rider to have a say in this round.
I think they need to have a save in this round, my friend. They need that operator. They need a little bit of an overextension from Enigma Gaming, although that is something that they are disciplined with and they're not going to give away.
So, last player
like
standing.
I said, the flags just continue to work. Hey, that's okay. It's just an exit frag. You don't have to give a flag for it. If Wim gets to save this weapon, that will be great because Revenant Esports aren't looking really healthy economy-wise.
Yeah.
But hey, you're doomed either way. If he saves this, he's gonna have the economic penalty. If he doesn't, he's gonna have the weapon. It seems like it's gonna be the former.
Well, if he gets maybe another frag or two, he would have been so much closer to that revive. It allows then Revenant to play the numbers game with the aggression.
But OG, I really have to point out this one thing. The mid lurks are just so bloody successful. Sometimes you break the trademark with the shock dart, RBK walks under tube. This time he just smokes, simply walks past Boiler. He has no recon, no utility to figure out if there's anyone holding Boiler or if anyone's holding a link. Man just walks. Step after step, 1 foot after the other. He gets that flank so beautifully.
Well, Jesus might walk on water, but RBK walks on the unknown. And he's comfortable doing so. He doesn't have any problems in having maybe your team buying time, buying setup. That's something that he even tried to do towards B main, mind you. But that time, Knight Rider was very well aware.
Yeah, but that was a one-off. Knight Rider, he was aware at that time. He just happened to be positioned towards yellow rather than the forward positioning towards B greens. And that is what made all the difference. But you can't rely on it every single time. And we spoke about Enigma Gaming, their setup being red. We figured out how the shock dart is working, and Revenant made adjustments. Enigma made adjustments even furthermore. And that is the brain game that we are operating at, ladies and gentlemen. You are no longer watching Valorant. You are watching 5-dimensional chess between these two teams.
Now, we're talking about fighty chess, right? What's the next move for Revenant? I've been waiting for their aggression through tube, and that is something that we've not gotten to witness so far. Sure, they have a little bit of security towards main, but with RBK's consistent lurk, that security is denied, and Knight Rider! That could have been a very feasible second shot, but he's a little too wide, and Rofuel in with the polish! Okay! Man is popping heads like a guillotine, and this instantly folds into a two-man advantage. Revenant, they try to play ultra-aggressive. They try to maybe heed to my advice. Revenant, they pay the price. And Enigma, that wall, that could have been the demise of Rexy. They still keep the numbers here. They still have numbers to work with Enigma. Paradox, he might be a hero, but this
last player standing.
This situation is close to a 0 again.
Zero-sum game, winner takes all, and Noki takes nothing forward into the next round. Enigma Gaming, they change up their pace so beautifully. Up until now, we've been seeing all these slow, methodical pushes with Excali just walking in, RVK sneaking into mid. This is a complete change of pace. They waited for the first 10-20 seconds, and it's a straight send into the B halls, right down there, and nothing to stop them.
Absolutely nothing.
This variation in pace is what keeps Revenant Esports on their feet. But another knock like this and Revenant will be down on their knees.
Yeah, and you know, you have to give it to Revenant Esports here. They are trying to change things up. It just simply hasn't worked out for them. They try to change the pace, they try to approach the main in an aggressive way. They also try to approach mid in an aggressive way, and passiveness just doesn't work against RBK.
Nah, doesn't work against anyone from Enigma, if you might. Rexy, right behind Excali, trying to support his troops, and they're trying every single angle methodically, but Knight Rider, the knight in shining armor, now shining well above his age, surviving much more than he was supposed to stay alive, always staying his relative, and finally leads to his demise. It gets popped and instantly denied once again as Revenant Esports just cannot fight back. The duels are just going in the favor of Enigma, and Robo continues to pop off. This is the French Revolution all over again with him guillotining through his opponents.
There's still possibilities that for Revenant fight back. If Whip held on, the revive would have been an option. Oh, the Shrouded Step. Excali running out of bullets and 5 HP on Paradox. It's a dream that eludes him. And it continues to as they play off the back of each other here. Enigma Gaming simply not giving a fight. They know that they have this round in the bag. They know that they have the objective, and they just need to play off each other.
Some SEAL Team 6 action to end the round as Excali on the ropes ties a noose around Paradox's neck. But finally, in the next round, this noose will loosen a little around the wallets. It definitely should give Revenant a little hope in terms of economy, but is that enough?
I don't think so.
That's the burning question of the hour.
There needs to be something that feasibly works for Revenant. There's nothing that they're able to fall back upon whatsoever. Enigma Gaming, even in the round prior, RBK wasn't denied. I think what they need to do now is destroy the rat. Go for the lurk.
Yeah. Just if you kill that lurker, a lot of these pushes from Enigma Gaming will fail because RBK has been instrumental in that success. But Enigma Gaming this time has gone for a brutal approach, committing every single player towards A, and the Hunter's Fury instantly dispatches Loki. More to follow. Barra somehow survives only momentarily as Raw Fuel does dispatch them away from the side. He's sending them packing into the other side. Revenant Esports, to mitigate the losses, 3v4.
That's going to be a problem when the revive is still up, and now the counter initiation from Revenant Esports. A white swing command over to the left side. RBK continues to be a menace, and he's homogeneous with the players, and everybody from Enigma are just unparalleled. How are Revenant Esports not finding the room to even enter the site?
Exactly. Every single player on Enigma stepping up when required. RBK so malleable, so malicious in his approach. You put him on the lurk, he'll strike like a fox's tail. Sometimes he's more than capable of being the spearhead of his team. And that is what keeps Enigma Gaming in the lead. Revenant Esports starting to run out of money. They can scrape together one last buy, put every penny that they have. But after that, it's going to be nothing but pennies and pocket lint.
Yeah. Paradox, another aggressive play towards A, but this time he's opted in to play from the other side of Nest. So the aggressive play towards A might yield a little bit of information. All the Paradox, he's tagged, he needs to make his way back. Meanwhile, this allows the room towards B to play aggressive. That was something that Knight Rider had to respect, and he fell back. Oh, they almost could have caught him off guard there.
Yeah, but at least for now, Enigma Gaming don't extend beyond their safe territory. The only thing they've done so far is take control of the site itself, now extending into Oranges, which makes things easier
One
for
enemy
them,
remaining.
because they don't even allow Revenant Esports the room to move in.
It's not fair.
This is effortless. It's not supposed to be this easy, but Enigma Gaming just making quick work of their nemesis.
Yeah, I think it was the doctor that said that mental game is the more important one. You break them mentally, it becomes a piece of cake on the server. And I think this is a visual representation of what he tried to embark on. So, yeah, Enigma Gaming, they are looking unstoppable right now. There is nothing that Revenant Esports have done in the last 30 minutes that puts Enigma Gaming in a position of doubt. They have the Empress, they have the Plate Storm, they have the Revive, and Excali, he has no problems doing the RVK play.
Oh, hold on. Revenant Esports are going for a wraparound. 3 people have pushed out of cubes, and nobody is none the wiser. They find a pick, but at least this play has been discovered, so Enigma Gaming can make adjustments accordingly. Revenant Esports get all the mid control they want, but Enigma, in return, have taken the A site for themselves. It's just down to one player, and he's just trying to scurry the hell out of here because Paradox knew he couldn't do anything in his situation like that corner. Rockfield runs out of Blade Storm, but doesn't run out of his aggression. Still sending people packing back to spawn, and it's down to Blackhawk, the man from the mystery machine, trying to find success, gets the tap, but he's down to 5 HP and there's nothing he can do any further.
Enigma Gaming stacking bodies on top of bodies, IVs on top of IVs. Revenant Esports, first half has left them scarred. 6 rounds is what divides these two teams, and for Enigma Gaming, all they need is 4 more rounds to continue this lower bracket run. Revenant surely did give them a run for their money, especially on map 2. It looked to be a good start from EG as well as Revenant, but EG was forced to decide. And the way it's going, it looks like it's decided already.
I mean, it seems like it decides the scoreline for now, but if you're superstitious, 9-3 indicates a comeback, and hey, there's no better way to cap off an elimination game like this if it's not an overtime. Revenant Esports, with their backs against the wall, have nowhere else to go but upwards.
They had a good minute to talk about what they want to do. This pistol round is gonna be what is the catalyst to what's gonna be a very, very big comeback that now Revenant are in a position where they need to pull off. So, what is their game plan here? I'm thinking, because I think it's, at this point, I still feel like it's gonna be Enigma playing aggressive. Excali has really been feeling himself alongside Rawfield, so both the duelists really popping off on Enigma. I think a patient approach might be worth it here. See if Enigma are getting cocky, see if they're getting overconfident.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing very patiently on the attacking side, but occasionally just turning up the heat, turning up the pace, which really threw Revenant Esports for a toss. If they can continue the same thing on the defensive side, it's going to be even harder for Revenant to take control. We know for a fact that Raw Fuel and sometimes even RVK is more than comfortable playing aggressively towards pipes on A, or if it's towards greens on the B side, but man, oh man, you're forgetting the mid factor. Enigma Gaming don't always play mid on the defensive side, but when they do, they have someone sending people down tube, and that results in an instant kill. That's not something Revenant anticipate often.
Yeah, I mean, you might believe in curses, I might not. Revenant shouldn't. This needs to be a map and a match, one in fundamentals and one of teamwork and basics, because they've been playing fundamentals, they've not really been able to find that cohesiveness on the defense. And on the offense, you have a little more flexibility to play a little more individually. You have the opportunity to take the wholeness at any moment of asking. Who from Revenant is going to do that is the question.
Oh, Revenant Esports hold nothing back. They're committing all their players to the B side. But yes, Enigma Gaming have rotated in time to intercept. This is going to be a dirty brawl. It's going to be a 5v5 fight, and there's nothing that can stop this one. RBK and Rex starting to pop up. They don't even let them fall back as they try to transition back to its safety. It's just Wimp and Paradox hoping to pull off a miracle, but miracles come by the dozen, and these guys have plenty of them in the bag where it came from.
Yeah, the shield's not up as well, so it's a hard fight for Wim to take, and this seems like the beginning of the end. Paradox 12 HP 1v3. I know the man's a demon, but there is nothing in hell that can pull this back. Sure, he might be having the spike on his back, but he's walking back towards the B side where there's still 3 members of Enigma present.
In the words of some general from Star Wars, it's a trap.
30 seconds left.
Paradox. If he can at least find an opening, that would be great, but I think he's been heard, and Excali, he knows what's up. Information's been relayed to the team, and they will all chase him down to the A side. With all things said and done, Paradox can at least get the spike down, but any hope of success just goes out the window the moment he gets swung through the smoke.
The numbers that make a difference for Revenant, it's not the money, it's the rounds. They've had rounds where they've had like Operator, full buy, they've had ultimates, and it's still been more than a hurdle for them to find success. So they're putting themselves in a position to force, in a position to contest this round with the spike down. They have the opportunity to go half armor, they can get the Spectres, if they want they can get a Marshal. A Marshal is very valuable on a map like this, and it's going to be a force. They need to do this, they're backed against the wall. This is desperation if you've ever seen it, ladies.
Yeah, but OG, consider the consequences. If they lose this round, Enigma Gaming gets to 11, Revenant Esports are broke, and that is the map served to Enigma Gaming on a silver platter.
It's all gonna be a very slow and nitty affair. Either side understanding the stakes of a round like this. Enigma Gaming tried to take a little bit of an aggressive stance towards B main, but they've fallen back towards a passive stance. They've respected Revenant's force. They know that with Revenant having these SMGs, you taking it up close and personal, is you basically giving them an even fight.
Yeah, you're giving them an equal fight, and that's something you don't want to do. In a 50-50, you want to pull the stakes in your favor, just make the odds roll towards you. Antidote with the barrier orb over here doesn't get a lot of info, but at least he's stopping Revenant Esports from falling back. More importantly, look at the positioning of all these defenders. They're only playing towards yellow and side. The rotations have not come through, so if Revenant Esports hit this inside now, they might actually be able to take it, but they have to deal with RBK first. And he's a menace. He's not just that, he's a monster. Enigma Gaming have the chance to pull this back. Revenant Esports might have the man advantage, but not necessarily the HP. Blackhawk bleeding.
30 seconds left.
Sorry, that's not Blackhawk, that's his teammate over there with very less HP. But Loki, he's the more important player. With him, there's no vision denial. And Enigma Gaming have free line of sight onto Revenant Esports.
Yeah, and it's a good start from EG to close this out in fashion. They grab this round and the game in their grasp.
They can feel it, OG. They can feel the game falling into their pocket. All they have to do is seal the deal. Revenant Esports, we've seen them in situations before where they failed to close-out games against Velocity Gaming. Or we just really
One
hope
enemy remaining.
Enigma Gaming don't suffer a similar curse right now.
I don't think there are any problems in that vicinity, my friend. I think they have that sorted out. I hope.
All right.
I mean, look at the deficit. Look at the
Revealing
look at the
area.
economy. It's all.
That's what we
20,
said
30,
yesterday
30.
as well, but Revenant Esports, can they really find it in them to pull together once again? With just pennies and pocket lint and just a bunch of pistols, they have a hope, a dream which they want to make true.
RBK with the Sheriff, and he's punished by Knight Rider. This wall from Antidote is really good in denying a lot of map control, and he's playing so aggressively on the back of it that anybody who's unfortunate to spray their Spectre down and run out of bullets, yeah, they're gonna face the wrath of Antidote. Look at this aggression through A though. They know that they have Bulldogs invested on the side of Revenant, so taking this fight up close and personal, it kind of aids Enigma Gaming in their quest for clinching this round. Even though they're a man down, there are still possibilities for EG here.
Oh, possibilities available for EG,
No,
but man
never mind.
advantage not so much. Revenant Esports, they should be able to defend this one, but the only person who can make a difference over here is the one coming in from backlines. It's Rockwool who should be able to get things started, but he's been detected and no more adventures for him. It's now up to Excali to pick up the pace and the pieces as time is running
Last
out.
player
And Rockwool's
standing.
HP as well. It's just Excali who will be denied. Revenant Esports are still alive and kicking.
And what did that require? A triple from Knight Rider, Enigma overplaying their hand. A lot of factors went the way of Revenant for them to take this dub, which, again, it's been so long since we've seen Enigma take a victory.
Yeah, and they
Sorry,
still have a long way to
Revenant take
climb.
a victory, excuse me.
Still have a long road to traverse, a steep hill to climb, and a nearly impossible opponent to take down as Enigma Gaming are peering down upon them. Defeat would have seemed inevitable, but with Enigma Gaming running out of money, Revenant Esports have just bought themselves a lifeline.
Did they see Excali? I think they have accounted for this. Yeah, they knew exactly what was the setup there. Rockfuel's not going to get anything. They don't need to overplay that hand Revenant Esports. And it's Rockfuel who went in the peak. He had to take that initiative. He's well punished.
Poison orb
They're
emitting.
playing up against Sheriffs here.
Poison's
It
off.
has been a problem for Revenant Esports. And at least for the sake of this round, they started it off well. I say that in RBK customers.
Well, at least he's been taken care of, so there's no more Sheriff action from the man himself. But at least Antidote can figure out what's going on. He knows for a fact that
Last
somebody
player
knows towards
standing.
yellow, but never expected Knight Rider to be that close. Well, then again, this was never supposed to be Enigma's round in the first place, so Revenant Esports are fine and dandy. I just hope they don't lose too many guns.
So maybe another kill would do damage if Rexy is able to find it. Although Revenant
Spike
Esports, they're
planted.
trying to be as diligent as they can. They're playing together. Rexy, it's a bulldog that he's managed to grab, so he still could take a fight at range.
Nah. At this point, the best that he can do is just not suffer that economic penalty and lose the weapon at the same time. That would be the absolute worst case scenario. At least he only loses his life and weapon. But hey, does that bother Enigma? Absolutely not.
No way. It's Revenant who have the fear of losing now. That's not Enigma's concern. They don't have that in the back of their mind. They can play freely, they can play fluidly, they can play all they want. Excali was on a semi-force in the previous round. He had a Spectre, he had half armor invested, and he didn't go in for any utility. No Lear and only the one Soul Orb for him to maybe pull off a play, which was firmly denied by Loki. Revenant, they've been patient for the past few rounds, and it's rewarded them, because Enigma Gaming are the ones who are walking into Revenant's turf and offering them a fight. That story should change, though, because Enigma Gaming now have the big guns, they have the funds. Where does that first fight take place? This is going to be big, because RVK has been exploiting mid, and we get to see mid getting exploited by the attack, we get to see mid getting exploited by the defense. A common play to exploit mid is having that Sova recon while you're either peeking from under tube or right beside orange. That is something that Revenant Esports tried, but failed miserably.
They can try and try again. They have several attempts left, several lives available. Can't really say the same for Revenant Esports. They are lacking with their backs against the wall, and Enigma Gaming are just closing the gap between them and the next game. between them and their life continued in TEC Arena. Rafiel with the AWP, looking to shut things down here and now. But hey, he's playing super aggressively all the way down towards pipes. He doesn't have any backup, but he doesn't need any. Revenant Esports have nobody positioned anywhere close, and with this early information going in the bank of Enigma Gaming, they know for a fact this B hit is imminent.
Yeah, like that pistol round, they can't afford to take rotations, and RBK playing on the back of that poison orb is able to get that drag and disengage successfully.
You want to play?
Which is
Let's
criminal.
play.
There were two other players close in that main position, and they weren't able to deliver the punch. Although Knight Rider on the 30th post needs to be a very pivotal piece while holding the site. The Viper's Spit engulfs the site with cover, and RBK now needs to make his move. Where he treads, opportunities lie, and Knight Rider is playing up close and personal. With the Tote post, it's very feasible what he's doing here, but he has three players breathing down his neck and smoothly maneuvering past yellow.
Oh, and this yellow maneuver might just help them. RBK and Antidote, they are starting to hit their shots. Meanwhile, they still need to find the openings, and this has been successful. Paradox's ult has been cancelled, but Blackhawk, he takes the time to go ahead with the distraction. With the shower step, he's able to distract Antidote, sprays them both down as he runs them down into the ground. Revenant Esports, they find themselves with their backs against the wall again and again, but every time that happens, they tear through it, they rip a hole in it, and they continue marching on.
11-6. They've pulled off a lot of impressive rounds here, Revenant, but they do not have the wiggle room. They do not have the window to take another loss. Otherwise, it'd be playing up against map, match, and series point, and at that point, you're fighting for your tournament life. So
yeah,
they need to keep this momentum up as long as humanly possible. Rafiel dodging that 0 point. He has the ability to play this like a very lethal Jet, and yep, he was lethal. He was vicious, and he gets out scotch-free.
Gets out scotch-free. Logie, though, he's been tagged. Will he get the bag? Knight Rider switches up the bait, and Rexy takes the fall. Very good way to rescue your teammate. Very good way to bring down the numbers as well. Back to a 4v4. But with Rafiel getting a gun and all this information, the only thing that could stop them is whips. And he's got the spike. Knight Rider disengaging, but he wants to go further. His teammates have no way to back him up. He's still picking up so many fights, and he's still winning those.
The sole reason why Revenant are in contention, but Rafiel, you can say the same about him. Got that early frag. Took initiative towards A to draw them towards the B side, where RBK brings them to his love and embrace. Rafiel from the back, he's pulling off an RBK himself. It's all left on Logie to deny Enigma map and series point here. He's planted the spike so that he can defend it from Snowman, but the rotation, it's cutting. The wall gives him a little bit of cover, but that's already accounted for, and RBK is not able to make the connection. It's all left on a one-man, and it's Rafiel. Healed by the saves before. Beautiful round put together by Revenant, but it's still not enough.
Thrifty.
They bled too much trying to get into that side. The back and forth between them and Enigma on the A side just made things a little awkward, but after Enigma Gaming just let them take over the side, gave Logie the space he wanted in return for playing together as a unit and trading frags.
Ooh. Yeah,
that was bad for Knight Rider, man.
Yeah,
They did such a heroic effort trying to get those picks to win, which could have been a game changer, but hey, when Logie is isolated, there's no way you can give him the space he wants.
And he was the only reason why Revenant even had that semblance of hope. 12 rounds on the board, Enigma on the cusp of continuing this lower bracket run. This map has been nothing but dominance from their end, a statement to anybody else who loses up in that upper bracket. A threat that is still not out. They're fanning the flame, and it's RVK who continues to burn as bright as a star as he takes that first frag, and Revenant left yet again without a response.
There's a flame that he's been fanning. There's a fire waiting to catch. And Rafiel, when he meets his maker, he will send them who's the true match, the true king. Rex still keeping it competitive, wants to shut it down, but Knight Rider has an equal lead. No response! They have been knocked out, ladies and gentlemen. Enigma Gaming win the first game in the lower bracket. sending Revenant home and continuing their life in the TEC Arena.
One of the favorites to win the tournament, keep their lower bracket dream alive. This might have been a whitewash. Revenant Esports, a lot of things that they need to then figure out on Icebox. The bounce back that Enigma had today, especially after that gutting loss against OG yesterday on this very map. Yeah, they made things clear. They're squared off their corners and they're smoothing out the edges.
But they never cut the corners. They never do that. That is something that Enigma Gaming have never done, will probably never end up doing. But the way they dealt with Revenant Esports with such grace and finesse, it kind of tells us that their loss yesterday was just a one-off. It was them having a bad day. With them being in such beautiful form, I have a good feeling that they should be able to take on the next opponents in the lower bracket as well without any difficulty.
You know, in all honesty, I also feel like a lot of this is down to RVK on that attack.
Oh yeah, definitely.
With him not being accounted for on like 2 consecutive rounds, he became a lingering and a consistent threat on that first half.
2 rounds consecutively, 3 or 4 rounds in totality. And when they were like, yeah, sure, RVK is the only one who walks down mid, Enigma pick up the pace. They send all 5 players down those corridors. The narrow choke point turns into a gaping hole, which Revenant could not patch.
True. Both the duelists from Enigma as well, Raw Fuel and Excali, they understood what their duty was in a map like this, and they performed it beyond anybody's expectation. A very, very hard-fought map here by Enigma, as they had no resistance whatsoever in that first half. The second half, Revenant put on a little bit of a fight, and this is where if you would have gotten a little bit more fortunate, like let's say the round where Knight Rider had that Tote Force and he was taking that peak from under orange, he was denied right after the first frag. The entire point of the Tote Force is to not allow rushes, to deny it not only with the slow, but the ability to scope in so fast that the second can't even trade you.
Yeah, and you still gave Knight Rider plenty of picks, and even though he was picking up those kills for his team, he was creating the openings, the rest of his team just failed to follow up on it. Not just him using the Tour de Force defensively on the B side, even in the offense. You remember that one round where he just walked into the tube region, got 2 kills. Although it was an eco, you still have to consider that this was a super important round, otherwise it would have been the death of them in the tournament. He still followed up through that, but in the end, Revenant couldn't close the game. They couldn't close the round, and even with all the hard work that they had done, it just went down the drain.
Yeah, it just went down the drain. Let's have a quick look at the scoreboard. And, you know, on the scoreboard, we usually see the frags, right? I mean, it's no surprise on the side of EG that it's the duelist that truly popped off. Although, you did see RVK really come into his form so he could contest them. What I feel should be mentioned here is Rexy's efforts in that first half. Man's lineup is nuts. He was able to deny a lot of that, a lot of the utility play that they were trying to do with that chamber. That trademark was almost non-existent for half the rounds. Knight Rider wasn't really given even a semblance of comfort, whether he tried it on the A side or on the B side on the defense. There was only one occasion where he found success towards main, and that is why he denied RVK's look, who was a solo player.
Oh, RVK. My goodness.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff from him, but regardless of everything he did to create space, the man capitalizing on it was none other than Raw Fuel.
Yeah, and as we head to the map 3 MVP, I'm pretty sure it has to be Raw Fuel, right?
No doubt.
Who else could the map MVP even be? Because with his performance, not only on, let's say, the entry, but also when it came to converting kills on that post plant, when it comes to delivering on that hold, he had so much of a voice in those situations. So not only is he the man playing point, but he's also the man who buys so much time and so much aggro for the rest of his team. Well, we know undoubtedly who the match MVP is, so we will be joined by Mamba SR and Antidote on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, you get to hear from the best.
Thank you so much. I do have Antidote with me, of course. A wonderful matchup. The first 2 games were very close. The last one, a dominant affair. Of course, you wanted to close it out on a high. How are you feeling? Because when you guys walked in, right, I could see it on your face. You were zoned in, you were dialed in, and you were out for blood.
I mean, yeah, like this is, I think this is the Enigma we all know. So one thing, just like we played our basics and everything worked out, I'm glad. But one thing to the audience, we might be down, but we're not out.
Now here's the thing. You know what happened yesterday. Today, we do have the upper bracket match, which is going to happen between OG, Orangutan, and VLT. Who are you rooting for?
I mean, everyone is a friend, but यार मैंने VLT का नमक खाया है, तो always VLT.
Is that the only reason why you're rooting for VLT right now? Do you want your revenge?
Revenge? I mean, I'm not that. Ye question, I think you should ask Excali. I'm not the right guy to answer this kind of things.
Only if Excali would join me, come here, Excali. I need you to answer this question, right? So, Antidote said in the upper bracket match between Velocity and Orangutan, he's supporting VLT. He said because he played for VLT, so did you. But that could not be the only reason why you're supporting VLT right now.
I mean, I'm supporting OG for a revenge. No hard feelings against VLT. I personally want VLT to win, but I want to face OG for the revenge. Huh? In when finals?
You guys couldn't hear it, bro. Andy said if OG wins, they'll have to make it all the way to finals. Of course, they're planning to make that, but if they lose today, then they face you next. If they win, then you need to make it to the finals. So the ball is in their court right now. Of course, we'll see what the matchup does, but congratulations to you. Auntie, thank you so much for joining me. Of course, our casters are waiting for us to break the game down even further. Over to you.
I mean, the only thing that was broken down in the last 1 hour was that roster that Revenant had in Icebox.
You don't have to do him like that, bro.
No, in all honesty, the kind of split play that Enigma Gaming have not only carried forward from, not only dominated with on Ascent, but also, I think, had a masterclass on Icebox.
Oh, definitely.
And this split approach really put a lot of stress on that Revenant defense. So, you know what? We got to hear from the players. Let's head over to the match MVP to see who's going to be taking it. I don't think, you know...
That's not even a mystery anymore, honestly.
Yeah, Raw Fuel, an absolute demon on the jet as he was just wiping bodies off the floor like he's a janitor.
Well, he does leave things cleanly, if that's the pun you want to pull together here. But Raw Fuel, I mean, sure, the 27 frag bomb, it's definitely amazing to look at, but what's even better is the amount of deaths he has. It's so less. 2.7 KDR, almost 3. My God, you don't generally see stats like these, not in a lower bracket, high stakes situation.
Yeah, and this is from one map, mind you. So let's also take a look at the entire series, because the series MVP now is a doubt, right? Raw Fuel, he went above and beyond on Icebox, but never mind. Yeah.
It is him. No surprises. But out of the 56 he has, 27 of them came from the last map. So you know how much he stepped up in that third game.
Yeah, and not to, you know, not to make this anything individual or anything, but the MVP of this tournament does walk away with the lack.
Well, that has to be another factor that you have to consider, right? MVP Raw Fuel in this game, so many of those players have been crowned before, and having a lack all to yourself, well, that's going to be a big bonus. But I think his team is eyeing for the grand prize here, not just him.
I think his team is not only eyeing for that grand prize, but also the matchup that we're going to get to witness later on today between Orangutan and VLT, as Enigma undoubtedly are looking out for vengeance. They have that opportunity, but it's Orangutan now. The ball's in their court. If they take the dub, EG have to wait all the way to the grand finals while they make their way through a grueling lower bracket. And, you know, if Velocity take the dub, it's going to be an early Christmas as far as Enigma are concerned.
I mean, speaking of Enigma, these guys, we already heard from them, right? Excali wants to face OG, Antidote wants to face Velocity, but all of them just really want to win the tournament. So even though they're friends outside of the game, all of that is put aside. I'm really just respecting these players, both teams, because they just brain game the hell out of each other. And you saw so many back and forth situations between Revenant and Enigma Gaming. And if that's the way things are here at TEC Arena, I can't wait for the next game to start.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about diversity inside the game here in TEC Arena, right? Soon, we're going to have the cosplay started, ladies and gentlemen, and that's where you get to truly see not only diversity, but also the beauty within it. But for that, you need to be a little patient, as you're going to get to witness all this after a short break. So we'll be right back. Do not go anywhere.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
nice. I say things impolitely, so let me get under your skins like Ivy. Without being pushy or gully enough. Something to man respect and money and love. Ladies then get consensual in tone. My exes wanna inject the pheromone. Expect me to wreck the cervix in their homes when I drop off.
Nice video.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it for the Jordan Indians?
What's up, Mumbai? I'm just messing around.
Vineet, we've met before. Yes, of course. Nasir, pleasure meeting you. But, of course, they don't know the story. I know my friends are here with the camera right here on the chest. There's a backstory to it, of course. But I want to ask you, how's the atmosphere? And gaming is something that you've also been close to in the past. But how does it feel to be over here right now?
It's awesome. I mean, there's a lot of people here who's like, it's amazing. What's up, people, everyone?
But we feel the energy can be more. Everybody make some noise!
And yeah, we can't wait to go against some people and kick some ass. So no one can beat us.
Just letting you all know, he's the FIFA guy, I'm the Shisha guy, okay? He's going to be doing the playing. I'm going to be chilling and watching, alright?
But just to let you know, Beep is undefeated in Injustice. Anyone want to play Injustice with him? It's done. Y'all are finished.
Okay, sure. Why not?
COVID.
But this is something that the audience has been wanting to know, that even we've been wondering, how did that song come about to be? How did it happen? Smoke Shisha, play FIFA. How did it happen?
So he's from Jordan, and I went there for a holiday, and then we legit were talking, and I asked him what did they do for fun, and he said,
well, we smoke shisha and play FIFA.
That's it, and that's how the song happened.
That's it, yeah.
But tell me this, for all the people present over here, right? It's been a long journey for them as well. We're here at the TEC Arena. It's not just about gaming, of course. We're celebrating a lot of things. We have cosplayers, we have the Experience Arena. You're going to be meeting all the fans at the meet and greet booth. Do you have anything to say to the fans right now?
Thanks for coming. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for the love. Without you guys, we wouldn't be shit. So thank you so much for all the love.
And thanks for being patient, because we put out videos once in a year. So thank you for that.
But before I let you go, I know the audience is on the edge as well to meet you. How did Jordan Indian happen? What's the story behind that?
Well, I'm from Jordan, and he's from India.
Jordan Indian.
We met, and that's it. Jordan.
That's it. That's the story.
That's the safe version of the story. The not safe for work version of that story is he was swiping right, and I happened to him, and ever since then we've been together, and it's a better love story than
Twilight.
RRR.
But nonetheless, it was a pleasure to have you here on the stage. Thank you so much for dropping by. Ladies and gentlemen, all the audience members present over here, they will be there at the meet and greet booth. Make sure you drop by, meet them. Jordan India, ladies and gentlemen, once again, can you hear it for them? Thank you so much. Yeah. They'll be there on the left, on your right actually, but you can find them at the meet and greet booth. And for now, that is about it. We will come back with a lot more action at the TEC Arena, powered by AMD Ryzen. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, right now it's time for a really, really short break. We will be right back.
Welcome, Velocity. Welcome, Velocity Gaming, and we'll start off with the Valorant quiz. Simple rules. Whoever gets the answer gets 1 point. If you get the wrong answer, -1 point. So be careful about what you're answering. Valorant's first ever act called.
Act 1.
Anybody?
Negative marking.
Okay. So
that was close now.
What was the answer?
The answer is ignition. Ignition. No, -1. Pass. Okay. Viper is from Alaska. Whose agent name is the other version of Sabine? +1. Well, not bad. Guys, a round of applause. LF back to 0. Yes, +1 to Amaterasu. Let's go. Astra कौन सी country से? Very good. That's +1 for right to it. जो bomb sites पे green boxes हैं. What? Okay, let's go with it. Which agent has died the most times in any Valorant cinematics?
Cypher.
Very good. अगर कोई योरू खेलता तो कौन खेलता टीम? Yoru's real name is Rio Kiritani. Okay guys, now all 5 are going to be involved. Okay, I'll give this a bonus. So whoever names the most agents in 10 seconds gets 2 points. Okay, we start with Helef.
Jet, Phoenix, Astra, Cypher, Joy, Viper, Omen, KO, Sova, Breach, Sky.
Done. Next, MW1.
सोच रहा है
कोई एक काउंट Okay, no time. You can't give time to think. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Jet, Phoenix, Arena, KO, Astra, Viper, Omen, Brimstone, Sage, and done 5. 10 हो गया. नहीं रुको.
Time done. DM, your time starts now.
Jet, Rena, Phoenix, Brim, Breach, KO, Sova, Yoru, Astra, Killjoy, Cypher.
Time up.
11.
Not bad. Okay, Anush bhai, time starts now.
KO, Sova, Breach, Sky, Fade, Omen, Astra, Sage, Killjoy, Jet, Phoenix, Yoru, Brimstone.
Done.
13.
Okay, we've got a new lead. Okay, the number to beat is 13. Right to ace. Your time starts now.
Sky, Breach, Sova, Phoenix, Jet, Fade, Sage, Chamber, Killjoy, Cypher, Astra, Omen, Brimstone, Viper.
Done.
14.
Okay. Hi, welcome Orangutan. We're gonna start off with the Valorant quiz for you guys. Let me make the rules clear. First one to raise their hand will get a chance to answer. Every correct answer you get +1. Every wrong answer you get a -1.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to AMD presents TEC Arena Cosplay Competition powered by Cosmic Byte. Of course, we have a large audience present over here, but we're going to have 10 cosplayers walk up on the stage, show off the creations, out of which one is a pair. But before we start calling them up on the stage, can I have a huge round of applause for all the cosplayers? First up, we have Samir Sheikh, cosplaying as Joe Star-Lord from the Monster Hunter. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Samir. It took him a year to complete the costume. It's made completely out of scratch. The full armor design is made out of freehand without using any digital templates. Every single part is made of freehand templates, and the construction process took Samir about 6 months. And the jacket is made out of structural fabric, which he did the stitching for and embroidery on machine. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Arvind Menon cosplaying as Carnage. Carnage is an antagonist from the symbiote Spider-Man multiverse from the game Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions, and his name is Carnage, cloned from the DNA of symbiote Spider-Man Peter Parker of that multiverse, and resulted in almost destroying the entire institute who was developed in Spider-Man before it took him down. Next up, we have Prameen Kuban cosplaying as Predator from Hunting Grounds. PK Prop Shop, cosplaying as a Predator from the game Hunting Grounds. He is a sports hunter who travels various planets and hunts the best adversaries that the planet can offer. He collects the adversaries' heads as trophies for his victory. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Saurav cosplaying as Nathan Drake from the Uncharted. The cosplays of Nathan Drake, who is a badass in every sense of the word. The cosplay has the following components: blue collarless t-shirt, brown jeans, brown leather hiking boots, leather chest gun holster, wrist leather brace, brown leather buckled suit. Brown leather buckled belt. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Pravan, sniper mask from High-Rise Invasion. Yuka Makoto, better known as Sniper Mask and also known as Mr. Mask, is the anti-heroic supporting character of High-Rise Invasion. He's a brother to Rika Honjo, a stepbrother of Yuri Honjo. After Kwon Shinzaki's supposed death, the Sniper Mask became a god candidate. Next up, we have Shireen cosplaying as Casca from Berserk. She represents what happens to the human mind when someone goes through abuse. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have STG cosplaying as Isildur from Lord of the Rings, the King of Gondor. Next up, we have Daisy as Ada Wong from Resident Evil 2. Last pair, but not least, we have Sejal Ghosh and Saket Kashikar. Sejal cosplaying as Willow from Don't Starve Together, and Saket as Abigail from Don't Starve Together. Well, looks like we have one more candidate, and that is Dhananjay Patil as Alex Mercer. Can we have him up on the stage, please? Alex Mercer is a protagonist of Prototype Part 1 and main antagonist of Prototype Part 2. He was the former head researcher of the Blacklight project at Gentek. But, ladies and gentlemen, these are your cosplayers. Can we have a huge round of applause for all their efforts? But do we have any guesses on who the runner-up is going to be and who the winner is going to be? Let's start off with the runner-up. Do we have any guesses? No guesses whatsoever? I think it should be easier, because if you've seen it yesterday, you know what happened. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, for runner-ups, we have PK Prop Shop as Predator. But now, for the winner, ladies and gentlemen, we have Samin Sheikh as a Joe Starlord from Monster Hunter. They don't just walk away with the cash prize that they have, but the winner also walks away with a Cosmic Bite Equinox 4 Bow 7.1 surround sound headset, which I will hand to you. Right now, maybe not, because you might lose your sword, or can you handle this? I think you can, because you're pretty good with the sword. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, once again, can I have a huge round of applause for all the cosplayers, please? Well, that was the cosplay competition at AMD Presents TEC Arena, powered by Cosmic Bite. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, the action does not stop over here. We will have more matches, more action, more drama, and more entertainment coming up just in a bit. Right now, we're going to go on a really, really short break. Do not go anywhere, because we will be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the AMD Presents TEC Arena. I did promise a lot of action, a lot of entertainment, but before we go on into the matches, we have a small celebration which is going to happen over here. Of course, everybody knows what's happening. It's Ace's birthday, ladies and gentlemen. Can I invite Ace up on the stage along with Nabu from TC and U4? And Euphoria as well, if I could just have you come up. Ace, before I let you go to the cake. No, wait, hold on. I need to talk to you before I let you go. Pretty overwhelming when you're celebrating your birthday with thousands of people. It's been a good day. It's been a good start as well because you won the match yesterday. How are you feeling? Probably one of the firsts that you've had a birthday party with the audience.
Yeah, I'm quite nervous. Like when I'm in clutch situations, right? I'm never nervous, nothing when playing games on stage. But this is something different. The experience is different. I'm shaking.
But before we cut the cake, I would like to invite up on the stage Anna as well. If you could just come up on the stage. It's your boy's birthday and we can't celebrate it without you. Anna, special occasion on a LAN, celebrating his birthday. Of course, we have the audience over here. What do you want to tell him?
Good luck, all the best.
Nonetheless, let's just walk you up to the cake. Ladies and gentlemen, I want all of you folks to sing happy birthday when he cuts the cake. Nabu, you can help him out here, Adarsh. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you everyone for wishing me. Thank you. I'm very happy right now. I'm going to win the match now.
Right, 2Ace is definitely feeling the velocity, but nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to start the action. We have the show match happening right now, but trust me, it's called a show match just for the sake. There's going to be a lot of action, there's going to be a lot of drama, but I would like to invite upon the stage Kash and Kritika, if I could just have you come up on the stage because I'd like to have a word. Oh wait, Kash, it's going to be a lot of fun, of course. There's an audience, you're on LAN, a lot of fans, family as well. How are you feeling right now?
I'm super happy, man. I can't believe I'm in front of such a huge audience. It's my first time ever and it's been great. Thank you so much for coming out, you guys.
But Kritika, I want to know your feelings as well. Coming to a LAN, playing in front of an audience, how are you feeling?
Really nice. इतने सारे crowd देख के इतने सारे लोग प्यार दे रहे हैं. अच्छा लग रहा है, मजा आ रहा है. Feels great.
But Kash, आप मुझे ये बताइए कौन जीतने वाला क्या लगता है? because लाइन अब हमने देखा है, मुझे तो पहले बैलेंस लग रहा है. आपको क्या लग रहा है क्या होने वाला मैच के अंदर?
Easy, it's gonna be us, obviously, man. I mean, if with someone like Kritika and the ops, obviously we're gonna win.
You can't let her walk away with this.
आज लोग ये देखने वाले कि काश कैसे एक और गेम में मुझसे नीचे रहती है.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond to that because that was a violation.
I mean, I'll let my gameplay do the talking.
That's wonderful. You guys can go in. Good luck to you, Kritika. Good luck. Kash, good luck. But before we go back to the courses, of course, I want the audience to make some noise because I like feeling the vibe. Of course, the players will love it as well. On my cue, can you make some noise? 3, 2, 1! Wonderful. We'll set the match up. We'll let the players settle in. Right now, it's time for a really, really short break. Do not go anywhere. Trust me, this one's going to be small. The players are getting ready. They're getting warmed up for all the action. So we will be right back. Do not go anywhere.
Alright, welcome Orangutan. We're gonna start off with the Valorant quiz for you guys. Let me make the rules clear. First one to raise their hand will get a chance to answer. Every correct answer you get +1. Every wrong answer you get a -1. So choose your answers carefully. What was Valorant's first ever act called?
Ignition series, I think.
Yeah, it is Ignition. It is Ignition. Aduka gets +1. Next one. Where is Viper from? Which country? Yes.
US.
Yes, she is from the US. Amber's on the board as well. Who was the first ever agent released by Valorant after its beta launch? Yes, Aduka. Yes, okay. Clearly, these two are taking the call. Where is Astra from? It was Aduka.
Say.
Where is Astra from?
She's like.
She's from where?
Pakistan.
Okay, no, that's a -1. She is from Ghana, +1 for Ember. What are the green boxes in the bomb sites filled with? Yes, Vibhor. It is 89, +1 for Vibhor. Which agent has died the most times in Valorant cinematics, trailers, etc.? Yes, sir.
Cypher.
It is Cypher. Back on the board, +2. If you tell how many times he's dead, I'll give you +2.
4 times.
No, no way close even. He's died 30 times overall.
What?
Yeah, he's in 30 times they've killed him in all of the cinematics that they've put in. You're gonna name as many Valorant agents as you can in 10 seconds. The one with the most names gets 2 points. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Cypher, Astra, Rena, Brim, Sky, Phoenix, Yoru. So
That was 8. Alright, we got 8 over here. Next, Ember. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Phoenix, Reyna, Jet, Sage, Astra, Omen, Cypher, Viper, Brimstone, Sage, Sova, Neon.
And time. Alright, 11 is the number to beat. Ghost, 3, 2, 1, go.
Jet, Reyna, Cypher, Phoenix, Raze, Viper, Brim, Breach, Sova, Astra, Omen, Brim.
Time. Okay, Aduka, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Brim, Astra, Omen, Jet, Phoenix, Breeze, Finn, Sova, Sage, Cypher, Killjoy.
Time.
11.
Alright, everybody's fond of that number clearly. Alright, Doc, you ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Astra, Brim, Viper, Omen, Phoenix, Jet, Sova, Sage, Killjoy, Cypher.
Time.
10.
10, alright. Tesseract, your time starts now.
Astra, Brim, Omen, Viper, Jet, Reyna, Phoenix, Raze, Sage, Cypher, Killjoy, Soba, Sky, Breach.
Time. Now, 12 is the number to beat. Vibhor, the only one who can beat him. 3, 2, 1, go.
Jet, Reyna, Raze, Phoenix, Neon, Cypher, Astra, Brim, Breach, Sage, Fade, Sova.
12. Alright, we have a tie between the two members over here. Alright, so the next one who answers this question between you two is gonna get the points, okay? I'll give you 2 points. Which agent's ability is called blind sight? Name the agent.
Yoru.
Yes, it is Yoro. And Vibhor is on the board with +2, which makes your total 3. 3, okay. So Vibhor and Ember are tied. We've got one more, and this can decide either one of you getting it. Totally, how many weapons are there in Valorant? Yes, Vibhor.
17.
Yes, he's correct. And the mouse that Ember wanted goes to Vibhor. Okay, guys, Revenant Esports, welcome to the TEC Arena. This is your first Valorant quiz to see which one of you knows the game best. We start off with a question, straightforward, simple. The name of the first ever act.
Ignition.
Okay, very good. +1 to Para.
सब यही जीतेगा भाई. USA.
I'll give it to you. That is USA Alaska. +1 more.
Viper.
तू लेके जा रहे हैं हम पर. हमको नहीं खेलते.
Okay. Yes, okay. I'll give it to Wim. +1 for Wim. Which country is Astra from? Ghana, yes, that is correct. Logi with one.
Radiohead.
CBSE कौन सा बोर्ड से पढ़ गया है?
महाराष्ट्र स्टेट बोर्ड.
बहुत जेईई है.
हाँ.
Cyber.
हाँ. ये simple one.
यूरो में ना
यहाँ तो बोल देना ही.
पता है?
कोई नहीं, एक -1 टीम के लिए ले लेना.
हाँ, कुछ भी बोल दे paradox.
I'll give the answer. It's Rio Kiritani.
No chance.
No chance. Okay, ready? Knight, your time starts now.
Cypher, Chamber, Jet, Phoenix, Sage, Reyna, Fade, Sky, Breach, Killjoy.
Done.
Killjoy.
Okay, I'll take Killjoy.
10.
That's 10. Alright. 10 for Knight. Logi, your time starts now.
Killjoy, Cypher, Brimstone, Astra, Phoenix, Reyna, Viper, Chamber. बस.
ये तो अभी वहाँ से चालू करते हैं. वो भी शांत था.
नहीं, बिल्कुल भी नहीं. Para next.
This is Para. Your time starts now.
Astra, Brim, Breach, Killjoy, Cypher, Chamber, Viper, Yoru, Phoenix, Jet, Neon, then which one? Bumble. Renta.
Done. Time up. Okay, 11 is the number to beat. Wimp, your time starts now.
Jack, Reyna, Phoenix, Sky, Killjoy, Cypher, Yoru, Neon, Keo, Astra, Omen, Brimstone.
Done.
13.
Okay, we have a new leader. Blackhawk, your number to beat is 13. Your number to beat is 13. Ready? Your time starts now.
Brimstone, Astra, Viper, Killjoy, Sky, Phoenix, Raze, Neon, Jet, Omen, Yoru, Fade.
Time.
12.
The winner is Wimp. Wimp wins that round, so that he gets 2 points. Yeah, 2 points. Sorry, correct. I'll give you only 10 seconds. Okay. Quickly give me a number.
18, 20.
And time's up. Who said what?
17.
Yeah. Count करके
Count करके बोलो.
वो वैसे भी सब guns use करता है.
That is correct. There are 17 weapons in the game. Not bad.
सब use करता हूँ मैं. Omen.
No. That's -1, but okay.
You can again.
Fade?
No, -2. It's actually more obvious than you think.
Sky.
No. -1 for him. Hindsight, think who could it be?
Yoru.
Yes, this is Yoru's Flash. That is the only one that actually has a very common name. Nahi to baki sabke you can get to know who it is. Welcome Enigma Gaming. Let's head off with the Valorant quiz. The first question, हाथ ऊपर उठा के आंसर करना, ठीक है? Okay. What was Valorant's first ever act called? Yes.
Ignition.
Very good. Anti 1 point. Where is Viper from? कौन सी country से? हाँ.
Mexico.
Wrong. -1. Back to 0. हाँ.
Greece.
Sorry?
Greece.
Wrong. Greece? Okay. Spain? No, -1, -1.
Why keep -1, guys? So I am fine on 0.
सोच लो थोड़ा हिंट दो शी इज फ्रॉम NA
Canada?
नहीं
-1 नहीं
so obvious USA she is from the US
Viper is from
she is from US Alaska whose agent name the other name of this agent is Sabine okay
Yeah, I said
okay anti back to 1 बाकी सब 0 पे was the first ever agent released in Valorant after the beta version नया एजेंट कौन सा रिलीज हुआ था yes it is Reina where is Astra from yes she is from Ghana Anti-Buy on 2
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 present Streamer Quest. With me on desk is Baba Gusta and I myself, Assassin47, joining from the caster's desk for this insane Valorant action between both of these teams. So, talking about the teams and the streamers, right? Let's quickly head on over towards today's matchups and take a quick look at who exactly are these streamers that we are talking about. So from the side of Team Alpha, we are going to be seeing Hydroflick, Midfail, Shriman, Euphoria, and Kritika. And you want to go ahead and take Team Bravo?
Yeah, absolutely. Team Bravo. We have Kash Plays, Meow16K, 8-Bit Mamba, Mercy, and last but not the least, Ankita C.
That's right. Both of these teams, Baba Gusta. Let's talk a little bit about these individual players, right, coming out from both of these teams. From the side of Team Alpha, we've got Hydroflick, who's going to be the star player to look out for. Has a lot of experience in the first-person shooter genre and has been, you know, he has always been on the podium in terms of when it comes down to nothing but the best in terms of the aim as well. I mean, Hydroflick, I recently had a chat with him before we went live with the Streamer Quest, and he did give me a little bit of an insight as to what exactly he's going to be meaning today for the match, so it's probably going to be Raze.
Yeah, that is for sure. Who knows? Maybe we could see either Raze or maybe a Reina coming in from Hydroflix's end. But since you're talking more about Team Alpha, how about I go ahead and talk about Team Bravo, especially Ankita C. Now, talk about Ankita. She's excellent when it comes to being as a player on a game like Valorant. And there are some memorable plays like 3Ks or 4Ks. Sometimes we get to see her make those amazing plays. And I really can't wait to see what's going to happen in this Streamer Quest, Assassin.
Absolutely. I mean, for that, we need to know what map we're going to be playing as well. This is going to be a best of one, mind you, ladies and gentlemen. And the map that we're going to be playing today is going to be Bind. So both of these teams are going to, go head in towards the map of Bind. I'm very excited for this, Baba Gusta. To be completely honest, I can't wait to see what exactly is going to happen because, as I did mention, right, that conversation with Hydroflick, he did mention that he's going to be playing Raze, so it's going to be interesting to see how exactly the Raze is going to come into play on the map of Bind as well. And we've got that interesting, heated up, I can't say rivalry, but there's a little bit of a competition brewing between Kritika and Kash. Can't wait to see what exactly is going to happen over there as well. We've got the agent selection right on your screens, ladies and gentlemen.
Just a moment of truth to determine what kind of agents do we get to see from Team Alpha's end. Man, UFO's already just locked in towards Phoenix's side, and Hydroflick, just like you expected, it is the Raze nonetheless. And Midfail, interestingly enough, will be having KJ. Interesting lineups being made from Team Alpha's end. And talk about Team Bravo, it will be Meow16 who will be bringing in the Raze as well. You could say it's almost as a mirror matchup coming in from this end. The only difference is that we have Ankita playing as the Sky.
Absolutely. I mean, Ankita going in for that Sky play is going to be really interesting because if you do look at the composition, right, as I did mention, like you're going to be seeing Meow and the Raze, you're going to be seeing Ankita on the Sky, Mamba is going to be on the Brimstone, Kash is going to be on Sage, and Mercy is going to be playing the Killjoy. Mercy, mind you, in a previous tournament that we had for the Streamer Quest, we did see him making some interesting plays with that Sentinel as well. So can't really wait to see what exactly is going to happen on the server today because it is definitely going to be a heated one. Every single one on the audience right now, who exactly are you going to be favoring today? Who exactly are you rooting for? All right, so whoever's rooting for the side of Team Alpha, make some noise.
Alright then, we've got a lot of cheers right there for the side of Team Alpha. Let's have a look for Team Bravo. Give me a huge round of applause for Team Bravo.
Yeah, well,
There you
Assassin,
go.
looks
Yeah.
like the odds are favoring on the side of Team Bravo.
That's right.
Well,
I mean,
we cannot wait to see what's going to happen,
It
though.
looks like that it's kind of like a balance as well, right?
Yeah, it's balanced,
It's a balance.
as all things should be.
As all things should be, of course. So, yeah, we've got the match right here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's quickly dive straight in towards the map of bind. Team Alpha versus Team Bravo.
Oh man, we cannot wait for that timer to turn down to 0 so that we can proceed from the action phase itself, especially the pistol rounds. This is where most of the magic happens. And talk about the initiative, it will be Ankita who will bring in the Trailblazers, give them good amount of info right from the A side. And we all know what exactly happening here from Bravo's end. They want to make and execute from A. And with the information on A lamps, they are ready to set foot and destroy. Oh! Mia comes in already with the early frag, and it's Hydroflake down to the flames.
Gonna be seeing Meow, who's gonna go in for that run and gun frenzy right in towards the U-Haul's position. Absolutely annihilating the side of Hydroflick. Hydroflick did try his level best with that shotty though. Just gonna go ahead and betray him in that course of action. We're gonna be seeing Mamba try and use as much utilities as possible, trying to buy some time, trying to get some more map control right here, but Mercy does get Krutika though. That's gonna be Krutika going down. A 4 vs 3 situation for Saturday Bravo. Ankita coming in from the showers, taking it down Euphoria. Midfield. Off the screens, got himself another frag as well, and there goes one more. Midfield, not bad. Mercy down, a 2 vs 2. We're seeing a heated 1 vs 1 between Kash and Midfield, to which Midfield is gonna go down. He was low on HP. A 1 vs 2 now. Fatty. Oof,
No
1 vs
30
2.
seconds left.
Yeah, this is a difficult situation to be in. This is 25 seconds. It will be Ankita. We'll get the final frag out with the Ghost. And round number 1 will go all the way at the hands of Team Bravo.
That's right, Team
They're not
Bravo.
too happy about this. And I mean, all in all, it's just fun in games, right? We're just having fun. The casters are having fun. The audience are having fun as well. And talk about round number 1, I could say that Team Bravo winning that pistol round will give them a lot of advantage in their future rounds.
That was a beautiful pistol, not gonna lie. The way Ankita and team just went in, made their way over towards the A side. But Meow as well, right? The way she just
Out
got
of
that
charges.
entry fire over towards U-Hauls, it meant a lot. So let's see if that same momentum can be sort of carry forward on towards the future round as well. Euphoria.
Oh boy.
Wow.
That was a good flick and a half and another one. There goes Kash as well. Meanwhile, we see Meow 16 with the paint bombs to take out midfield. There goes their sentinel at the sides of Team Alpha. And Bravo, they're not looking too good when it comes to their man count though. Only 3 players left, and Hydrofix, he might be able to do some amazing plays right in towards the hooker side. He's currently still the one being on defense. He's just making sure that he'll be able to get control on the B side. Ankita will do the initiative to plant the spike. Post plant it is. Let's see how Team Bravo commence this execute.
Meow 16k. Holding on over towards a very cheeky angle though. Any single player from the side of Team Alpha trying to just move in from the hooker position is going to get instantly taken down and dealt with. Euphoria. Nice little flick, and there you have it. Meow 16k. Comes in with a double. A total of 3 kills for her. Ankita C. Finishes off in style. The side of Team Bravo. They mean business, ladies and gentlemen. They mean business.
Yeah, they do. Man, 2 rounds back to back. Ankita is just absolutely insane. And she only just used the Ghost. Only the Ghost. Every single ability was just absolutely played to perfection. And we don't know what exactly happened in that post plan. And look at that shot from UFO. A sheriff in hand, just 2 kills. 1 and 2.
Last player standing.
Man.
1 enemy
2
remaining.
kills just like that. But now you gotta wonder. Round number 3. Defensive on the side of Team Alpha, they're not looking too good. So what will they do? You see 2 already players from the side of Team Alpha who just going a bit much more aggressive, see if they can get some information towards the shower side, and now they have some information regarding the rest of the players on the B side. Meow 16, satchel charges, Judgment Day will be near, but whom shall it be? That's the biggest question.
With that Judge and very explosive race play coming out from Meow 16k, might be possible she's going to be able to walk away with a frag or 2, but it's going to be an instant rotate coming out from the side of Team Bravo. It's just going to be 1 player holding on for the rotation coming out from the side of Team Alpha. It's going to be Mercy to take down the Hydroflick. Was trying to come in with a little bit of a backstab though. Not going to work out. Euphoria does take down Mercy, but still, The round is not over yet, Baba. A 4 vs 4 situation on the side of Team Bravo. They've got a big task. They have to plant the spike, which they will be able to, but the retake, that is the challenge.
Yeah, since with the Seekers being given away so many information on the defensive side, here comes Kritika taking out Ankita. Man, it's already just equalized then and there itself, and Mamba right from behind. He gets to take out UFO. Just brilliantly done. Now they just converting on the location. Meow 16. Right time to whip out the classic.
One enemy
Again, they're just
remaining.
getting in. Mamba just denies it. One more. Can Mamba gets it? There you go. Just a simple piece. Oh, so close. So close for Mamba to clutch it out, but man, what a way to end it off, huh?
That was very close. I mean, it came down to the absolute one-on-one, and look at the crowd here.
Yep.
The energy at TEC Arena is on another level.
Man, you gotta love LAN, right? Just love that feeling. The energy that you get from the audience itself, the cheers, the almost shakes, and the shots that we see from the match itself. It's just a glory to be looked at.
Last player
It's
standing.
almost this close, right?
This close. One enemy remaining.
Suddenly, now, since it's 1v2 is back with the shotguns, the Bucky and the Judge. Meow 16, the Satchel Chargers, the Trailblazers, so much information. Lamp's control will be there, but whose will be the shot? It's Hydroflick! Judge and executed. Now it's just pressure from Bravo's side because they just lost their initial duelist.
What is this shotgun rivalry coming in from both of these players? And ooh, mercy. That was sweet.
Healing over here.
Now we gotta wonder though from Bravo's side. They have the lead now. They have some certain weapons that they could be able to push in, but they're having some issues. And that issue would have been one of the duelists who's already got, down and out from Hydroflix inside, right? So A-Lamps, not a good way that Team Bravo can head in towards the side itself.
Look at this.
Euphoria, the flanks. Gotta be patient. That's one. That spikes down. Mamba, he goes down as well. UFO is absolutely insane with this Phantom. And now with the spike control, Team Bravo, they just have to go for picks. And time is definitely not in their favor, Assassin.
Look at Euphoria once again trying to go in for all of these frags. He's gonna get Carson is gonna take down Ankita as well. UFO steps up when his team needs him the most, and that is one round added onto the side of Team Alpha. But yeah, I mean, the side of Team Alpha, right? They've been doing this.
Yeah.
They have been making aggressive plays. They have been coming in with these backstabs, and Team Bravo, they are aware of that as well. Like we saw that immediate course of action taken from the side of Team Bravo when they decided to move in over towards the teleporter, in towards Shars, and over towards the A side in the round previous to the one that just finished. So yeah, I mean, Team Alpha and Team Bravo, they pretty much have an idea as to what exactly is happening on the map, and I'm really loving the shotgun rivalry between Meow and Hydroflick. Nice little ults coming in, the standard A take. U-Haul's ult from the Brimstone and Team Bravo, they have control on the A side. Gonna be seeing an attack static Killjoy ult coming out as well. Euphoria is gonna use his run it back in order to gain information. And with that, gonna be seeing velocity. No charges left. Team Alpha in a 3 vs 5 situation. Euphoria trying to go in for that frag. Gonna take down Meow, not happening. Meow with the Spectre. She's gonna reign supreme, and it's gonna be Kritika to stand tall for the team right about now, but no. Gets instantly shut down by Mamba. And with that, midfield left out in a 1 vs 5. Not happening. Not at all happening. Team Bravo. What an execute.
Yep. No matter how many times you try to fortify yourself on A-Lamps, they'd always figure out a way. The showstopper from Meow 16, of course, she wasn't in A-Lamp, she was at the side, and then suddenly she gets a kill. And what happened? UFO comes back, but apparently UFO was having a bit of problems going up against that gunfight. The Spectres eventually did win it out, and there you go. The chants are in.
That was a nice catch. Nice catch. Yeah, Euphoria. Well, he's going to be the one catching all of these players trying to make their way in over towards the B-Longs. He does get one though, so that's pretty good enough, and a lot of information as well on top of that. So Team Alpha can try and set up their defense and also allow a player like Hydroflick to push in and come in with a backstab.
Yep. The rest of the defenders can just stay alive, but Hydrofleck might be able to do some amazing plays, and he might be able to find one. There you go. There goes Mercy. Now he just needs to find 4 more. He doesn't have any more information left from his end, but if he finds one more, Mamba, he doesn't know about his whereabouts, but now he does! Oh my God! It's Hydra with the flicks, and there goes 2 more.
No wonder the guy has Flick in his name.
Yep.
Because he's got Flick in his game.
Oh yeah. Talk about Bravo's side though, they're not looking too good because it's all Angita. My goodness. Sky's flash, still at the smoke. Just patience as we see Kritika just waiting. Only 8 HP. The healings will be sent out from the Sage.
30 seconds left.
Much of problems for them to deal with, but for Ankita, he doesn't have much time left. 25 seconds, find one of the players, but here comes the peak.
The double peak.
Yep. It's a double peak. No matter if you do get the first, the second, that's where the trade comes in. But all in all, I have to say that huge flank from Hydra, man oh man, was it a very crucial one for Team Alpha to win it out.
I mean, look at this.
Look at that.
Instantly
Enemy
flick
remaining.
onto the face of Kosh as well.
Just look at that.
Yeah.
Insane. Absolutely insane.
I've been seeing Hydroflick play. I mean, we all have been seeing Hydroflick play over the course of years, but yeah, no surprises there. But
I've
it's
got
just,
your trail.
you love to see it. Every single time, you just love to see this guy making these insane flick shots happen. With that, Euphoria once again aggressive, this time towards the Shars instead of the B side. And I guess Team Alpha, they have an idea as to what is the kind of execute coming out from Team Bravo every single round. So this time, they have assumed that Team Bravo might just make their way over towards the A side, which is happening. By the way, a split approach. 2 from Shars and 3 from the short position as well. It's going to be Kaj trying to take that frag on towards UFO, but is going to fail, unfortunately. Mamba, on the other hand, gets 1 frag. Ooh, Meow taking control over towards the U-Halls every single round possible. There comes Fatty with the immediate reply as well. A 3 versus 2 situation for the side of Team Alpha. With the man advantage they have, they should pretty much go ahead and win out this round as well, but not to forget, we've got 2 of very, very talented streamers from the side of Team Bravo as well. It's going to be Kritika to take down Mercy, but Mamba with the immediate trade as well. Mamba, very, very low on HP. A 1 versus 2 situation. And mind you, we've got a Sage against Mamba as well. So even if the Killjoy gets low or anything happens, the Sage can just instantly get in with the heal as well. And they can make that 2 versus 1 happen.
Yeah.
There's no way Mamba's clutching out that round with that low of an HP.
Absolutely. Now talking about the entire side itself, it was just chaos all around, right? They even had the spike control right from outside A lamps. So what the main thing that Alpha did was just, you know, we have the spike on control. How about we just stay there and let Bravo come to us? And talking about it, evidently it worked out well in their favor, but let's not forget Hydrofleck. He has the showstopper. He could use it for a double satchel charge, and UFO comes in with the yaw. Oh my God! That's a collateral from UFO. 3 players gone, the classics for the attempt, but in the end it will be Mercy who will shut him down. Unfortunate, but look at the damage here, Assassin. There's only 2 players. And talk about
healing.
Mercy, so low on HP, but he will survive nonetheless. Here comes the satchel charges from Hydrofleck, giving so much information. They know exactly where the rest of the 2 players are from Bravo's side. Kash, prepped and ready, only a sheriff in hand, but it's a dream where Mercy can get this shot, but no, Kritika flings back. Wow. Oh man, that's gotta hurt. That is definitely gotta hurt. Kash, all by alone, and Hydrofleck will get it. Nonetheless, 5-3 in the hands of Team Bravo. And I gotta say, the defensive is looking pretty clean on this one.
Mercy should have corrected that. I mean, there's no chance in hell Mercy lost out that 1 versus 1 against Kritika. But Kritika, amazing reflex. That was an instant 180, right? If I'm not wrong. An instant 180, but this was the highlight of the round. Euphoria with that triple.
Let's see that second shot.
That's right.
Let's see the collateral.
Ooh. That's so beautiful. Euphoria, once
love
again.
to see that. Definitely love to see that. Boy oh boy, for Team Browser's end, they want to do the same thing that they did in the previous round, and that is push in from the B side. And Meow 16K doing the initiative, using the boom boss to get information. Paint bomb's already been used. The only thing that's remaining is just the satchel charges. Flash is here, so does U4. Oracle Strike is here, and so does Meow 16. Gets shot out from Kritika. Mamba is still here. He's holding in. The smokes just block every single line of sight and they have to push in. And Mercy patiently pushing in and they find one. Mid-fail. It's gone and out. And Hydroflect, that one showstopper might give them the change that they need. And here comes UFO with the AWP. There goes Ankita. One more. This post plan might be detrimental for Team Bravo. All they've got to do is just hang on. And here comes the showstopper. Will it find his victim? There you go! Two at the hands of Hydroflect. And Mercy be able to shut him down, but it's time for UFO to clutch it out. Can this happen? Off in hand. A dream that it can happen, but no, Ankita. Man, you gotta look at that. It's just so close.
That was a beautiful coordinated push coming out from the side of Team Bravo. I'm not gonna lie. The way, did you see the play the Brimstone and the Sky made together?
Yeah.
Like there was a smoke right over towards the entrances of the B side.
Yep.
And they just coordinated together, moved in as a unit, got themselves that side control, which was so important. The Team Bravo, hats off.
Yep.
Good execute.
Good execute though. That was a good attempt from Alpha Zen too, so but fortunately it's just not enough man count, right?
Yeah.
But talk about Bravo Zen, they still have the lockdown from the KJ, so they could use it to their good potential. But all it needs is just simple information. A lot of utilities being spent around. I mean, just one from the Molotov, running from the hooker side, and Mia 16. Very aggressive.
You should
Might
run.
get caught out or not. No, there you go. Lockdown is present. And so does the paintball. Strapped in, ready. Orbital strike from Kritika to deny that push from the Bravos' side. It's just difficult to find one more, but UFO is still here. We're able to get one. Talk about Bravos, and they just lost one, but they still have 4 more. They want to execute. They want to commit to this site. But the backup is here from Alpha's end, so it will be even much more tough for them to deal with UFO. Huge being, but Ankita just removes him like that.
We've got the Sage as well from side of Alpha, trying to push in from the A-shot position. Kritika, on the other hand, gets to take care of that one player who was lurking around towards the gardens.
30 seconds
towards the
left.
situation, Team Bravo. I'm not really sure what the end...
It's a distraction.
Yeah, I guess. I'm not really sure what the end goal is for them. Is it the A side? Oh, okay, never mind. It's going to be fair to go ahead and revive Euphoria. So, well, 2-man advantage now for the side of Team Alpha. But in a 2 versus 4 situation, how exactly is this post plan going to be played out? Kritika is low, down to 5. So, I guess Kritika might just be the one to be that information gathering player from the side of Team Alpha. Then we'll be seeing Mamba. Who's going to push in through the smoke, become the smoke criminal? But there comes Fatty with the reply as well. A 1 versus 2. All down to Mercy. He's going to be able to take down Euphoria though. Yes, he will. A 1 versus 1. And Mercy clutches it out. Ladies and gentlemen. He is definitely going to make his openings back for Mercy right about now.
Man, that was a 2v4, Assassin. 2v4. They had no idea that they were rotating back from the A side. And once it was done, once they realized what had happened, Mamba, let's not forget about Mamba though, those 2 crucial shots, those 2 important kills was mainly the reason why Team Bravo get to clutch it. I mean, Team Alpha was, Team Bravo was the one who get to clutch it. Now Mercy, look at that, 2 shots and a clutch. Oh boy.
For a second in that round, I actually thought that Mamba might just be able to take down the rotating Sage as well. Because he had his knife out.
Yeah. Well, turns out the Guardian was the one who didn't get the kill nonetheless, right?
I know.
Look at the scoreline too, it's 5-5. Can you even predict on who's going to win this match? Because I have no predictions whatsoever. And whenever I do some predictions, it will always end up being the opposite. So I'm not just going to jinx it immediately and let the game just finish it out with a good result, you know?
Absolutely. So, right about now, everything has been slowed down. No aggression coming out from either teams, but ooh, Team Bravo. A quick teleport over towards the A side right about now. 3 players approaching in from the Charge, 2 holding on over towards a short position. Gonna try and gain information first and move in second.
Fully smoked.
There you have it. We'll be seeing the smokes coming out from Mamba. Hydroflick trying to come in with the operator. Gonna miss out on that frag though, but Ankita, she won't miss. She's gonna take down Fatty with that Kritika and Hydroflick. Oh wow, Hydroflick with the nade kill. Not bad, Mamba. got absolutely cornered. And that nade just exploded right in front of his face. Kosh coming in.
Yeah.
Trying to find where exactly the players from the side of Alpha are. But it's before she knows.
Player standing.
Two of them are holding on over towards the U-Hauls. And it is all down to Meow 16 player. 1 versus 3 has got the showstopper out. But not going to be able to connect anything. That's going to be Hydroflake nonetheless to finish things out, ladies and gentlemen. Team Alpha. Baba, what do you think? I mean, with the kind of pace that has been going on, at the start we saw a lot of aggression, and then suddenly everything slowed down.
Yep.
Do you think that we're going to be seeing... Oh, okay. Hold on a second.
Yep. Let's check about this. Yeah, sure.
Rohini. Oh, okay.
All right.
All right. Got some chance here. A lot of T-Bone supporters out here. Oh man, the guy. He's a content machine.
This is the last round before swap though. So 6-5 in the previous round. Like we continued the conversation before, they were just taking it nice and slow, right? They wanted to get picks. They wanted to know what kind of players were they, going up against. And UFO, oh man, such a closed shot though from Hydra's end. Gets tagged a lot as well. 5 HP, Jesus. Just needs to fall back. Watch your eyes. To ensure that he might be able to do something. With the help of running back, be able to get 1 kill and fall back at the right time. And look on the bright side, he has 100 HP and even also the heavy armor full at his disposal. Let's not forget, on Bravo's end, I just saw one of the players having an Ares in hand.
Yeah, we've been seeing that since the buy round did come out. So, although the more interesting fact would be that Mamba has got the ultimate ready.
Oh yeah.
So the Brimstone ult can actually come in handy to make an explosive execute happen. But for that, everyone needs to come together as a unit and make this happen. Oh, Euphoria. I'm not really sure if he should be making this push right about now. He's going a little bit more aggressive. Gonna get taken down soon, but no! That's gonna be Mamba to get taken care of. Going up. Euphoria on the other hand is gonna raise up that wall. He's going to try and hold on to that position, try and buy as much time as possible.
Yep, time's been given. And for Ankita, she has the spike in hand. She might be able to find one. There goes the Sage, but not the second. Hydroflake comes back once again to take out Mercy. The orb in hand, and it's just Kash. The 80s in hand. Needs to find 3 players on the side of Alpha. Immediately picks out the TP. Not enough time though. So we all know what's going to happen here, folks. It is 6-6, and that would be the first half coming to an end. Actually, yeah, it's 7-5.
Oh my God!
Okay.
All right then. Wow, Kritika. Okay. But yeah, Kritika, you shouldn't have. Kash might have.
Yeah,
Kash, nobody likes that.
Especially a knife like that, it's just, I wouldn't say it's, it is painful to watch, especially on our own. And if we get knife from behind, obviously I would feel bad.
It's like you love to see it, but you hate it when it comes down to you.
Yeah, it's like 50-50. Yeah. Like, you like it, you hate it.
Not definitely sure our audience love that.
7-5 though. That's looking on the bright side. From one there, I thought it was an equal as a 6-6, but it's 7-5 nonetheless. Again, apologies for that, folks. But talk about the second half itself. The role's been swapped, and now it's Team Alpha's turn to be on the attack. Hydroflake back again in towards the A-Land in midfield. What is that? A quick spike plant, but no. Denied at the hands of Mamba. Look at that. A classic and a Molotov to deny a lot of damage towards the opposition. And now, just tension going around from the A side, and it's UFO with the goal. Finds the second. Careful now. And in a 2v2 situation, it's even difficult to protect. And Kritika, just one more shot on the KJ's turret is more than enough to get the kill. So, man, it's always nerve-wracking to see being in that situation. And Meow 16, no! The frenzy shot misses. Now UFO can just safely fall back in a mere 40 seconds. Kritika, she'll just stay back for now, One single push would immediately get caught out from the KJ's turret. So she'll just stay safe, but for how long? Meow 16K gets to take out UFO from the A side itself. Left. So what can we do in just 3 HP Assassin? What can we do? we could wait. We could see on what it would happen, but I'm pretty sure that Team Bravo will definitely hunt down the last player, that's for sure.
10 seconds
There's
left.
absolutely no sense of movement coming out from Kritika. It's like, I don't know, she's just like 3 HP. I don't think so I can do anything, and there you go. It's going to be Mercy and his third placements.
Yep.
Well, talking about utilities, right? Someone has been spending a lot of time in custom games and practicing their Molly lineups.
Oh, yeah.
And that is Mamba.
Yep. I mean, he immediately realized by the time he heard the spike plant, all it needs is just a single Molotov to get the kill. And he also get the second kill from the Classic too. So not only did he focus on the lineups, he also focused on his aim too, in which it's working out well for him. But let's not forget about UFO though. UFO, he's on a different level, right? The ghost in hand, A lamps. But in the end, when it comes to an inevitable end of Kritika, only 3 HP, with the turret is just staying all by itself from that side itself, you gotta be thinking, if I make a single push, it would not work out in the end, right? So
yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, but at the same time, very, very beautiful plays coming out from both of these teams. Who would have thought, right? This is so close and all right, there.
Hello there.
We got the superstar on cam as well, Mr. Fatu.
And I got a question to ask for you, Assassin.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, for the past 2 days, I mean, yesterday we just started the event, right?
Yeah.
How was the experience, you know? The entire LAN event, you know, the audience cheering for their favorite teams, and now, here, at the TEC Arena, the cheers are just
Look at this.
so great, man.
Exactly. Keep it coming. Keep it coming,
folks.
ladies and gentlemen. The chants. It has been amazing. I'm not going to lie, Baba Musta. I missed the feeling of LAN. I truly did. And I just have one thing to say. If you're missing out on the TEC Arena, you're missing out on absolutely everything in life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, you have to be here. Yeah. It's like, it's not even an option. You have to be here. And there you have it. The superstar right here, Mr. T-Bone.
Everyone's here, right? it's like one big happy family just gathered around in this amazing festival of TEC Arena. It's just, it's wholesome.
As we call it, it's not just any Valorant tournament. It's a gaming festival.
Yeah, yes it is. The amount of amazing things that we have.
Whoa, there's a surprise.
Yep, surprise it is. But for now, I believe we have some...
we have a small technical pause, if I'm not wrong.
Technical pause, it happens all the time.
Ooh.
Hello, Ocean!
There you have it. There you go. Looking slick, Mr. Ocean. The man is all ready to take on the mic for Valorant. He's going to be providing the action for the best of 3 that we have got after this particular show match. But yeah, with that, the match is all set and ready to go. Going to be diving straight in towards the action phase right about now. What do you think? Is it going to be a very fast-paced push coming out from the side of Team Alpha? Because in the pistol round, you do remember, right? Yep. That slow-paced approach did not work out. So maybe I feel like they're just going to go all in this particular round.
I mean, you could say that they would go aggressive because they have the shotguns, right?
Scout destroy.
All it needs is just one simple info, and that is more than enough for Team Alpha to proceed. But UFO, currently he's been dealt with a huge sage wall that's been blocked around from the showers side. So all UFO has to do is just wait it out for the walls to go out, and then when the time is right, they'll be able to push on the site itself. It's just the waiting games as of now on Team Alpha. They're waiting for that right moment, and here it is. That's the moment. That's the moment that Team Alpha's been waiting for. But wait a minute, we see Mamba and Ankita, all 3 players on the side of Team Alpha just gone. Just like that. And in a span of just 35 or 36 seconds left, you only have 2 players left on Alpha's side, and Mamba is who just held out the entire A side.
30 seconds left.
You could see that the attackers are not having a good time at all. It's all down to Big and Freddy. Might be able to find one. It's
Spike
Ankita.
down A.
Pat with the triple kill. Oh, right from behind. With the judge. You could
There
see,
you have
yeah.
it. Yep.
Yeah.
It was yet again, I don't know. I could not actually say that was way too slow or way too fast, but ooh, there you have it. We're going to be seeing Lord Bathura. Ladies and gentlemen, Lord Bathura.
Lord
Caster, content creator, and 6th player for the side of Velocity Gaming.
Like I said, Assassin, everyone is here, right?
Everyone is here. Right in under one roof.
Yep.
And
Under
you cannot
one-
miss this. You cannot miss this.
Everything in one big stage. What more could we ask for, Assassin? What more could we ask for?
But I want to ask Euphoria for some sick deagle shots.
Oh.
Let's see. If the sheriff headshots come in, well, let's see.
Blinded.
Yeah, we might be able to see that now, but Ankita, though, on the other hand, oh boy, not looking good at all, especially with the Molotov. But the only thing is that she has the Guardian in hand, and the same thing can be said to Team Bravo from Meow's end.
Smoke's down.
Fro's gonna go in for that heal as well. He's
Yeah.
stuck inside the teleport if I'm not wrong. Oh no, never mind. He's not. For a second I just thought that he's inside of the teleport because of that wall raise, but that's not the case. We're gonna be seeing the turrets fighting each other. Turrets are specifically the 6th in the game.
Yep.
So,
They're technically the 6th NPC of a Valorant game.
Oh yeah.
They just find a player and they just shoot.
With 40 seconds left on the clock, there is a decision to be made here. Team Alpha, are they going to be going in over towards the B side? Yes, they are. It's going to be Ankita to pick them off one by one. Gets herself a double. But there comes Kritika with the immediate reply as well. We're going to be seeing a 3 versus 4 right about now.
30
Team
seconds
Alpha,
left.
2 of the players are very low on
Last
HP.
player
So it looks
standing.
like a very clean round for the side of Team Bravo with only 1 casualty. This match is going oh so close, and I have no idea who's going to take the victory home.
Oh boy. I'm still trying to read what it is, but yeah, it's too late.
Try to make out what exactly that is. Ooh.
No, he was holding 2 phones. I either had to focus on one of them or either both of them, in which I actually got confused, right? So
yeah. Well, Team Alpha, tensions brewing on their side as well. Well, they just lost a round, which gave the advantage to Team Bravo, and Team Bravo have got 2 of their ultimates ready, and both of these ultimates are very, very efficient in these post-plant situations, especially for their retakes, right? And the Brim ult can also be used in a way where they can just deny the plant by time and just...
Or they could combo it with Seekers.
Oh yeah, they can.
They could. Just by looking at the minimap, if one of them gets detected from the Seekers, they could just instantly use the Oracle Strike. But UFO has something else to say with this on his back. Already pushing from the side itself. And here comes Freddy with the Sage itself. But let's not forget about Hydroflick with the Judge. It's already 2 players down at the hands of Team Bravo. Orbital Strike's been used. Not quite sure exactly where it's been used at that moment, but all in all, Team Alpha, they're making a decision to push in from the A side.
no.
And Team Bravo knows this.
There you go.
He finds one. Judge, the jury, no, it's not gonna happen. Ankita is here to shut him down. Tailbase is here to give them some vital information according to the player's whereabouts. Ankita, strapped and ready. All it needs is just a simple
30
push and a
seconds
bit
left.
of a help from their team. But she gets it anyways. That's
Spike
1
planted.
second. There goes mid-fail. Can she find the
Last
third?
player
It's just a running spectre.
One
Mercy still
enemy
here to
remaining.
drop down from the hatch itself, but in the end it will be Kritika.
It's just trades coming left, right, and center,
Yeah.
and it's a trade fest right about now. Every single player, especially Hydroflick, he just went in so aggressive. We had Ankita popping off as well with that double. If Ankita could have connected the third, that would have been a round. Going south for the side of Team Alpha.
Yeah, it would have been
30 seconds left.
that third shot.
Slate
I mean, I would say the main reason why
Last
Ankita
player
had a lot of
standing.
problems dealing with that was that it
One
was a
enemy
huge wide
remaining.
peak, right? The Spectre in hand, you could just run and gun. Just keep running, keep shooting, it's like you're playing your own salsa game, right? You have your own dance off. And in the end, when it comes to that peak, it always comes down to the one who actually has reached salsa, you know?
Yeah.
But in the end, talk about this round itself. We are back at an equalizer again, Assassin. 8-8. The only difference is that we have Mamba with the orbital strike.
I really want to ask Hydroflick this question. Is he on a judge-only challenge?
Is he?
I guess.
Maybe.
Every single round till now, he has been playing judge, except for the pistols, of course. But yeah. He's been on that judge since, like, even on the pistol round, he's been bringing up the shorties.
Yeah. And holding all from A-Lance itself. But maybe we might be able to see that once more. Orbital strike comboed with the satchel charge. Molotovs has been present as well. They've got the control and now it's post-plant at the hands of Team Bravo. Meanwhile, we see UFO. First kill and the second will be retaliated back from Meow 16. All or nothing, and Mamba just jumps around at the right time. The judge is just favoring a lot for the Brimstone. But we're back at the standstill, 3v3, and it's Meow 16 who gets the opening pick. There goes the Sage, Kritika, once more. It's just back and forth fights, and in the end it's just Team Bravo who gets the control of it. It's 9-8. You could say it's like back and forth, right, Assassin? One round we see Alpha wins this, one round we see Bravo wins this, and when it comes to plays like Judge, it's just you need to keep judging yourself to see whether who will get it or who will not.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes on to show as well that both of these teams are so balanced, right?
Yeah.
It's like we've got the perfect mixture of absolutely every single element we need in a team.
Balanced agents.
Yeah.
Balanced teams. Balanced weapons.
Fight!
I wouldn't say it balanced from the weapon side now, do I?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, some of the players have been on their own challenges, like Mamba and Hydroflick.
I haven't seen the Odin yet.
Yeah.
When will you see an Odin spray shot? I mean, it could work out if you have a Sova combined with it. You know, you have information and then you can just wall bang it.
I mean, we can request them. Just for the audience, you know. A little bit of an Odin action, but before all of that, Euphoria is going to be the one to move in over towards the A site. Try to gain control. The smokes are in as well.
Launching smoke.
So, Team Bravo, they should have pretty much got all the information in the world they need in order to stop this execute coming out from the side of Alpha. Mamba and Kritika going against each other. It's going to be Mamba and the judge to reign supreme. Gosh takes out Fatty, and there comes Ankita with the frag on towards midfield as well. But the trade is coming. It's happening one by one, and it all comes down to Hydroflick now in a 1 versus 3. He has to clutch it out. Not going to happen. Ankita C peeks out wide, and that's Hydroflick down.
Yep, and that is how you secure a post plant, Assassin. Team Bravo. Team Bravo will secure this round. Okay. Like this is like matchception, don't you think?
For second match, for second match,
it's like a match within a match.
Yeah. For a second, I just thought that he might just be watching our stream on Loco, but nah, not happening. But you better do that, mister.
Let's make him dance.
Well, looking on the flip side, Team Bravo currently the one gaining the lead 10-8, and I just heard a showstopper coming in from the Alpha side, and that's Mia 16K. Not quite sure exactly where it's happening. Oh yeah, it's a head on from the hooker side. Won't be able to get the kill nonetheless. Actually, it was from Hydroflick again, apologies. Paint bombs being used, a lot of information. They just pushing from the A side itself. And I believe this lockdown would be more than enough for Team Alpha to make a commitment to the side itself. There's a lot of denials from the Bravo side too. And UFO, there it is. The running back ability. Here comes the execute. What will it be? Will Team Alpha get control or will Team Bravo hold their ground on the B side? Still roaming around. Ankita might be able to find one. There goes the Sage. 4 more left. They got the control. Midfield goes down, and so does Hydra. At the hands of Mercy. Almost a flick attempt, but it's not working out. But in the end, it will be Mia 16 who will claim the final kill and give one more round at the hands of the defenders. And we have some cheers coming in from Hydroflix's end too.
Single-handedly locking down the side. Back for Mercy. Beautiful triple coming out from that guy as well, and going to be moving in over towards the next round now. Okay. UFO coffee.
All right.
All right.
That's true.
We'll definitely ask him after the match.
Yeah. Definitely. He will. Come on.
10 seconds for the next round to begin, and Team Bravo are just a round away from making it a map point and a match point as well. This is the best of one, ladies and gentlemen.
And for Team Bravo, all it needs is just 2 more wins to secure the matchup. You could almost feel that there is a bit of a tension though, but all in all, it's all just fun and games, right? So even with the judge being brought out from Hydra's end, now he just switches it back to the Vandal. Seriousness is present, but here comes Hydra. Then there goes Mamba right from the A-Lamps itself. Waiting so patiently. Be able to get one. Showstopper. Will that connect? Actually does. There goes one. One more at the hands of Ankit as he takes out, as she takes out UFO. And it's at a stalemate back again. 2-2. Team Bravo need to secure this win. Orbital strike.
One enemy remaining.
To force him to go back from behind. And Krutika is here. Triple
Spike
kill.
planted.
Post plant. And now it's all at the hands of Mercy. 1v2. He finds one. All it needs is just one more, but no Hydroflake denies it. Man. Close encounters, yeah?
Quite a lot of ultimates being
Yeah.
used to gain control over towards that site, right? And in my opinion, that orbital strike was just a little bit too much. Knife them out.
Knifed them out.
DM knifed them out.
We did see one knife though in the first half. Who knows? Maybe we might find another one. The only question is, who will get knifed? That's the biggest question though.
Yeah, we already got one knife, so.
Yeah. We got one. Now we're just waiting for the second. But for Team Alpha though, they're just gaining ground.
Yeah. Kash has been holding on to this particular position from quite a few rounds now, and I really like that position as well because it just allows her to make a lot of plays alongside the players to be playing from the U-Halls as well, right?
Oh. Although tagged a lot.
Oh no.
Oh no, that's
Go out, run away! You're gonna be forced out of that position, gonna get taken down by Euphoria, and with that Akutasi comes in as well to take out the run it back. I deflect. Let's get the frag on towards Mamba, but Mio and Mamba just got him from that ult kill as well. Hydroflick, so pushed, so aggressive over towards the defender side spawn, and Meow 16k left out on 1 versus 2. There's absolutely nothing she can do. She's sandwiched in that particular position. It's like there's no here, there's no there.
Yep, low on HP, but oops. Yeah, just give them a second. Oh no, it's just gone. That's sad. He's about to say something, right? But unfortunately, something happened.
Careful now.
So.
Yeah. Sorry, bro. He was trying to tell us something.
Yeah. Maybe he'll try to tell us telepathically, you know? It's just like...
Look at this, Hydroflick position. It was beautiful. He took control over towards the U-Halls as well, on top of the ultimate that came in. But Mamba used his ultimate in a very beautiful way, and the timing was just impeccable as well. So it all worked out. That round could have been Bravo's, but Team Alpha, they just had better gunfights.
Yes, indeed. And for Alpha, and Mamba's still with the judge. He wants to get those kills, going a bit more aggressive. And that would end up in his downfall as Krutika comes back. Gets one, and so does Ankita. Oh, beautiful shot. That's 2 players down in just 1 magazine. And now Team Alpha, they're feeling the heat. Because Hydra, he engaged in a gunfight and he gets caught out from Mercy right from that flank from behind.
1 enemy remaining.
And Meow 16 taking things under control. And it's all down to UFO. Finds one, gets the second. There goes the Sage. Will we see a clutch happen from a UFO? So 1v2. Anything can happen. The only difference is that does he have the necessary utilities? Does he have the flashes? Yes, he has 2 curveballs. He could use it to flash one of the lines of sight. Oh, careful now. Meow gets caught out, but he'll be able to reposition back in the same position. Left. But is it more than enough?
Not really sure. In a 1 versus 2 situation, things are looking like a bit of a challenge for Euphoria, of course, but sort of a 1 versus 2 situation should be easy for him. Let's take that individual one-on-one against Ankita. Wins it out as well, but there comes Meow 16k. Jiggle picking right around the corner. taking down Euphoria without any sweat whatsoever.
Patience is the key to virtue. I usually listen to that thought for the day every single time when I was at my school, you know?
Wow,
Patience.
Ankita.
Yeah.
That slow-mo though just gave us so much idea as to how exactly that play was made as well.
Yeah.
Coming back.
Yeah, you almost flushed it out, right?
He did.
Imagine if he had that final kill. That would have been huge for Alpha, but for now, it's just one round for Bravo to secure this match. Early orbital strike from the Lambs' side, and Mamba playing so close. Can he deny Hydra? Yes! Yes, he does. And he just safely falls back from Lambs without having no repercussions. And U4 just strikes back by taking out Mercy.
Joke's over.
Oh my god, Meow. He's gonna go ahead and hunt down the Sage from the side of Team Alpha. It's gonna be Meow, bringing out the pistol as well, running out of bullets on the primary weapon. A 3 versus 4. We've got the Resurrection as well from the side of Team Bravo, so there's really nothing to worry about. All they have to do is stick together and move in for this retake as a unit. Kritika is going to hold on over towards the long position. We're going to be seeing an aggressive Euphoria over towards the defender side of spawn as
Smoke's
well.
down. Stim beacon down.
Well, the only thing that they have in their possession is the Resurrect, and they'll do exactly that. Using one to revive one. Meanwhile, we see Ankita gets one more by taking out UFO. There's the main threat gone for Team Bravo. All they have to do is just remove one final player, and that is Midvale. Spectre in hand, the defuse been going out, and it's already been called out. There you go. Team Bravo will be your winners in this streamer quest. What a match, Assassin. What a match.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It looks like the side of Team Bravo, they had their homework done. They definitely did.
Yeah, they definitely did.
And when Kash said that she's gonna let her game do the talking, she wasn't kidding at all.
She wasn't.
Yep.
Man, all in all, gotta say, we can't forget Mamba's judge, right? We just cannot forget about it, right?
Yep.
It's just in our head. Whenever you see a Brimstone controller just playing on lamps, always remember about Mamba.
Absolutely. Not just Mamba, right? We had some pretty interesting shotgun plays coming out from a lot of streamers throughout this entire map as well. We had Hydrofleck every single round with a judge. We had Meow as well, especially on these attack rounds, right? When she used to just go in and take that aggressive angle over towards the U-Haul's position as well, trying to take a frag or two. And it's just like these shotgun plays were the actual highlights throughout the map. It's like, I don't know, these streamers might have had a little bit of a shotgun-only challenge going on, but it was quite interesting altogether.
Yeah. I mean, we did see the Guardian too, right? So, from the Sage's end, right? From Team Bravo's side. But yeah, all in all, that was actually entertaining. I like that, you know? Yeah. When it comes to strategies, what most of us would do is just mainly focus on Phantoms and Vandals. No. We don't do that here. We don't use Phantoms. We don't use Vandal. All we need is a simple judge, and you shall be judged.
Absolutely. And apart from that as well, right? Like, apart from the judge plays, it was about all of these individual plays that these streamers made as well. And all together, coming in as a unit, taking that victory is going to be Team Bravo. Well, with that said and done, I feel as if the side of Team Alpha could have actually, dragged this game to an overtime as well.
Yeah, they could have.
There were times that Team Alpha were looking like they were this close to taking this to an overtime, but well, unfortunately, Team Bravo were just the better ones out there.
Yep.
We've got the champion screen coming right up as well. There you have it. Team Bravo, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Mercy, Meow 16K, Ankita C, Kash Place.
Yep, 13-10 on map bind. Just amazing match, right?
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
Absolutely amazing match.
See, as I was saying, right, back
Yeah.
for Mercy, Meow 16K, Ankita C, Kash Place, and 8-bit Mamba.
Yep.
Well, Mamba, he was actually very explosive with that judge. That was that one highlight that we cannot miss.
Yeah.
Especially being on the Brimstone and getting all of these cams, all of these frags as well is something that we absolutely cannot forget. What was the highlight play for you throughout the entire tournament?
I could say the most highlight play has to be from Euphoria, man. Euphoria with the Phoenix, man, those shots. The collateral shot from that op. 3 kills, it's just perfectly lined up in towards the fountain side. It's very rare to get those shots like that. But that's not all. That's not the only one where Euphoria has been an expertise at. In most later rounds, he's been doing so much damage. Flanks on the right time, just pushes. It's just working out so well in their favor in the first half. And then second half, suddenly just fell apart. And who do you have to talk about? It's Meow.
Absolutely. All right then, well, speaking of Mamba and all these streamers as well, we've got our host Mamba, who's ready on the stage and has got us some interesting interviews as well. So Mamba, take it away.
Well, I'm here with the person who's given me an identity crisis all over the country. Mamba coming out on top. कैसा लग रहा है जीत के?
बहुत ही बढ़िया लग रहा है. अब इस स्टेज पे भी मैंने दिखा दिया कि बेस्ट जज प्लेयर ऑफ इंडिया मुझे मिल सकता है.
But श्रीमान भाई, आप बोलते आपको अच्छा लग रहा है कुछ भी हो, but you enjoyed the show. मजा आया खेल के.
तो आया. मुझे बस वो कैरेक्टर के नाम नहीं पता थे. इन्होंने मुझे हेल्प करी. वो दीवार वाली लड़की रहती है ना, सेज नाम है ना उसका, लेकिन साथ के लिए इज्जत है.
Come here, UFO, come here. लगता है if you keep playing like this, main squad में साइन करना पड़ेगा अन्ना को.
नहीं अन्ना और अनुज भैया को देख के फिनिक्स उठा लिया आज रैंडमली की फिनिक्स से मार सकते बाइंड पे. बट ठीक है. बट इट वाज फन. बहुत मजा आया. अंकिता के अगेंस्ट खेलते हैं मजा आता ही है. अभी नया स्क्वाड था तो इट वाज फन. बैंटर भी हुआ, एंजॉय भी बहुत किए. श्रीमान भाई थे, एक अलग ही एक्सपीरियंस था खेलने के लिए. बहुत एंजॉय किए.
No, it was a lot of fun to watch as well. I'm sure audience को भी मजा आया. But unfortunate, I hope you had fun. Thank you so much. Shriman bhai, thank you so much. Mama to you, congratulations जीतने के लिए. But before we send them off the stage, can we have a huge round of applause and cheer for all the players on the stage? Wonderful. But Mama, एक और चीज पूछूंगा मैं. ये जो एक्सपीरियंस है यहाँ पे, I was going to let you go, but I was like, you know what, सवाल पूछ लेता हूँ इनसे. ये जो एक्सपीरियंस था कैसा रहा? And are you looking forward to more experiences like these?
Yeah, pretty much. क्योंकि I guess it's the first time I have sat for a Valorant खेलने के लिए यहाँ पे ऐसा LAN में, but it was great fun. And yes, ऐसा होता रहना चाहिए so that we can get together and लोगों से भी मिलने का मौका मिलता है and सब लोगों से मिलने का मौका मिलता है. So yeah, it's great.
Wonderful. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, right now it's time to go on a really, really short break. Do not forget, you're watching AMD Ryzen presents TEC Arena. We will come back after this short break.
Our spy carrier is down.
the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 presents the Esports Club Challenger Series powered by Lenovo and Crucial Memory. Earlier in the day, we witnessed the lower bracket semi-final. One team advanced, of course, one team went back home packing. But right now it's time for the upper bracket semi-final. Both these teams, of course, have one more chance, but neither of these teams wants to get pushed down in the lower bracket. They're both going to give it their all, but the question is who is going to advance to the grand finals. But this is something only time can tell. But for now, let's have a look at the teams in question. Well, you know what is going to happen right now. It is going to be Velocity Gaming going up against Orangutan, and we know what the fans bring. I see Fadu right there as well, but I need to hear it from the fans. Let's start off with Orangutan. The Ape Army is sitting right there. They're sitting ready. Can I have it from the Ape Army? That was loud, but the question is, was it loud enough? I want to hear it from VLT as well. Can I have it from the VLT Army? On my cue, 3, 2, 1. They are definitely loud, I can tell you that for sure. But I guess we'll find out what happens in the server. I have a lovely casters waiting for us. So what do you folks?
Thank you for that, Mama. And yeah, we are here. It is going to be Velocity. It is going to be up against Orangutan. I'm CSV, and I'm joined alongside a surprising yet very familiar face in the Indian esports community, Ocean. How are you feeling today?
Oh, I'm excited. With the audience that I've seen, I believe if you're going to go and do a Google search, the best esports crowd in India, it's going to be Bangalore, 110%. The way, you know, everyone's out there. Look at this excitement that there is. And I believe this is going to stay till the end of the game tomorrow, every single moment.
100%. Right now, you know, we had our first matchup. We saw the likes of Enigma up against Revenant. That was a duel of death. Why? Because the losers, they were eliminated out of the tournament. This one, we can say it's a lot safer when it comes to the journeys of these teams with respect to how the brackets are going, but it doesn't mean that the stakes aren't as high as they ever can be, because yet again, this is LAN. The teams, not only are they playing for the prize pool, but also both of them are playing for glory.
Definitely. I mean, it's glory, the bragging rights. Obviously, you're going to be undefeated so far, and then it comes down to tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a different story, 110%, but we'll have to understand who ends up their night on a good note. I mean, it's going to be the birthday boy and squad, or it's going to be OG that are just, you know, fighting up for everything that they have for themselves, and definitely we'll have to understand for those, but then again, time will tell.
All right. Well, time will tell, definitely. But for the time being, let's have a look at the brackets. Let's see where these teams stand up against each other. And overall, and yeah, today we saw Enigma up against Revenant. Boy, oh boy, what a game it was. Map number 1, 13-11. And then Enigma, after tasting defeat, they were like, enough is enough. They finally said, even after losing to Orangutan, Enigma finally called it, and they were like, we will not be, you know, bogged down anymore. Finally, we will rise. And finally, did they rise? They move on forward into the lower bracket finals. For the time being, we have the upper bracket finals in front of us. It is going to be OG up against Velocity. The losers of this matchup, they'll be going forward. They'll be playing against Enigma tomorrow. Meanwhile, the winners, they'll be getting a direct and the first spot in the best of 5 grand finals.
Tomorrow it's going to be challenging for Enigma and another team, 110%. But the thing is, if a team loses tonight, and if they have to play tomorrow one game, if they win that, if they have to play another game, like that's going to be like, what, 8 matches in a row or something, and that's going to be very, very tiring mentally as well as physically as well. I mean, it's going to drain you out, but this is what it's all about, your own hustle, your own struggles. But at the end, if you overcome those, I mean, that trophy is definitely yours.
And that trophy as well, we saw a glimpse of it, really beautiful. But for the time being, let's not only have a glimpse, let's have a full overview as per the matchups we have today. Already, we've gone through the first matchup. You know, we saw what Enigma can do up against Revenant. It was going to be, and it was a Enigma win. Now, second match of the day.
Yeah.
It's Orangutan up against Velocity, and it is going to be yet another best of three. So when we say the stakes aren't, I mean, the stakes are as high as they can be, but there's safe ground. Even if you talk about it specifically for this best of three matchup, there is that safe haven for these teams. Why? Because if you lose, even if you lose map number 1, regardless of which team it is, you can still make a comeback, and a brilliant example of that was Enigma today itself.
Exactly. I mean, you're not going to be falling that much harder if you talk about it. I mean, you can get up and fight tomorrow, but talking about Enigma and Revenant, right? Obviously, that was a very, very close call as well. I mean, we saw Revenant coming up pretty good on the maps like Pearl, like yesterday as well, today as well. But now, obviously, the journey just ends. But Enigma, they have their timing. But yeah, OG and VLT, that's definitely going to be extremely, extremely important for them because they have to just showcase who's the best up right now at this day, at this age.
Well, we're talking about the teams as well. Now let's have a look at the head-to-heads. Let's see the players and their performances respectively. And oh boy, it's going to be two players. At times, they fulfill similar roles. It really depends on the map. But then again, these guys, they used to be teammates. They know each other as well as humans can. It is going to be right to ace from the side of Velocity up against Vibho from Orangutan, and the statistics as well. I mean, there's a reason these guys are in the head-to-heads. These guys are in the spotlight right now. The kills, the numbers, they speak for themselves.
I mean, there's love, there is brotherhood, but then there's the org that just, separates them. So that kind of just, becomes one of the things. I mean, if you think about it, 140 kills, 176, there is a gap, there is a difference, but I believe right to ace is definitely going to just, get that number to a closer call for themselves, for himself, for his team, if anything. Headshot percentages, I would say it definitely matters if you have a Vandal and just, want to go for a one-shot or something, but still, if you talk about it, it's still close, so I would want to see what happens if there's a 1v1 or a 2v2 scenarios, because those are going to be very, very interesting and important.
Not only do we want to see it, the audience as well.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, seeing the first best of three, seeing the streamer showdown, the energy that was present, boy oh boy, if anything, it's going to be amplified even further now that we have the talk of the town, now that we have the main game for the day, the one everyone is looking forward to, even all the people joining us from the luxury of their homes. But yeah, head-to-heads, another part of the head-to-heads also is going to be the, the utility factor, the strategic factor, the experience these guys bring as well on every single map. Now, we'll talk more about our lovely birthday boy, Right to Ace and Vibho. For now, let's again go back into that overview perspective and let's see exactly where these fights will be fought. Let's have a look at the map, Vito.
Oh, that is important. That is 100% important if we just talk about it because I believe, those maps are definitely going to be banned up, but Haven and Ascent coming up, that means we have Bind as the decider. Do you think it's going to go to the decider? I mean, I believe so.
Honestly, Ocean, no disrespect, but that's a rhetorical question. Who doesn't believe it's going to go to the decider map? Who doesn't believe? Who doesn't want it to go to a decider map as well, no matter how late it is in the night, no matter where the moon is in the sky, the audience and everyone's attention will still be on the stage. But before we talk about Bind, it's going to be, the first map of Haven. And for the time being, I gotta say that Orangutan, they've chosen it. I'm intrigued exactly why. Because Ocean, we were having this discussion right before we went live, right? That in the group stages, in the online phase, Orangutan have played the map of Haven every single matchup against every single opponent of theirs. We saw them played against Anadi Army. We saw them played against Medal Esports. We even saw them played against the likes of Revenant. And every single time they had different compositions. They were shaking things up. We'll dive more about these compositions, the players, but still they've gone for Haven, a map which Velocity really prefers well. I mean, we saw Velocity defeat Enigma in the group stages on this very map. So suffice it to say, Haven can be a sort of early decider in a way.
Maybe I would say the first half is definitely going to be, a mega decider of sorts. But just like you said, 3 different havens, 3 different compositions for themselves. It's not exactly like, different agents they were picking up. But yeah, every single individual was actually just rotating up the agents among themselves. That also creates a lot of chaos in their own mindset. Like, what are they discussing? What are they actually, conversing about in the game? How are they changing up their own pace? But it also comes down that, yesterday's game when I saw a big thing, and that is the defensive side was actually coming up with a very, very good lead every time. Either it was a swap, before the swap and all those things. And right now with velocity on the defense, I believe if they carry on with the same thing, they can actually swap up at a very, very good number.
Well, talking about numbers as well, why not have a look at the map statistics, try to get some information beforehand, try to predict exactly what's going to happen in this matchup. But again, predictions are very, very difficult. If we have a look at the statistics, of course, these statistics powered by VLR.GG as well, these are all based off of the previous experiences and instances these teams have played, the matchups they've had a while ago. And for Velocity, 72% win rate. Orangutan, they're not far behind. On Ascent, yes, Orangutan haven't had the best of times. Their matchups, they've really struggled, but they make up for it with a 100% win rate on Bind.
But think about it, right? Obviously, it has to go to Bind. As of now, you said, numbers and numbers, they don't lie. And right now, with Velocity, for the first 2 games, they are not lying as of now. It might change after this game, but if it goes to Bind, it might just be safe to say that, yes, OG might just, pull off some really, really good miracle for themselves. But for that, it will have to be 1-1. Now, it depends who's going to be opening up their account with 1 in the overall, map win. Is it going to be, Orangutan coming up really strong on Haven with maybe a different comp that we don't know? Or is it going to be Velocity just, playing by the books and maybe just actually topping up the exam?
I mean, both of those instances, the thing is, the probability is there for those to happen. I mean, you're talking about Orangutan. You mentioned the compositions, even the players as well. I said this yesterday when OG played against Enigma. I'll say it again. Most members of Orangutan, they've worn many hats. They've fulfilled multiple roles that their team has asked them to do, that they've decided amongst themselves. The agent archetypes keep changing for the players, which makes the agents and the players themselves quite versatile and quite well versed within many, many respective roles that they're fulfilling. But also it means that not being on a dedicated, not having a dedicated role can bog away from some of those special plays that we see. There are many, many players who play a specific role. You have your dedicated sentinels, you have your duelists, you have the stars of the show. Those guys, they're the stars of the show for a reason. It's because they know how to play the agents in and out. They know how to utilize the utility, the movement and everything in between. But when you shake things up, when you constantly keep on shaking things up, it can take away a little bit from that factor.
I mean, it's a very good point that you actually just, put up right now. I mean, they know how to play slow with the same agent. They know how to play fast with the same agent. They know how to play on the eco rounds with the same agent. They know how to just, use how many utilities. And talking about utilities and all, right? Obviously, the chamber play. That might just change a lot if they are picking up chamber. I mean, we have seen a lot of chambers pick up, lately as well. Even after the nerf that has happened. I mean, talk about it, right? Previously, you used to get headhunters 1 bullet for 100 credits. Now it's just increased up to 150. Previously, your start would be like you'll take up the alarm bot and obviously maybe 6 headhunter bullets, and then you'll be playing up. But that was just what 600 and 200. But now it's definitely changing up. So all those things will change up the play style, the game chances, and might as well just actually put you down to playing tomorrow's first game.
Indeed, there are a lot of things that these teams have to talk about. Of course, the timing of this chamber, neon, jet, nerfs and buffs and reworks as well. It was really, really unfortunate. I was having discussions with many players from all of the rosters earlier, is that what exactly is their opinion and will they shake up their strategies? And most of the players, they were like, we've had chance to practice just a little bit post this nerf, but it's still very, very dicey, opting for something new. And especially considering the stage, pun intended, I mean the stage that is set for all these players and the venue that they're playing at, the stakes that are involved. Would you really shake things up? Would you really want to shake things up right now, when after hundreds and hundreds of teams have been scattered away from the Challenger Series, the top 4 remain.
So, I mean, it's sort of a love-hate toxic relationship that you'll have to just, go up with. Yeah, I hate this agent now, but this agent is something that can get me the game. So I'll have to play this agent, whatever happens.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that thing has happened previously with the Jet as well. I mean, Jet's going to be there to stay, but
Indeed.
you know, when Chamber arrived, there were a few changes on Jet as well, but still players were, they were still a bit dicey, playing this, playing that, and all those things. But still, I believe now today, if you're playing by the books, you're definitely doing really good. And in that, I believe Velocity might have a slight advantage. As for what you have said about Haven's map and the picks of the players of OG. But then again, it just comes on. I believe I would want them to surprise me again with a different comp, maybe different pick, or maybe same picks but by different players, like something like that.
Indeed. And when it comes to the players, their performances, I have to an extent agree with you that VLT have that slight advantage. And the reason why I say that is because, again, look at their roster. After Vibho left, after Marzel left, yeah, there are a couple of changes happening. The 6th is registered, Lord Batura is there. But Velocity, the core 5, it's still present, and it's still that solidified core 5. No matter what has happened in Velocity, them moving out of the bootcamp for a little bit, them playing from their own homes, which they did for these group stages of the Challenger Series as well. Velocity are still that core 5 once those changes happen. For the side of Orangutan, not only is the full roster picked up relatively recently, but also their newest addition from Revenant Esports, it was Ember. The first time we saw Ember on the side of, for the side of Orangutan was on the 26th of July here in the online phase of the Challenger Series. OG were one of the invited teams. Now, of course, they've made it to the LAN. So Orangutan are looking to solidify themselves and solidify this roster as one of the best, if not the best, in the region currently. Velocity, yeah, it's a similar objective for them. They want the hashtag #1 associated with the name. Velocity want everyone watching to know that they are the best. But then again, which team doesn't?
I mean, every team wants to, and it's sort of a storyline that every team carries forward with themselves, right?
Indeed.
We talk about players like, Amaterasu, one of the finest in-game leaders in the region, if you talk about it, and then there are players like Hellfighter, when they just step up when the team needs them, and they just play brilliantly. Right to is the birthday boy, he has a lot on himself as well. He knows how to handle the pressure for himself. MW1 is the actual architect when it comes on making the plays. Deathmaker, a player with a cracked aim sometimes, won't even just, you won't even understand from where the bullet is coming, and you will see your name and your character just going down in the kill feed, and that's something to just watch out for. But yeah, talking about players like Ember from Orangutan, I've seen him just play in different titles as well. Previously I've casted him, and I understand the way he has just understood and developed himself.
Exactly.
That definitely matters a lot for a team, for a player, as taking down a team play.
Indeed, yeah, having that experience that almost all these players have, knowing what level you have to play at in order to get those wins, knowing exactly how much you have to perform at this stage for yourself, for your team, for all the fans, for the expectations that are set. It's definitely taxing on a player, but then again, as a player, you have to learn to deal with it. As we see, the audience interaction, the fans, they can definitely help the players. We're seeing this in the venue as well. We've got plenty of Velocity fans. Mamba had done that. He had hyped them up. We saw Orangutan support. We saw VLT support. And definitely the support is going to keep on continuing for all of these teams, for all of these players. Now, speaking of the players, we can see right now that the administrators are just figuring everything out. They're making sure everyone is ready, and only then can we jump into the game, because all the people at home watching, I know you guys want to
everyone wants to see. All right. Yeah. God bless you both. God bless you both. I hope so. I hope this is just off the game, though it's a real relationship. But still, talking about everything that there is, we have been given various flags as well for the teams and all. There are you can see a few flags, like OG people, they gave up their own flags out here. Velocity people, they gave up their own flags as well, and it's definitely looking really good. I mean, these players, these audience people, they have it for themselves, but now it comes down that at the end of the day, which flag is going to be just coming up stronger. That's for the audience, and their own entertainment, but these players, they have a lot more pressure with each and every game that's going to be happening up.
I mean, it's their performance that determines which flag will be hoisted above. But yeah, speaking of the audience interaction as well, all the people at home watching, I'd just like to say that follow the Esports Club on our social media because there's so much happening. When you guys are tuning into the stream, right now you guys are seeing the caster cam. You guys see the stage, you guys see the audience, but behind the audience, there's so much more. We have our lovely booth set up from our sponsors. We've got the meet and greets taking place. Jordan Indian were here previously as well. And boy, oh boy, I saw the line. It was going till the start of the venue. It was a pretty lengthy line. And then, of course, we have the Community Cup going on as well. I had the opportunity earlier in the afternoon to go and see some of the matches of the Community Cup. And I got to say, there were some familiar faces there that we have seen here at the Esports Club in the qualifiers, but also the new talent playing for that 1.5 lakh prize pool that is there to offer. It's really, really entertaining. And it's just, grassroots Valorant, which you love to see, especially here in South Asia. Not only that, the players get to play on LAN, all 5 of the teammates next to each other, their opponents in front of them. The vibe was really good. It was really, really hype. I had a ton of fun observing that. I'm sure all the people in the audience who tuned into the Community Cup as well were having a lot of fun. But now, everyone in the audience, they want the LAN.
They definitely want. And well, if you live in or around Bangalore, I would say you should actually visit tomorrow Sunday.
Yes.
Make it good with your squad or your friends or anyone that you have up, and definitely you can just try to go for it. But then again, we have the Agent Select coming up in front of us. Oh, this is good.
Yeah, it's MW1 back on the Neon. Deathmaker still on the chamber. Velocity. They're not going to be changing their composition. It's still going to be Sky in Breach. It's still going to be the same. Now I want to see for Orangutan, Vibhor locks in the Breach. Ember's back on his main. It's the Astra, but it's the other players. Is Shooter going to be... Is Shooter going to be on that chamber or will he be on the Jet? We saw plenty of amazing Tour de Force and Headhunter kills from Shooter back in the online phase, but then again, it was prior to the chamber nerf. And what exactly is everyone on the side of Orangutan planning? Tesseract is hovering over the Sova, makes a lot of sense. So Orangutan, they're definitely going for a composition they've played previously, and the players as well, they know these agents within themselves.
Definitely. They know these agents, they've played these agents, and I believe they're definitely going to be having a fruitful outcome from these agents. Previously, I saw Aruka just hovering around KJ and Neon, then again hovering around KJ, and you see Shooter right now with Neon. Probably coming up for himself. It's going to be, if it comes up, that's going to be good. I mean, I would love a good duelist battle coming up, and that's going to be MW1 and Shooter if that happens, and I believe we are in for a brilliant read if that's happening.
I believe he confirmed the Neon. Shooter on Neon. Boy, oh boy. Okay, if there's anything that's hyped me up for this matchup now for the map of Haven, it's going to be the Neon. Orangutan, I don't believe they've played the Neon prior to this on the map of Haven. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. On the LAN, for the first time, they're going to be bringing out the Neon. It's going to be Shooter up against MW1 to see who's going to have the most amount of attention drawn to them. Because honestly, Neon as well, the playstyle you have, it's going to be a lot attention driven. You want to be, the person gathering all of the crosshairs on the side of the defense if you're pushing forward, and then your teammates can do that work. But then again, Ocean, that theory can be applied to so many of the duelists. We talk about the Jet. We were talking about the Dive. What exactly does the Jet do? Let's take C-Long as an example. She's there. At the end of C-Long, goes for her own smoke, dashes into it. Why exactly? Just so everyone in the defense now looks at the Jet, and then the remaining teammates can flood into the bomb side, gain control, eliminate the anchors, plant the spike, and well, from that point forward, it's a round win.
I mean, it's definitely sort of an agent that has to carry you to the site as well.
Yes.
If you find someone, you get up a pick. I mean, that's where your aim game comes up, right? You have a good aim game, you actually go for those duels, and once those duels are done, you find how much area, how much spacing you can actually make in the site, play in the site, and then it just works up. But right now, if we talk about a site like A, obviously we were talking about it, there would be one flash agent or someone that's going to be just, flashing up the area, and then the duelist has to just, dive in till the raid night boxes and then check out the areas. Until then, if there are anchors on the side, they'll have to push themselves a bit back because they'll have to either wait for their teammates to just, come in and all those things. And then we have seen those times as well when you don't actually just, use up any agent on the B side, maybe just use sometimes. Previously it was with a thing, right? You'll just, use KJ's alarm bots and nano swarms around the areas, and then you'll let the players pass in. But now obviously all that has changed, but we'll have to see to what extent.
100%, you know, the setups they're going to be changing since Chamber is there from Velocity.
Exactly.
They can use the Chamber traps, the Rendezvous, even though it's been nerfed, I'm going to be honest, into oblivion with the time delays and whatnot. The Rendezvous is still going to be extremely useful. The trap will be getting a lot of information, will be garnering that information on the whereabouts of the opposition as well, and then we can see forward exactly how the teams proceed. I believe there was one team that really went, I think it was Enigma on Haven. Last time we saw them in the group stages, they went for a very simple kind of setup. They brought a Killjoy, they had the Killjoy alarm bot and turret on towards the B and on towards Garage. And the KJ herself, she played from B so that the other 4 members could spread out evenly on A side and on the C side, and then you could play within that. So it was really, really smart, you know, Killjoy using all of her utility, covering a lot of ground, which again, a Sentinel on defense, you gotta go for it. And they were able to do it successfully. They replicated it multiple times. It really worked out for them. But then you also have teams which really play off of a lot of their early kills and early picks, and I believe Velocity on attack, they will be one of them.
If played brilliantly, you know, you're not just dealing with one player as a cage, you're dealing with 1.5 player. I mean, turret just, you know, comes up as an extra one, and that definitely makes up the changes. But ladies and gentlemen, Velocity Gaming versus Orangutan, it's starting up. The gods of the game are proving themselves in front of the humans in the arena as we start off with the first round right now.
All right, pistol round it is. It is going to be Orangutan starting out on their attack. Velocity, they've got their defense readied up. No Killjoy this time, only a single Sentinel. That's going to be Deathmaker, as we have said and as we have spoken about him on the Chamber. So how do Orangutan proceed forward with this kind of, you know, aggression? Now, you talked about this, Ocean. You mentioned the Neon, the duelists, they need a flash agent. And well, we have a clear-cut example of that. The Breach will be there. So we know for a fact that most likely Vibhor will be supporting Shooter and they'll be looking for that entry. Now, in your opinion, I'll ask you a question. Do you think Velocity should counter this Neon and Breach head-on? Or like you said, when the execute happens, they fall a bit back, they retreat, and then they play safe and sound?
I believe the latter one should be the thing. You know, they'll have to play safe. They cannot let their players lose even if they're winning. Even if they're taking down 1 or 2 players, they cannot let their own players just, you know, suffer a bit. They would not want that to happen. And definitely will just, you know, understand as for what happens right now. MW1 just watching the window. He understands there are players, actually does a bit of a damage though, but still trying to survive.
All right, once again, Orangutan and their members. Look at that, 2 of their members. It's going to be the Killjoy, it's going to be the Neon. Bogged down significantly. They've lost a huge portion of their HP down to half. But Aduka, he's not going to shy away from these gunfights. He'll be watching towards mid. Amaterasu gets the first headshot. And that's the duel. Velocity have extended so much in towards mid. OG have no choice but to take up C.
They definitely are going on to the C side. C side for now, it's empty. Although there are players in the garage area and back of side though, but they're going to go for an easy plant for themselves. Just that still just, you know, shooting up a few bullets here and there, and now they'll be moving on to the back lines, which is pretty good for themselves. But look at the backstab that might as well just happen from MW1, but they have been brought down as OG is doing pretty good for themselves.
Orangutan, they had lost that 1 player, but in return of that, they got a free bomb set. They planted the spike. Tesseract has gotten 2 kills. Velocity, they're going for the retake. Right to his phone. Another headshot from Ember. Ember wants to seal it off, and it is going to be the Sova and Astra combo that secure a near flawless pistol round for the side of Orangutan. And I gotta say, before this, Orangutan have had 100% pistol attacking win rate, and once more they continue it, Ocean. They continue it.
They continue in a very, very good sense for themselves. I mean, think about it, right?
Yeah.
They lost down 1 player, instantly changed up their entire syllabus of what they have to do, just started moving on to the C side, and it worked out pretty brilliantly for themselves. I want to know if they're going to be just, you know, doing something similar for themselves, but looks like Orangutan's coming up with a technical timeout, so it's definitely going to be just, you know, taking up a while for themselves, but that first round, it's definitely just, you know, paying them off pretty good.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And I want to see what Velocity does now.
I mean, Orangutan, they can afford that hero Vandal as well. We'll be seeing, I believe we'll be seeing Tesseract on that Vandal. So it's a bold move, but considering the fact that they've won the pistol round, I don't doubt them for going for it. I don't doubt them, you know, completely going for full armor in Spectres. Spectres are usually there. Spectres are the currency when it comes to anti-ecos. But for the side of Orangutan, it's going to be the Vandal brought out as well. So that's really, really good. And considering Velocity, again, in this best of 3, it's the second round. Why would you want to take a risk? Why would you want to go for 4 spies? That's why they'll just be ecoing and saving their credits.
Now let's see what happens on to this second round as MW1. Again, Velocity is trying to push though a bit forward, but Aduka is trying to stop them down, which is pretty good. Trying to gather up the information, has a ghost, and let's see what the Classics and Frenzies can do against. But on the other side, we talk about the A-side movements. You can see a lot of happening out there, but Aduka this time actually paying the price again and again, taking down the players this time. But Deathmaker is trying to move forward as well. Tesseract, I guess he can just watch him out, but Aduka, can he get more? Is this goal going to be a good one? Well, it is. No, it's not, as LF just takes down Aduka, and now they are looking forward. But Seaside again, that's happening.
Yep. Velocity, they huddled up towards Garage. They got that one pick. Tesseract very low on HP, no armor. He's alone with the Vandal. Although, Velocity don't see him, they don't find him. And the MVP of the previous round yet again finds his second kill for the time being. And he's flanking another. Amaterasu can be the third victim. Yes, he will. 2 rounds, 2 triple kills. Now it's right to aim all by his lonesome. He's going for the shots. He'll take down Shooter, but he gets pushed down 6 feet under with him. And with that, Orangutan, after losing 2 of their lives, close out their anti-eco. Gotta say, pretty safe and sound.
Tesseract actually played brilliantly if you just talk about it. I mean, had 18 HP but did not feel any shyness in taking up the fights. I mean, Amaterasu, he had to check his back. I mean, they were just so close, but then Amaterasu thought, I'll just move around from window to maybe garage area and maybe just, try to see the seaside. But before he could just, jump out of the window, he was just done for. And Tesseract as of now, 6-0-0. Looks pretty good.
2 rounds, triple kills, no deaths. This time, this may be his first death if he's not careful. Why? Velocity, they've got the guns, they've got the rifles, and Deathmaker, he's not going to be quiet. Opener, and guess what? It's Ember. It's the controller as the first casualty gone on attack on a large map like Haven. Orangutan are left without Ember. Tesseract goes, Amaterasu gets his revenge. He wants more, but Uruka shuts him down, and we're back on almost equal numbers.
As of now, yes, the numbers are equal, but look at that. With just took down the players, making down the 3v3, but Seaside is again dicey. Well, talk about that. Shooter takes 1 for himself. Helef has been taken down. A 3v2 situation for the defenders to move forward. I mean, right to ace. If he tries, he can maybe just try and play by the books. That is smoking down on one of the areas, maybe garage or long, but I believe as of now, even they're going to be just thinking about, nah, we're just playing slow, but Aduka, he can take 1 for himself. No, looks onto the garage side. MW1's moving to the backside.
I mean, Velocity, they're going to be saving their rifles, and I can't fault them for that, but there's a big problem with this, Ocean. It's the fact that this was Velocity's full buy. They lost the pistol. They saved up for their anti-eco. They finally could afford rifles in full armor, and Orangutan go for C again. It works out for their side. Another round win. Velocity's economy is really struggling. Except for the 2 rifles they have right now, they will have to save a lot of credits once more, which means Orangutan may just get another easy round.
I mean, there are 3 sides to this one map, and it's the 3rd side that's definitely a lot of trouble for Velocity right now. Orangutan, they have taken a 3rd one for themselves, and 3rd time was definitely a charming one for them. But now we'll have to understand it. If again a push or a rush or something happens onto the seaside, even if it's a fake out or something, we'll have to understand how will Velocity just play around. And I see a few sheriffs coming up from Velocity's side. This is interesting.
I mean, it's all they can afford for the time being, while also managing enough for the next round. But MW1, wait a minute, look at his beautiful position he have. Orangutan don't have a care in the bowl. Shoot him, brute forces his way through the paranoia, through the aftershock. He wants to get the opening kill. No, he's shut down. Right to ace, double headshot. It's the initiating combo. It's the breach. It's the neon off the board. Deathmaker with 1 more. And Velocity, when their backs were against the wall, that's when they pushed forward and they leaped forward to take a round.
Tesseract, he is surviving, but then again, he would maybe just want to take down a few players if he can. But the major issue is just looking out on all the sides from where the players might just come. He spots 1, but now he understands, short might just be a very, very tricky one for him, as Deathmaker was trying, but nope. Actually, then as a flawless for now. Now he'll have to just check onto the back lines. I'll save you some time, no one's there. But still, he'll have to move to the entire area, and then if you just, understand the spike, it's just, it's quite, exactly. It's quite close to him, but not exactly in his own will to just, get that. So
it's so close, but yet
30 seconds left.
So far.
And Tesseract, I don't think he'll be... Wait, is he going for the spike? Yes, he is. He knows he'll encounter some gunfights. He's ready to break them. Now he cannot. And this is where MW1 comes in. Nice shutdown. And Velocity, they teach Orangutan a lesson. They're like, this is how you use the breach in Neon. This is how you use them in synchronization. Unlike for Orangutan, where in this round, they got shut down. It was Vibhor and Shooter who died with the hands of right to ace.
I mean, I believe now OG is going to be thinking up about this again, and that is, let's go to the seaside again. I mean, maybe let's go to the seaside again, or maybe just
Why not?
try. But I believe, nope, they're hell-bent onto the A side. They are quite hell-bent right now. They're thinking, but let's make all right. He's available out there.
I mean, this is the thing about Orangutan, that the one that we've seen so far is that if they want to brute force their way in, they will not fall back. They will not change the course of their action. They will continue with what and with exactly where they have set their sights on. So, they'll be flooding from a shot. You do have one player there. The Sky is present. Deathmaker, he's got the operator. LF. The Trailblazer will be spotting a lot. He'll be seeing the information. It's shut down for the time being. But Deathmaker, he shines. The operator goes. Shooter silently. Don't land his shots. Deathmaker, same fate for him, and Deathmaker goes down. But Shooter is stuck. Can he fall back? He sure can. And Tesseract can move on forward and instigate yet another gunfight.
And this time, OG again is moving on to the seaside for themselves, which definitely just looks doable, as they just have checked out all the areas with that one Sova recon, and now VLT has to understand what they can do. Right to ace. Had he gone from that garage area, might have been in for a treat, but now him against Tesseract might just be a bit difficult, so he actually swaps out the area. But Tesseract, he's not alone onto the C long, and now Amaterasu takes down Shooter. This is an important opening for Velocity. They'll try. They'll definitely try. As you can see, they have entered the site. The defenders have entered the site. And now with the smoke, they cannot watch out onto the enemy areas. But this is really important. Right to ace can take down the players. Is watching. 1 and 2. As right to ace with the last bullet takes down the players. Oh my God, what a brilliant play.
Enemy remaining.
Right to ace. He may have his birthday today, but he's setting up a class right now, and the class is for everyone watching. How exactly you go for all of those plays, the utility usage. And then, of course, we had Amaterasu with his ever so important Rolling Thunder. They used it in unison, and it worked out perfectly. First, it was the Paranoia. It was the Rolling Thunder. And I swear, if it was me on stage playing for the side of Orangutan and I was getting hit with all of this, I would have just walked off. I would have been like, oh, this is too much for my mental. But right now, yeah, we are seeing all the Velocity support as well. And who wouldn't? We have the Enigma boys in the back as well, who are quite happy with their win early on, and I believe they're scouting for their next opponents. They're seeing whoever loses today, they'll face them off against tomorrow. And of course, we've got the support of the audience. We saw the Velocity chants. The audience, of course, tuned in. And who wouldn't? When Velocity is back in the game, everyone in the world will support them.
I mean, imagine if Enigma's players are just sitting around there. Actually, they want to hear what Velocity is talking. If Velocity wins this one, right, tomorrow it's going to be, no love lost for both of them, and they're definitely going to be just, fighting up against each other. So that might just be advantages or disadvantages depending on what happens. But for now, OG side, I believe yesterday we saw a lot of just, jumps and dances and a lot of things happening when it was OG versus EG. I believe they just need one round again to just boost up their morale.
They do. Orangutan, they've faced this before many a times, and this time as well. Yet again, they've set their sights in C. Bomb side Shooter, he walks through the Paranoia. Right to ace. Can he clutch up again? Look at the advanced angle he's holding. He gets one, he gets two. It's the Phantom, it's the double headshot. But Orangutan, they reply back. It's Shooter and Tesseract to get kills. Shooter now is gone, detached, departed from this round. MW1 is going ham. It's his turn to shine. And he is doing just that. So once more, it's Deja Vu. Once more, it's Tesseract left all by himself. This time, Ocean, he's got the spike.
I mean, Shooter did good. One good thing, and that was, he just got his entry onto the side. Although he did not see the players, and that was kind of a thing. But yeah, Tesseract, now he'll still have to check the angles. I mean, we see no one's onto the side, but well, he'll have to play by the rules, and that is to understand and check the areas. Now he goes for the plant.
Spike planted.
This is where it gets interesting. I mean, playing up with the Sheriff, though, the plant is done. Actually gets that credit for himself.
And for the entire team,
if he plays extremely amazingly on this one. He might as well just get something for him, but it looks like the players, they're going to be checking up every angle. See, they want to make sure that they play every round to perfection. They want to lose any more players. And now, MW1 with one fake one shell. Oh, he's tries, but MW1 just gets the better out of him.
All right, so that's going to be Velocity. Yet another good win for their side. Exactly, going off on what you mentioned, Ocean, they still had their 3 players surviving towards the very end. The bulk of their guns will be carrying forward in Orangutan. I believe they need to take things slow, quite literally, and a little bit metaphorically as well. I've used this term many a times throughout the entire tournament. They've brute forced their way in. There's a reason why I say that we just saw in the instant replay the execute event of Shooter. He walked into a paranoia, right to ace. He was holding a brilliant off angle. He picked up a double kill with that Phantom. Both headshots. Yet again, Velocity are waiting for OG, and OG are walking into the Lion's Den. This time, it's the super owl drone. It's going to be the lightning quick. It's the fast lane. Everything Orangutan have spent to get into the C-bomb site. Now they get the NG, but continuing forward is going to be difficult.
As right now, OG, alright, well, they are changing up the pace for themselves. It's a 2v5 situation. It's going to be a flawless one. We'll have to see. As of now, nope, spoke too soon. Tesseract, he gets taken down. Helif just trying to fight. Let's see what actually happens as Deathmaker is also trying to check out a few areas onto the C side. The back side, though. One shot, well, Helif is down as well. Deathmaker has no other thing but to save that operator as he needs it for the further operations.
He does, and Velocity need all the rifles they can, and especially an expensive investment like this. You didn't want to waste it. Absolutely not. So it's a smart choice by Deathmaker. It's a necessary choice by Deathmaker, even if it means sacrificing the equality, even if it means giving the lead to Orangutan, who, according to Velocity, temporarily shall have the lead. It's going to be 4-3 in their favor, but VLT will be looking to make that comeback. Although Orangutan, right now, they've got good chances. We were talking about Velocity and how good they were looking. This can be Orangutan's bounce back. And of course, not only do they have the moral support, as we're seeing right now, but also they've got 4 ultimates in this round to show for themselves. Velocity, yes, they've got 3, but the overdrive from Neon, the Rolling Thunder, the Killjoy lockdown, even the Cosmic Divide, all of this can be used in the execution, and we know what Orangutan like the most. It's executing onto the bomb side as soon as possible.
Yeah, and they want to do that again. Look at that, but Deathmaker, he's ready, he's prepared. He might as well need to scope in for now. Actually does that.
You want to find it!
Spots on one, but misses the shot. And Shooter again actually marks up his entry, and with that Cosmic Divide, pretty good. Actually deny the angle, but no denial for Helif, and takes down 1-2 for himself. Tesseract taking Helif down in the situation, and now it's a 4v3. Actually, but look at that Neon ultimate just coming up as MW1. The Architect is eating players alive right now. And now Tesseract is the last man standing with a proper armor, full HP. But I believe this time it's a bit difficult.
Well, I would like to apologize to Velocity right here. I said Orangutan have the ultimates. I forgot. VLT, they only need one. MW1 was there. The overdrive, no matter all the changes that have happened, no matter the multipliers that have been reduced, the headshot percentage, it's increased. MW1, he's like, nah, it's the crosshair placement that matters, and it was pitch perfect. Velocity, they want to make this round pitch perfect. As a matter of fact, it will be. Deathmaker with the final kill. Tesseract departs, and Velocity, like I said, they gave the lead temporarily to Orangutan. Now they snatch it back, and we're on level terms.
Let them play. That's what they said. Let them play. Let them have their own fun. And once it's over, we'll go and mean business. And well, I believe Velocity meant that literally. All right. All right. All right. That looks good. That looks classy. But
it looks glassy.
Glassy. All right.
Okay.
You don't have friends, I get it, right? I know.
I've made this joke I made bad jokes many times online, but for the first time experienced the awkward silence in person, where hundreds of people in the audience, no one laughs. I've experienced it. It's good.
Us moment, man. Us moment. But well, let's talk about their moment in the game. As Shooter is trying to take down a few shots against that Nebula, though. Nobody home. Now they're trying to move on to the A side, I believe, or maybe just a few steps backward. And again, will they be playing by the books onto the C side, or maybe garage to C execution? We'll have to understand, as now the anchors on the A, they're still waiting eagerly if someone's arriving for them, but nothing's happening.
Well, Orangutan, they're taking it very slowly. And this, to an extent, reminds me of something they used to do. But no, now they're making noise. Hunter's Fury comes out from Tesseract. Kills it randomly. He's trying to find some velocity here. He doesn't. Rather, it's going to the Killjoy lockdown. Now that's destroyed alongside the lockdown owner. Herself, Killjoy is gone. You've got Shooter ready for the overdrive. Doesn't spot anyone. It's the B bomb side that's up for grabs. It's the Spike that's been planted, and Tesseract plants the headshot. Amaterasu, head gone off the body. Hell wants to do the same. He does just that. He is taking the revenge of every single one of his teammates, and he's taking the revenge for Velocity.
Right now, MW1 with 70 HP after the goes for a stun and is moving forward, but might as well just be caught. Terrible ball and Shooter! All right, they're doing good, but LF is keeping the hope alive, the dream alive, as 33 HP, but was trying. Although it goes down to a one-on-one situation. The spike, that tick, it's happening. Vibhor right now, right to Ace with 10 bullets. Oh, with 1 bullet right to Ace. Switches on to a classic and is trying to move against the area, as this is where the round goes out. Let's go! Oh, Orangutan, they played good.
Now, this was a very good round from Orangutan because they shook things up really nicely. You know, we were seeing them go for all of those rush plays time and time again, no matter what velocity brought out. Orangutan, they constantly went for the rushes. They went to the bomb side. They took things slow this time. They showed their presence on A. They even went for the Hunter's Fury, which, if I'm being honest, confused me as well. Why exactly is Tesseract doing that? But they went forward with B. That's really good. And Velocity, now they have to be aware of it. And honestly, both Velocity and Orangutan, they've got to be aware of each other's playstyles now more than ever, because we are nearing the penultimate rounds of the first half. And Ocean, like you said, the first half will be deciding a lot of the crux of the momentum for these teams.
But what if it's a 6-6 round? I mean, that's not going to decide anything. I mean, exactly.
Fair.
But there's one more thing. Look at Tesseract's stats, right? There were like 2 rounds. He was 6-0. Now it's 11-7. Think about the mistakes that, you know, there might just been in the communication as well in between the teams. And you have to understand what happened. But right now, with this round starting up, Shooter was moving forward, all right. Takes his rendezvous back. LF, the defenders are ready to just, you know, take down the areas. And now they understand that the players are coming up onto the A side, but little do they know, once they actually make up their mark, they move on to the other side. The Seekers, all right.
It's the Trailblazer has been shut down. Let's make a among the lightning breaks. He takes down Shooter and goes down himself. Once more, equal numbers, but Orangutan, a little bit of a problem for them. Guess who they've lost? They've lost their Neon, no Sage, no Resurrection. How do you execute onto the bomb side without the dive being there? How do you execute onto the bomb side without the entry fragger being present? It's going to be onto the support players. And well, within their right, you know, these guys, they've got great mechanical skill. We'll be seeing that. But up against Velocity in proper positioning, they can be shut down. Well, for now, let's wait and watch.
Ember is moving on to the long side as well, but little does he know there's going to be a guest waiting up for him. Ember with his few stars here and there. LF might as well just, you know, choose the B window area, I guess.
Good.
Yes, and OG is trying to get in onto the side. 30 seconds remaining on the clock.
30
they have
seconds
to do everything
left.
that they can. MW1, come on, will take the Astro down. And now it's time for right to Ace, but then again just takes one for himself. Aruga goes down as well.
The spike is gone,
spike is
and
gone.
it's Tesseract who also leaves. And Velocity, they leave behind the disadvantage they have. And now they move on forward and equalize the score. Yet again and again, we are seeing the VLT boot camp that's set up right next to our caster desk, and we are seing all the love that's there for Velocity. But then again, every single time Orangutan wins or gets a kill, it's equal. The
30 seconds left.
Decibels that are sprung up in this convention center are equal. But this time Velocity takes down. They held their ground.
Yes.
They waited for Orangutan no matter what shenanigans they were pulling off, and it worked. It really worked.
Definitely did. Now we'll have to understand, you know, what the players of OG can do. I mean, well, I guess nothing. Maybe as MW1 takes down Shooter, Neon taking down Neon. Vibhor is trying to move forward with the Spectre again. It gets very tricky, you know, how you can just go for it. MW1, 15 bullets though, but doesn't matter. Just playing it slightly slow for himself. LF taking up the information as well. Aduga with the Sheriff. Again, it's going to be a 5v4 situation in the favor of Velocity for now. 1 minute plus remaining. Well, a lot in their
Spike
favor as they
down
take
mid.
down the spike in front of their eyes right now. Helif, I mean, he is making good plays. Good plays.
Oh, indeed. Velocity yet again. Different members of players are stepping up on Chapter.
enemy
Now it's
remaining.
Amaterasu. Helif again. And again, it's
Oh.
Tesseract alone. And again, he doesn't have the spike. But a bit different to how we have seen it previously. This time he's got 5 angry defenders against him. And unfortunately for him, he can pick up the ultimate off. But I don't think he'll be picking up this round. Neither will he be picking up the spike, because honestly, it's in proper defender territory. And the defenders,
30
they're extending
seconds
forward.
left.
They're looking to get back to their own map control. MW1 is spotted, 21 HP. The sheriff running out of bullets.
Oh, I thought for a while that a knife is coming onto him. I thought.
It's not the streamer showdown. It's not the streamer showdown. But yeah, again, another triple kill for Helif. And I believe one of the few flawless rounds that we have seen as well.
Oh, some amazing rounds just coming up, but it's 6-5. That's the score.
Yeah.
Again, it might just be a 6-6, just like we said. Might just be a 7-5. I mean, those are the only two possibilities that are just remaining up right now. But what's going to be the reset? That's my question. Once the attackers defender, they swap
side
out.
swap, yes.
Exactly. I would want to know what happens in that one. But let's talk about the ultimate zone. Nothing on for the last round.
We may see a couple of getting unlocked, but MW1 he wants to unlock his true potential. Although he shut down as quickly as I spoke that sentence. Ember, he gets the opening kill. A very rare occasion. Ember gets the opener, but he does. He steps up to the plateau. Velocity, they still want to go for more kills. And Helif, the spam fireworks, they equalize the score. Does Helif go back? No, he doesn't. He wants to. And he does. Ember finally shuts him down. Aduka also jumps into the action. Orangutan are not out of this, but yet again, it's a big delay from their side because they only have the supporters remaining. They've only got the Killjoy and the Astra, and they're both quite alone. Ember walking alone towards C Long. Wait, what?
Amaterasu's out there. Ember, actually, for the first time, I've seen a player just using S instead of W though. And it's a 2v2. 50 seconds on the clock. Spike, they have it. They have to take it down to A, but Deathmaker's out there. Deathmaker's out there. He misses. Deathmaker misses one shot, but not the second time, as he takes one for himself, and now it's down to Ember. Is he going to go into the same fate? Well, it looks like he's actually changing up the area, but look at that. Nope, he's not changing. He's onto the same lines. Deathmaker, watch your left.
30 seconds
Oh
left.
no, he's actually looking onto the side area only. Now he looks onto the left-hand side. Ember, beware! As Deathmaker takes that one with the operator, and that's why he is the playmaker.
All right, that's that. This was our conclusion of the first half, and Velocity, where they put up great numbers on their defense, more than ever, considering now that they've got, the double initiator in play, and MW1 is on that Neon. The attack can be really good for their side. Again, looking at this theoretically, thinking of this from a strategic point of view, of course, Velocity will have that advantage. But Orangutan, these guys on their defense, they rely quite a lot on that opening kill, and then they fall back. On the attack as well, I'd like to see what Velocity's, play style is. OG, they had two different play styles. At first, they were like, we're going to rush, we're going to brute force, we don't care what's in front of us. C side, A side, even B a couple of times. But then, they changed it. Then they were like, okay, we show our presence on A long, we show to everyone we're there, we use the vault line, we use the rolling thunder, the flashes, the whatnot, and then we fall back, we hold our ground, and then silently, we go onto a free bomb site.
I mean, they used a Hunter's Fury as well, just to wake up the players, and they made everyone think, yo, what's on their mind? But then it was some different side. So I'd want to see if same is done by the teams after the swap or something. And then you talked about OG, right? I believe Aduka, Tesseract, these players are very important right now. If they have to just take up those early picks, just like you said, that's going to be OG's play style.
Yeah.
Then they might just save the side for themselves.
They could. They very well could. And right now, as we have the halftime tactical break for both these rosters, discussing amongst themselves exactly what's going to happen, we see all the audience. And again, I love the rejuvenation of the phone scrolling text thing. Even I participated in it at the start of the day. But it's really, they are a lot now, I gotta say. But again, all the more support for the players, all the more support for the content creators and the influencers we have as well. I mean, Ocean, even you were there for the meet and greet. What was your experience with all these audience members, with interacting with them?
See, that's why I'm telling you, this is the best crowd that esports
Yes.
in India can see right now, the best audience that there is, and that's one of the best reasons that, you know, I believe there are going to be more and more events in this area, Bangalore, if we just talk about it. But right now, let's talk about this game, and the swap has happened right now. But Deathmaker, again the playmaker, starting up, and Tesseract's pick. We'll talk about it, it's important. But Shooter, I believe, is going to be coming up onto the fault line as well. MW1 has to move forward. Now they are giving up the side.
They back off.
Exactly.
Like you said, they back off. Orangutan want to, Orangutan, they want to play for the
Spike
retake.
planted.
The thing is the pistol round. Speaking of utility, there isn't much. Of course, you've got Bibho. He's got the aftershock. He's got the flashes. He can strike, but Orangutan takes those skills. Shooter starts it off. Shooter goes. It's Bibho. He's also gone. Amaterasu is holding the ground with Deathmaker in this hell area. Oh, many people from Velocity are going.
One
Still,
enemy remaining.
Ember isolates the gunfight.
Oh my god, Ember, the tremors have been felt. The way Ember just, takes down the ghost and makes everyone feel like a dead man out here. What a brilliant round coming up for them.
Let's go, Luka! Let's go, Luka! Let's go, Luka!
Alright, so what does this mean for Orangutan? Pistol round, 100% win rate on even so far. Velocity.
I forgot about that actually.
Velocity have got to pump those numbers up, and this time Velocity once more, it's a full eco. We saw this at the start of the first half. Orangutan, not only did they win the pistol, they won the anti-eco, they even won their bonus, and it started their side in a brilliant way. But unfortunately, they couldn't close it out. They ended the half 5-7. This time they'd like to shake things up. This round, however, is going to be a lot more mellow. It's going to be a lot more easy on all of the players, because in a way we know what the end result is going to be.
As of now, look at this, the garage area. That's where the fight is supposed to happen. MW1 has spotted down the players, but still, Aruga just moving on back to the sideline. He understands that there are unwanted guests coming up as Aruga takes down one, but Vibhor as well, just, taking down a few numbers up for himself. It's a 5v3 situation. Go for another one for himself, although was taken down to 18 HP, but Tesseract returning one more. And this, if played correctly, I mean, goes down. Well, nope, it's not a flawless. That has been denied, but the round actually comes down to a 7-7.
Again, we knew and we anticipated the result of this round when it started as well, and well within their right velocity. They did just that. They ended the round. Like I said, it was a nice, mellow round. It was just not as high velocity as some of the earlier rounds we saw, pun intended, but definitely a very important round if you look at it from an overarching perspective, because like you just said, it equalizes the score count, but now this also means Orangutan can finally, Velocity can finally afford those rifles.
Yes, and they are. They're going for it. I mean, there's no other thing that they would do, and now Shooter's moving on. Now this is a neon v neon that's happening, when it comes down to different sides, but MW1 with that weapon for himself. Let's see what he can do. I mean, was quite close to Shooter though. Shooter's moving on to the backside. Ember. Alright, the attackers are moving onto the B lines. We'll have to see what happens. Deathmaker tried. Onto a few shots right away. So he goes down. Ember just taking down a few names. Amaterasu down to 20 HP. It's a 4v4. And now the spike is moving on to the A side, which is empty. Which is empty for now. Helep gets taken down though. But then again, MW1 opens up the site once again. And I guess this is where they are making up their own camp. And let's see what they'll be able to do.
Orangutan were confused. They, for a brief period of time, knew exactly the side. But even now, Shooter walks into the crosshair. MW1 finally goes down. But Amaterasu is still inside, and he's got the support of Deathmaker. Even if the breach goes down, there's the chamber. And there is Velocity back into it. So once more, really good round for their side, and once more, we see that Velocity, they're not giving up. They know they're going to face hardships in the pistol round, and of course, in their eco as well, when they're saving the credits, when they're on just very basic pistols and just a couple of upgraded pistols, some frenzies that we saw. But as soon as they get their hands on the rifles, as soon as they get their hands on the big boy guns, that's when Velocity strike.
Right now, I saw Aruga just coming up with a sheriff for himself to talk about. For this round, we'll have to see what they can do. I mean, it's a bit mixed slightly, so we'll have to understand. But MW1 looks like the neon seed side movement that's happening, and it's not. He's not alone. He's not alone. He's got a full squad. The squad maximum's coming up onto the C side. And now, Ember, he wanted to give up an answer and actually takes down Neon, but his job is done. Seaside, it's up for grabs. They grab it. Let's see how they'll play it.
So again, Velocity, they take a page out of the book of Orangutan. They brute force their way in. They've got to the side, they've done this fight, but there is that counter retaliation. Aduka! Oh, Tesseract is there. He gets a double, but Amaterasu gets both of them in garage. Although for Amaterasu, he needs more, and unfortunately he cannot. Orangutan are back into it, and the scores are level yet again.
The right to ace meme just coming up out here, but this one, you saw Aduka's shots, I mean?
Yeah.
Oh my, that's my aim if I talk about it, but still, it was still like plus minus, but well, at the end, the goods, the bads, the uglies, and the crazies, they just added up, and OG got what they wanted, a good round for themselves.
Indeed. And again, Velocity, we saw them do exactly what they wanted. With their plan, strategically, they were successful. They got a free bomb site.
Oh, yeah.
The fault line, the fast lane from Neon, the flashes, everything was good. But then who was shut down first? It was MW1. You did mention that MW1's job was done to an extent, yes, but it also meant that Velocity lost one of their crucial players.
Oh, yeah.
They lost a star player for this entire map, and Orangutan could really exploit that fact, and they definitely did. So, next round, MW1, a lot more casual about it. It's still Orangutan to get the opener. They want more. MW1 though, 10 HP, he falls back. He'll be healed. But in his mind, he knows just how dangerous that was. So mentally, he'll be ready for the gunfight. Amaterasu surely is. And Amaterasu, it's a walk in the park. He walks into B and he just gets 2 for free.
Clutches as easy as someone learns how to breathe. I mean, it's so easy for him, but we'll have to understand, can he take down more names? Amaterasu right next to Aduka, but Aduka this time is not going to miss anything. Now it comes down to a 3v2 and everyone again on his overdrive ultimate, takes down one more, goes for a stun and is moving forward. The spike is on the side, the plant will happen. But this actually leaves just one player from Orangutan. That's going to be Shooter.
Yeah.
We'll have to see what that Neon can do against this Neon. I mean, when the Vandal has to fall down, actually double peak could have happened, but that did not happen. Now he's coming up. He's moving forward. Takes another one. Shooter! He tried, but it was the birthday boy taking him out and giving him a present. The team gets another round.
Boy, oh boy, that right there was something. And for a brief period of time, Shooter...
I believed in Shooter for a brief...
I'm not going to lie, as soon as he got that kill onto MW1, let's have a look in our instant replay. When he dashed, this kind of movement that only Neon mains have. He dashed, he jumped, he stunned everyone in the crowd. Except for one, that was right to ace. He gets yet another clutch moment, so it's right to clutch all over again. And Velocity, they're back in the lead, but it's a back and forth that's been happening time and time again. It's Velocity this time who leads. Orangutan, they want to turn it around, but it's going to be difficult considering Deathmaker, he's got the Tour de Force.
The site is empty. The site is empty. Ace site is empty. Come on, VLT. That side, it's empty. But no, it's filling up. Now Tesseract's coming up. He's actually on that area with a classic go. I mean, it's definitely actually easy for Velocity in this situation.
Indeed.
I mean, they'll get onto the side. Everyone's out there. Tesseract will have to play maybe with a few exactly super darts and all. But MW1 again taking down the players. He's taking names. He's enjoying it. And I believe this is going to be good. Shooter as a sheriff. Paranoia comes in onto him, actually goes for a stun. That's really good, actually. If you want to hold down the players, Deathmaker with 29 HP and 4 bullets. I mean, he has to take down 4 players if it just comes down to it, but still, Aduka. Alright, with a Bucky, we'll see if they can do anything, but I don't think so. Not much, maybe. Oh, he tried, he missed, but the work was done by MW1 and Amaterasu as well.
Now, Aduka, he gets one, and it's all down to Ember. He's on the classic. And as ready as the classic is this time, he gets one. He finds the Neon. That's all he'll find. Velocity find their way to double digits. They're the first team to get 10.
Right now, I mean, the way both of these teams have played, right? There has been a time it was back and forth, back and forth. The seesaw was totally balanced in like the perfect things, like perfectly balanced as all things should be. Like Thanos said that once. I admire him, I don't know why. But still, you're talking about the way this game just went forward, right?
Yeah.
Now I need to see who actually reaches 13 or maybe 14 or like 15, wherever it goes. If it's like double overtimes and all, but that's a long story. Maybe someone reaches down 13 right now. You never know.
You definitely don't know. So again, we're seeing, I believe it's a tactical pause taken up by one of the teams, and the discussions that'll be taking place as well, right? Of course, on the side of Orangutan, you've got the doctor there. You've got their coach, the doctor, who played for a couple of those matches as well in the group stages, and he had an excellent performance. But then again, now that they've got the core 5, they're definitely playing with them, and we are seeing them perform. Even if Velocity's in the lead, it's only a 2-round deficit. We saw Orangutan yesterday against Enigma. We saw the result. We saw what they can do. The probability of them winning many of these matches, many of these maps is there. They've got the potential to perhaps be the champions as well, to perhaps be the powerhouses. South Asia needs the new kings of SA, but they've got to dethrone many, many teams for that. They've already dethroned one. Revenant themselves, they've taken a leave from this tournament after losing out in the lower bracket matches. Now Velocity is their next target.
10-8, just like you said, the double digits, well, that has been achieved. But now MW1 is going to play by the books of Neon's chapters. We'll have to see if that happens. Ember onto the backside. Just, making up a few markers, but looks like Ember will have to actually get out of the area, but still comes down under MW1's radar. Aduka gets traded out instantly, but look at Shooter. He knows his job, he loves his job, and he'll do it flawlessly, but we'll have to understand what happens. I mean, it's a 2v3 situation. The spike cannot go to C. It definitely has to move down. The Seekers, they have been deployed. But I guess A side is where they're looking forward to. But Shooter, it looked like it's gonna just, chase them, but not right now.
Now, he was thinking of the quick flank, but rather it's going to be a slow flank, and it will be undertaken by the members of Orangutan. All the Velocity, they've already infiltrated the bomb side. There's going to be Tesseract. How many does it spot? Both of them. Tesseract, no! He's gone. Orangutan still have that chance. They've got the overdrive. More so, they've got the rolling thunder. It's not out in the hands. The sound are going. You have Vibhor in Garage. He waits. He watches. The spike goes down. There's the rolling thunder. One easy kill for Vibhor. That's the other for Shooter. Really good utility usage from the side of Orangutan. Definitely really good. And of course, we've got our lovely people from Riot as well. Definitely a huge shout out to them. It's going to be, really, of course, once you've got the publishers in the house, it's really, really wonderful, the experience that they are providing us. So huge shout out to them.
It definitely is, but, let's talk about this round. Almost, it was a reverse psychology thing. You take down the spike from C, take a walk till A, get to B, get to C again. But, that rolling thunder changed everything. Had that not been there, I believe things might have been a bit different. But well, right now, OG on 9 rounds. This is a 20th one that we are looking forward to. Aduka, he's moving forward, takes out one right now. But then again, I guess he'll be taken down as well. Yes, we're bored. Right now, taking down Deathmaker. But on the other side, MW1, he has a few players to look out for. 6 HP for him, but takes another one. Oh my God, Shooter! He's taking down the players, but look at that Hellfighter was fighting, but Shooter is taking names for himself. 1v2 situation, make it a 1v1, 6 HP for MW1, and he is keeping the hopes and fights alive, but Tesseract will shut him out in this important round.
Alright, so again, we've got the supporters of Orangutan right there, and once more 2 consecutive rounds for them. And once more, I'd like to say, I said Velocity will be the first to get double digits. Orangutan, they weren't far behind. As a matter of fact, they're on level standings once more with their opposition. And what a way we are seeing this first map go out of this best of 3. We have the first map. It's already 10-10. It's still equal. We don't have a lot of rounds remaining. 4 maximum for regulation. If overtime happens, it happens. One of these teams, they'd surely like to avoid it. And well, as a matter of fact, both of these teams would like to avoid that. Who would like to go into overtime where the pressure gets amplified, where the stakes get multiplied by tons and tons?
Concealment.
So, yeah.
It's again a BO3, so you'll have to understand. Because tomorrow, whichever team wins, they have to play 5 matches. If team loses, they might have to play 8 matches.
Yep.
Like there's a long stretch if you just have to go through that.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, the lower bracket run as well. I mean, Enigma, they've already secured a spot in that lower bracket finals. The loser of this match, they'll be pushed down there. But it's going to be an ever so important game, as once we have the top 3, as once we see who finishes in 3rd and 2nd, we can, you know, calculate the prize pool winnings that they'll be garnering for themselves and that they'll be taking home. But now, all these players, they're playing for the first place and they're also playing for that MVP prize. They want to get the kills, they want to get the shots. Amaterasu is the first one, Amaterasu with another. Why do you need Neon? When the Breach does everything, he flashes, he moves forward, he stuns, and he shunts the opposition. Orangutan are back into the wrong side, but it's right to ace. It is Helep, it is everyone in Velocity who won the 11th.
It's Tesseract surviving again, but this time the things have changed a lot. They have changed a lot. Has 19 bullets, but I believe with 65 HP, he would be just moving on to the back line slowly and steadily. The spike has been planted. Tesseract understands that, I may as well just take 1 or 2 exit frags if I can. I believe it's going to be extremely difficult for him to shut down the team and then again go for the defuse and all. He decides it, but it looks like a VLT. This time, they are going on a rotation, a movement of their own as well. And this is happening to take down Tesseract. Tesseract, you better watch out. You better watch out. I mean, he goes for the peek, and there it is. Right to ace, just shuts him down as well.
Yet again, once more, after the scores were equalized. Guess which team it is who takes the lead. They had the 10-8, it was equalized to the 10-10. Now it's 11-10. And, all right, coming back to the game at hand that we have.
Everyone's having fun.
Yes. All right, and definitely the audience at home watching as well. But now, Orangutan, they may not have as much fun as their opposition. Why? Because look at their boy. It's weak. It's not the best. They're scavenging for money. They're waiting for the credits. Velocity already. They will be dealing with exactly what this attack have. And Orangutan want to push forward, but is it going to be successful?
You're right, guys. Just moving, but then he'll be taken down. Tesseract takes down Deathmaker, but we'll have to understand what happens. It's a 3v2 situation. Make it a 3v1 as Velocity might as well just move to the match point for themselves. Ember is trying to shoot up a few bullets here and there, but well, little does he know. MW1 with 13 bullets is ready out there. Unlucky number, but on the other side, right to ace, the birthday boy gets him a present. 3 picks for him. 12-10 coming up. They are moving for the 13. We'll have to see what happens.
Of course, we're seeing the Velocity boot come in front of our screens, but when we saw the players for that brief moment, the smiles on their faces, I saw Amaterasu, and he was ecstatic with how that round went. And again, who wouldn't be? Velocity, they've got match point. They are on that 12th round. All they need is a single more.
One more, and they'll actually put a 1-0 in the entire game score for themselves. That 13th. That's the finish line for now.
Orangutan's pick as well.
Oh yeah, it's Orangutan's pick as well. Next one's going to be theirs, and they would want to end it up on a 2-0 if that happens in a good way. But right now, look at Aruka. He might just let them go. He might just let them pass, but I guess Helep is trying to understand. No, he does not. Takes 1, takes 2. Aruka, he's waking up and he'll be put to sleep as MW1 is making numbers. The chaos, the panic, the entropy is increasing. A 3v2 situation, a 3v1. Velocity. This is 13th one for them.
It's Tesseract.
Again, it's Tesseract.
This time he's gonna do it. This time, Tesseract needs to step up. Let's wait. Let's wait and see. MW1 is there, and it is going to be Velocity.
Oh, you feel the velocity. You feel the adrenaline. You feel it. You feel it in the arena as Velocity actually shuts down at 1-0 for the score. Wow.
Boy, oh boy, again, look at the crowd. This is just map 1. This is just map 1, but it deserves all this hype. It deserves everything, all the energy that's happened and that is happening right in front of our screens, because why it was so close. Orangutan, they were well within their grasp to either equalize, push us into overtime, or even take the win. Although at the end, Velocity, they finally put them in the grave.
The seesaw, you know, the back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The rounds were happening, but it was the 10 number that was the stoppage coming up for Orangutan. But I believe Velocity, they're definitely going to be enjoying it for themselves. They have that mental lead. They have an overall lead right now, and that's 1-0. That one that has come up in front of them, I believe they'll want to make it 2 as soon as they can. But obviously for that, we'll definitely have to just look out for the next match. And again, OG's pick, now it's Velocity's.
Velocity, they've snatched it for themselves. The next map being Ascent as well. Both of the teams, everyone is very well versed with it. I mean, even talking about Haven, you know, all 10 of these players, everyone I assume in the venue who plays Valorant, they are well versed with the map of Haven, because it is, if not the most common or the most picked, the most played map that's out there. Velocity, they've taken a win there. Velocity, they've secured and they've stamped their name on that scorecard, on that entire map. So for the side of Orangutan, a lot of pressure. We have seen teams be, you know, one map down and then take the win. I mean, again, look at the previous best of 3 we had. Enigma up against Revenant. R&T, they took the first map win, but Enigma, they came back and they had an excellent performance statistically as well. But speaking of numbers, Ocean, let's have a look at the scoreboard.
Definitely, definitely. We're going to be looking at the scoreboard right now as we just speak. And if we just talk about it, the way these players played, you know, that 13-10 scoreline is there, but MW1, he was the MVP. Definitely was. But look at his average combat score coming up, 311. Amaterasu, the King Cold, I would call him. You know, he was very, very calm, but then he was taking down the players the right ways. He had good rounds for himself. Hellef actually did step up for the team when the team needed him. Deathmaker, I know he had his operator, did take down a few shots, but he was a bit off from the fight, from the other fights here and there.
Even if he was off, the thing was everyone else in Velocity was putting up great numbers. And that was enough for them to get the win. I mean, the same to an extent can be said for the side of Orangutan as well, right? You see Webho, 8 kills and 16 deaths, 0.5 kill death ratio. It's not the best, but everyone else did so much, which is why they got the 10 rounds against the 13. However, we're talking about players who didn't have the best of days. Now, let's go on the opposite side of the spectrum. Let's talk about the player who had the best day. Let's have a look at the match MVP.
It is going to be none other than MW1. You could hear the Wagle sounds, the chants that were happening right when he was clutching out the rounds. But then again, he definitely made it look so easy with 25 kills, 14 deaths, and 7 assists coming down for himself. Obviously, the start for Velocity, well, it was a bit shaky here and there. I mean, they lost the rounds back to back. But once they picked up the pace, once they understood, what was happening, their defense, it went down to a decent number. The 7-5 swap that happened, and then again, it took them a while, but 13-10, it was done and dusted.
It's the end result that matters. Doesn't matter by how much you won, if it's a mile or if it's just an inch. And Velocity, whenever, you know, the side of Orangutan, they gave them an inch, they took a full mile for themselves. They moved on forward, they got the kills, they denied any opportunity to the side of Orangutan. And the performance, yet again, speaks for itself. Velocity, they are here to make a statement. They want to let everyone know who's watching they are the best team right now. And for the time being, seeing how their matches have gone, defeating Revenant no matter the hardships that had occurred for the side of VLT, now seeing them against Orangutan as well, have this flying start, they definitely are on the right path. But it's only going to continue forward in the second map. So, in order to ready up the second map as well, ladies and gentlemen, everyone watching, we'll be taking a quick break. Enjoy the highlights, and we'll be right back.
from the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Everyone, we have got AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 present the Esports Club Challenger Series powered by Lenovo alongside Crucial. We are here. The LAN is ready. The players as well. You know, we are undergoing the second best of 3 of the night. We have got Velocity up against Orangutan. Map 1. It was the map of Haven.
Yeah.
Orangutan chose it. But Ocean, what was the result?
It went down 13-10. I mean, think about it, right? Obviously, it started off with the OG winning up a few rounds.
Yes.
Orangutan did start up like quite strong, but then VLT picked up the pace. They were there neck to neck with each and every rounds, or maybe 2-3 rounds. Just the numbers were just going closer and closer and closer until unless OG hits 10, and well, that's all they hit. 13 was taken down by Velocity, and once Velocity reached out there, they knew their job was done. Like, probably half of the job is done right now. The next half might just be done in this one, or else we'll be going to the next map. We'll have to understand, though, but then these 45 to 50 minutes, they might just tell us the story.
I mean, talking about the maps as well, let's have a look at the map, Vito. Let's have a look at exactly how the past has gone, what exactly is there in the present, and what may happen in the future. Like you said, Ascent, chosen by Velocity. And for good reason, they've chosen this, We saw the likes of VLT yesterday against Revenant. They played Ascent. It went to overtime. 15-13 was the final score, but Velocity, they end up winning. Now, Orangutan, very recently, they're no strangers. They brought this map up against the likes of Enigma. They also went double overtime, but for OG, they lost. They were on the receiving end of that 13-15, so they haven't had the best of results recently, but when you're in double overtime, it can go any way, which is why I'm just going to say it rationally, this map as well should go to overtime.
I mean, this can, and it depends, right, on a few factors as well. I mean, yesterday, OG lost, 15-13. They were on the 13 end.
Yes.
And the same score line was for Velocity, but on the winning end, 15-13.
Yep.
So it definitely showcases that, we may have seen like a sort of a mirrored score line here and there, but still, today it matters. If Orangutan has to fight, if Orangutan wants to showcase the chants, they are real, if the support, it's just coming out, that the players will have to just give up everything to actually make it a 1-1 so that we go down to the map of Bind, which will bind them together once and for all so that someone moves tomorrow onto the greater finals.
Oh, the grand finals as well, the greatest of them all. Again, every single team, they're here fighting for that prize pool of 15 lakh rupees that is on offer. The winners, they'll be going home, paid 7.5 lakh rupees to their name. So evidently so, the 3 teams that we have remaining in this event, we have got Velocity, we've got Orangutan, we've got Enigma as well. Unfortunately for Revenant, they'll be out. They will have to go home empty-handed. But then again, what a great showing we had. They had, sorry. Ocean, we are here, we are seeing, they really gave it their all. Meanwhile, it's time from one of our sponsors to give it to the audience members as well. Let's talk about the Loco giveaway that's happening right now. So if everyone watching, they go onto the Loco app, they add their email to their profile, and they answer 3 quiz questions correctly while this stream is going on, they get to be a part of the daily Loco Amazon Pay lucky draw.
Each winner will get Amazon Pay vouchers worth ₹100, and Loco will send an email with a form. Just fill it up before August 16th, and you will receive the voucher code by August 20th, and on that same email ID that you're registering. So make sure that, that's correct for starters, and 100 lucky winners are out there every day.
Yeah. So again, everyone watching from the luxury of their homes and in the event as well, don't forget to add your email to your profile, fill up the entire form, give the answers to the questions, and who knows, you can be a part of those 100 lucky winners that will be taking place every single day. But with that being said and done, of course, that was an announcement for all the viewers. Now, it's time to talk about the players. Now it's time to talk about all the players and their performances, how it's been. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Ascent it shall be.
It shall be, it shall be. If we talk about the defenders and attacker side, you know, everything's picked up. You see the agents, you have understood, you know, who's playing what. And now it just, you know, comes down. They have their own textbook plays ready. But what if things change? I mean, in the previous map, we saw, obviously, you know, the one major strategy was the seaside abuse that was happening. A lot of neon just, you know, going on from both the sides. This time, Ascent is a bit different. Obviously, there are two sides, but then again, the doors and all those things do come in handy. So we'll have to see if it starts up where, A or B.
That's the main question. When it comes to the sites as well, Ascent also goes into that way that, you know, if you're executing onto a bomb site, you may have to commit to it entirely. And with A or B, that's also the question. We see teams always going for those split pushes, either go from B main and B market, or it's A short gardens and A main. You will have to commit to it with all the agents that you have.
Like a lot of things, you know, do come in handy. I mean, you get the side, you plant, you may just, you know, go for a split-ish strategy to play the post player, and that is one player just goes down to the boathouse area, one player just, you know, stays onto the B entry. But we'll talk about it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the second game, Velocity Gaming versus Orangutan. Let's see what happens as the players are ready. And if we talk about the players being ready, Vibhor, I guess he might just send someone who's quite close to him. Vibhor has to be ready. He spots one, shots one, takes one down, is moving again. But before he just moves out of that area, the fragment, he takes one more. But then again, Velocity, they are facing a bit of a trouble in this situation as it's a 3v2. But Amaterasu has reached onto the side. They are out there. LF is planting. Now, it's a 2v3, but we'll have to see what Velocity does. So that's what they do.
They need to isolate the gunfights. That's exactly what's happening to Tesseract. He's the first guy.
One enemy remaining.
Aduka is the second one. And now the demons have done. Ember all by himself. He goes into the bomb site. He has spotted one player. As a matter of fact, LF may be caught off guard, but you've always got Amaterasu within the smoke. He pops out. He wants to pop Ember's head off the body, and it's going to be rather LF. Triple kill. Man, I don't know what it is with Velocity, just, you know, getting these triple kills time and time again.
Yeah,
plenty of times on Haven as well. But this time, one major curse, or not a curse, one major statistic is broken. Orangutan, no more pistols.
Yeah, they lost the pistol round. That's important. I mean, so far they were undefeated on the pistol rounds. But this time, Velocity is like, yo, if we're defeating them, let's do it in our own way. Let's keep that pressure coming in. Let's start off with it. And they have kicked off good. For now, Velocity, they have that number for themselves, 1-0 in the overalls and in this one game. But Deathmaker, all right, might just take one sheriff shot on him, but no, Shooter, his vision's blocked.
Yeah, for the time being, Shooter has no choice but to retreat, go towards defender spawn, maybe try for a kill from there, and he will encounter Deathmaker. It's about to be Jet versus Jet. Shooter's ready, he's staying back. Oh, what a headshot indeed. And this rivalry has just started to brew. It's going to reach a boiling point towards the very end of Ascent. And the reason why I'm going to be hyping up Jet versus Jet is because of the operator. It's going to be present. Everyone will bring it out. But for now, Velocity are bringing out the big guns. Spectres are present. And again, considering they won the pistol, makes sense.
Silence,
Amaterasu,
Dreamseer.
Behind you. Still takes down the opponent. Fade. And Orangutan, their numbers are dwindling.
One enemy remaining.
His work is, he's doing good. Takes down 3, and now Vibhor with that sheriff. I mean, he might as well just take one maybe, but I believe that's the only thing that he can do.
30 seconds left.
One's out there, but that's denied as MW1 also just does pretty good. But again, the triple kills coming in. This time, Anuj Amaterasu Sharma just, you know, getting it up for himself.
The full government needs everything is.
Thank you very much.
And now, yeah, good start for Orangutan. Got a station, but Velocity, they had the overall advantage. Like I just said,
One enemy remaining.
They could afford the full armor. They used that fact to the best of its abilities. Now, that fact in of itself is a little bit of a disadvantage. They are going to be saving their credits. Orangutan, they can afford rifles, but not all of them can afford full armor. They still have to be extremely cautious and careful with the amount and the ways in which they'll be taking these gunfights. You see exactly what happens. Tesseract, the Prowler, spots one. And again, he hasn't gone for a lot more attention. Meanwhile, Tesseract, what a shot. That was he gets right to ace. He knows the location of Amaterasu. He wants to defend. The Sage wants to take down the other. Meanwhile, it's Deathmaker who goes for the opener. And again, with these rifles, Rangdan going to be pushing forward. Amaterasu loses his life, but Vibho falls into the same trap.
This time he was denied, but Ember, he's denying the entries as well out here. This is a 2v4 situation. We'll have to see what happens. I mean, Helef is still moving, and he's moving with the ghost in his hands. We'll have to find up a good place, but Tesseract with that Vandal is out there. All right, Helef switches on to a Spectre. They want to move on to the B side, which so far right now sounds good, but well, they might have to take up a few fights here and there. Look at him just trying to move, has 12 bullets, but doesn't care, doesn't matter. All it will take is just a few more seconds to just go and plant
30
the spike
seconds
on
left.
the side. 30 seconds on the clock. Shooter with 25 bullets and 21 HP. Might just be taken down. Depends. The flash happens and he gets down. MW1 taking it to a 2v3, which is doable.
Yeah.
If it just comes on good. The spike.
The thing is, right now, it's quite difficult for Velocity. Yes, they've isolated one gunfight.
10 seconds left.
But right there. They still have the better guns, they still have the rifles. MW1 is pushing forward. Exactly with them, but MW1, he gets one
enemy remaining.
He wanted to push forward, but the smokes
Pulling them in.
His line of sight, they block everything you can see, and it's all down to Helen. There's plenty of clutches from him, but it's not going to be happening. Tesseract secures it, and it is going to be Orangutan who finally get their first round.
Yeah, he definitely has clutched in, these situations multiple times, but now this time, those 12 bullets, they were not enough. They were not at all enough. Plus, they were, the players who were coming up back and forth onto him. Although, they did good by moving slowly onto the side, planting up, giving up the spacing, like a proper spacing, proper timing for themselves. But now, OG, they're opening up their account in a good fashion, in a good manner. This time, for a change, yes, Velocity has had starting good rounds, but now OG, they are paying it back.
Absolutely they are. And meanwhile for Velocity as well, seeing their composition, we haven't talked a lot about compositions. First, let's go over exactly what Velocity have. So this is the same comp they've been bringing in They've had plenty of instances. They played this against Revenant, and they have the best of that map there. As much as I think they lost to Reckoning, but this time they want to improve it. This time they definitely want to make it better. We'll talk about that map later. Now let's come back to the press and let's come back to what's on hand. Velocity has taken side control. They want to push on forward. MW1, he doesn't want to give any space to these defenders. Look how good he is. The Prowler affects him, and only now does he go back. But Orangutan, they've lost 3 of their members.
They definitely have. I mean, Velocity's rush. That push was so big onto the side.
One enemy remaining.
As well, and the round's done and dusted. As Velocity goes for a flawless, every single individual knew what they had to do, and the job was flawlessly done.
Indeed it was. It's going to be the perfect adjective to describe
One enemy remaining.
So Velocity did that, and yeah, a good round from the side of VLT. Again, it was simple. They went for the execute. They used up. Yes, it was quick, and they wanted to catch Orangutan off guard, which is exactly, to be fair, what they did. Not only that, my favorite part was after the spike was planted, we saw NW1, we saw a couple of VLT players still move on forward towards Garden, still go for those kills, and it worked. It worked brilliantly in their favor. Orangutan, sadly for themselves, unfortunately for their side, they just didn't have a reply. Even now, Tuto, he's in the corner. He's got a dash in front. The fragment takes half his HP and half his life away, and it's only going to increase the tension, because that's your Jet and she's already very, very low. But then again, for OG, it's one of those paper rounds. They're just saving their credits. They don't mind giving VLT yet another win. They have to.
They are playing just, their own way. Just now, everyone stacked up onto the A side except for one, and we'll have to see what happens. Ember's just out there. I believe in some while, VLT's just, going to go and take that push for themselves. They are going to move on to that area. MW1 already onto the A side. Look at the damage that was done on Shooter previously. 47 HP, that's down he is. And we'll have to see how he can play on this area. But now MW1, alright. Now they have to move forward, and they are definitely moving forward. But all one shot, but well, Shooter and before, they are giving those one shots. We'll have to see what happens now.
30 seconds left.
Is down to a 4v2. Make it a 4v2. Orangutan They have the numbers, but will they be able to have the? Will they be, able to
Spike
get the round for
planted.
themselves? That's the question. The spike has been planted now.
The best thing for OG, they've picked up the drop rifles Velocity had on the A-bomb side. They've got the rifles for themselves. This cheaper buys isn't cheaper anymore, but right to ace. He makes everything more expensive. It's the Phantom double headshot. Here the Killjoy below one right to ace always strikes. And he makes sure everyone knows it's his day, and indeed it is. So, Orangutan, what's their plan now? They are just clearing out all these angles. The Killjoy lockdown as well. It's going...
Last player
no,
standing.
no, 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 forcing the hand of many of the defenders in Anuka. Not sure what happened there. But Velocity don't mind that, do they? Look at their boot camp. Everyone's happy, everyone's smiling. When why wouldn't they be? Great round, and it's a win nonetheless, even though to an extent it was expensive.
It definitely was. Okay. Okay.
Nice one, Universe. Nice one.
Nice one, nice one, nice one, nice one, nice one. But then again, let's get back to the game. I mean, the way they just went for it, it was just brilliant. And right to ace right now just becoming Mr. Saturday, the crowd favorite. And, on that too, just, clutching up the rounds on his birthday is definitely giving up the team a good gift.
Yeah, and he will qualify indeed for the finals if he wants
Either
to be.
ways, as of now, like tomorrow is going to be the final day, so we'll have to see.
Exactly. So if he's Mr. Saturday, he will have to qualify, and he indeed shall. So right now we're seeing a lot of players as well. All right, we've got plenty of people in the crowd, and again VIP section. Now I got to go on a little bit of a tangent. I spoke to Marzel previously, and this is before I was a caster. In 2020, before we had the pandemic and all, I used to be a 14-year-old, just a viewer, enjoyer of esports. I went to a CS:GO LAN as well. I saw it. It was in Delhi, and I remember Marzel from back then, and now he's here as well, and I'm also here as a caster. So it's a feel-good moment for me. A bit of a personal story I'm sharing.
That's nice.
But anyway, enough of that. Let's come back to the game at hand. Orangutan, they definitely want to spring up. They definitely want to swing back at VLT.
Here.
Let's see what Deathmaker can do in this situation. Ember is actually onto the A side, just watching around the A main area. And the spike, actually, by the looks of it, if they are playing it in that sense, then the spike might just go to the A side as of now. But will it be a quick execute? As Ember, he just doesn't know. He doesn't know that the player is up onto his own area, his own house. The wine, it's been checked up. No one's out there. They'll have to move. Shooter. His dash is out there, but for how long? He's just watching up on a wrong angle. I mean, no one's out there, so that's also one of the things. Now again, Shooter just, the dash goes, but he doesn't get anything. And the spike, all right, it's left down there, but you see, one player just moving on to the wine.
It's safe, yeah. Velocity, they don't want to risk the spike just yet. Neither do they want to move it. They're like, Shooter though. His operator is going to be kept right at the ground. Will Aduka be able to retrieve it? He's looking for the pop flash. He swings wide. He will see a lot of players.
Hello.
But he won't get any of them. Velocity slowly but surely. They want to execute. And now the spike will be retrieved. But they also have this deep loco. I believe that's the right to ace on B main.
30 seconds left.
Face your fear! Because now the nightfall is giving so much more information. Ember from the corner. He has been spotted. He's been taken down. Orangutan. Their numbers
One enemy
are falling
remaining.
by the wayside, and Velocity want another flawless.
They definitely are doing pretty good for themselves, although the flawless is denied. Whenever we cast a save, gets denied, but then again, right to ace with 2 picks, just gets another round for the team. And right now, Velocity looks like they're coming up as a one-sided start for them. Let's see where it all ends up, but OG, they'll have to change something to just get a lot of things for themselves.
They will have to change a lot indeed. Orangutan, they're in hot waters. I'm not going to say they're completely lost out just
I mean,
yet.
come on.
It's a 4-round deficit, but then again, we've seen teams come back from a lot worse. I mean, even Velocity, we saw them be 4-8 down on a couple of maps against a couple of their opponents. They still made that comeback yesterday against Revenant.
Yes,
that happened as well.
Same map, yeah.
Same map indeed. So that is why we are not out of it. But Ember, where he was splashed, everyone, he was completely splashed. He still takes down MW1. Velocity are not going to stop. They still want to go onto the A-bomb side. The spike is going to be with one of their players. Ember this time cannot land the headshots, and Velocity this time, will they plant the spike or will they fall back because of the lockdown?
Oh, right to ace, and Tesseract. just quite against each other. There it is,
Satisfying.
Tesseract takes this one for himself. Although, if you just talk about it, right, it's a 3v3 situation. The spike that needs to be planted. We'll have to see what happens. Aruka is onto the side as well. Deathmaker, I guess they understand the job. Will take the player down, and now Velocity will move on to the side. They'll get an easy plant for themselves, but at the cost that, yes, they have lost down 2 players. Now, we'll have to see what happens. Onto a backside generator. That's what the plant is happening.
Spike planted.
He spots down one, but
player
it's him on the
standing.
receiving end as Deathmaker takes one more, and now Tesseract with the weapon that he just got for himself is moving. But a 1v3 situation goes for 2 random shots. Well, all in vain. Velocity 6-1.
Alright, so again for Velocity, it's going to be serious faces, but once more we have a look at the, I mean, I've nicknamed it the VLT bootcamp that's set up, and it's all smiling faces right here next to us. So again, moral support is there. Orangutan as well, definitely. Next time it happens, we need a lot of moral support, and we've got the star of the show.
The 6th player of the team, right?
We've got the 6th player, we've got the 2nd coach. He's, I mean, what did Crip say exactly? He's content creator caster. Every single title that makes score on a person in esports. Not to fulfill that, but right now, Velocity, they've got to fulfill their mission. That's to end out this best of 3 in a 2-0. Orangutan, their mission is a lot different. One can say the mission gets more and more impossible every single round it goes, but they still have to keep it within the realms of possibility. And if there's any one player that can do just that, is the player whose scope we are seeing.
Maybe, but the A-side movement, that's happening. I'll have to listen to understand what happens. Alright, there's a Nebula that blocks off the vision, and now the players are moving forward. Ember, the team one right to Ace. Oh, there are picks that are happening back and forth. Ember, he goes on but takes one and shoots her. And in the situation right now, Orangutan is giving up everything that they have to fight. But I believe that will be shut down as MW1, the alpha male of Valorant, just stepping up for himself. And look at this, another round coming up for Velocity. 7-1.
It's legitimately half the arena, right? More than half the arena. That's again chanting for Velocity. I just hope everyone at home as well watching, they know just the support that they have, and I'm sure even with all sound protective equipment the players have, they will be hearing
Where are
the chance and only be motivating them further. But for Orangutan, it must boil their blood even further, and they shall. And they should look to get their revenge. They should look to show to everyone really on the only things in town. So this time Orangutan yet again, they went full buy in the previous round. They go their way. Tesseract, he had a rifle. It's not there anymore. Tesseract himself. Shooter gets one, shooter gets shut down, and Velocity still wants kills towards B. But look at this side. Look at Market. They are pushing further and further into enemy territory. They want that opener, and then they want to plant the spike.
MW1 gets 2 picks for himself. Deathmaker's gonna peek though, although does not find anyone as of now. Right now, this is the information that I believe the defenders needed for now. That, how many players are around the side, but Aruka this time, this Sheriff is not missing. He's not gonna miss. But the players are moving forward. This is a PXQ that's happening. He can miss. He misses. MW1 with 3 for himself. Again, just like we said, let's
One
see
enemy remains.
He goes for 4. MW1, MW4 for now. Will he be able to ace us up? That's the question. Right to aces out there to maybe take his ace. Ember, the crowd's going bonkers right now. They want that ace. They want the 5th one. They want it. But will that happen? Oh. Will that happen?
Just smack those biometrics.
I think it's the first time Velocity won a round, and I saw their bootcamp boo them. But anyways.
Come on, it's a birthday boy. Give him something.
It's 10. They are still playing the pass. But then again, all jokes aside, still a stellar performance from MW1. He, on his backbone, carried that entire round for his team.
One enemy remains.
In Orangutan, no matter what kind of buy they had, it's the round count that matters. And I think Velocity winning this round. I'm going to speak about a very controversial topic. It's a topic I don't believe in, neither should anyone.
Face your king!
happening right here?
I don't think so. I don't know so. Maybe because the way Velocity is moving, they have a W gameplay, but it's a good W gameplay as Deathmaker starting up this time. He's making numbers, and he's making numbers for himself. That champion's vandal. Will it start it slow? That's the question. He takes the third one for himself. This time, will Deathmaker make up the play that the spike is planted? They cannot do anything. MW1 goes down.
Last
Although
player
the fight is
standing.
still out there, but it's just one player remaining. Shooter in a 3v1 situation. If he clutches this one, then it's going to be important, but I believe he's going to save that operator as it's important as well. But Helef, he'll find him. He finds him going away. I believe Shooter does not have that information. Shooter, that cloudburst is going bad. Oh no, he still survives. And now Shooter, there's just one major thing, one final problem, and that is to live with that operator for the next round. But look at that. Amaterasu. Oh, Shooter takes one and keeps the hope alive. Keeps the hope alive. No, he does not. The operator. Oh, it's out.
All right, and yet again for Velocity, for their side, I mean, it's going to be 9 rounds now. Will they reach double digits out of the final 2 rounds? I surely believe so. Orangutan, major problem for them has been their economy. I mean, they've been losing the past 7 rounds consecutively. It's not been a good side, and it's not been a good time for their side as well. So right now, they've got a couple of ultimates, but then again, with weaker weaponry once more, what can they really do? We at the forefront, the Blade Storm, only 3 remain. He needs to get those headshots. He's going to look for it. The leg multiplier is gone. He's going to go for the headshots. He misses. He has to fall back, classic in his hands. Orangutan. I mean, Velocity hasn't pushed into their territory yet, and already Orangutan are forced back. Deathmaker. Oh! He goes, he departs. That's the first kill. That's the right to drop. OG can pick it up. But Orangutan, they need to pick up the momentum and the round. Shooter very risky and gets shut down.
The classic was answered by a classic itself in the situation, as it's down to a 4v4. Orangutan, they need the second one for themselves. It's been a while. It's been a long time. They have had a round win. I mean, it all started when they lost the first pistol round for the first time. And since then, they have been trying to find who they are. They are trying to find themselves.
Flashbang.
That side is quite silent right now, but maybe not anymore, Juga.
30 seconds left.
Although he needs more and more. He can't get the third one. No, he does not. But Ember
1 enemy remaining.
just gets a trade for himself. This time, Velocity is in
Oh!
for the first time. They are looking happy as OG is keeping the fight alive, but for how long?
We need more from the Orangutan bootcamp. Come on.
OG! Good fight, boys. Good fight.
1 enemy remaining.
All right, so having a look at the Velocity, time was running out. This was one of the very rare rounds where for VLT, time was not in their advantage, shall I say, or it was a factor that was really eating at their manpower and at their brain capacity as well, that we have to execute. We have to execute. So they forced and execute. It wasn't perfect, and we saw what happens when the execute is not perfect. He got shut down. Beautiful play. Remember before, and this time Shooter, what a shot.
Shooter just
Get out of my
played them the way he wanted to, but the job's not done. That's the question. Orangutan, they need more picks. Well, they're getting into the track. Gets one. Shooter, another one for himself. But now this is where it gets, very interesting. It's a moving situation.
destroyed.
That's it. Bringing him back. Helef is doing very good for himself. And now, in this 2v2, I guess it gets tricky.
Well, good thing for VLT. Amaterasu, he's got the spike. He's with health as well. Good HP for the players. Bad thing for VLT, yet again, it's about map control and time. So, because of the fact that the numbers are so dwindled on both the rosters, VLT can get free access onto the A-bomb side because Orangutan, they can't really split up. They can't isolate the gunfight.
They're still trying a bit though.
They are trying now, since they have the information. It's going to be an A plant. Null command goes through from Aduka. It's going to be a play from Garden and from A Heaven. They're looking forward to an Orangutan. They want to get the gunfight. So, really good smoke from Ember. Close it off. He will have to push up from it. And Well, the members of OG, they know someone is in hell.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
What? What in God's name is that from LF right now? He just steps up and does pretty good. You see the expressions of the people out here on the side of BLT. It equals happiness. It equals immense happiness. Oh.
Oh. So,
Last player
to say,
enemy remaining.
9-3 curse. Suffice it to say, velocity already on double digits. For Orangutan, thing is major problem.
Imagine if Velocity wins the first, again the pistol round.
I mean, then
it's done.
I will be a little bit blunt. If VLT win the pistol, most likely anti-eco falls into their lap as well. It's going to be a win.
Exactly.
I mean, 12-2 Orangutan in any sense of the world, coming back from that, no matter who they're up against, you know, any of the teams they faced right here in the Challenger Series, it's so difficult. Not to mention, this time, they're against Velocity, the team who want to cement themselves as the best in the region. So doing that is going to be all the more difficult, now more than ever, considering Velocity already lead by one map.
They have a good lead for themselves, obviously, in this game as well. I mean,
Yeah.
that one map, yeah, Haven was there. It definitely was. But now think about it, right? From a close-ish ending to a 13, for 13-10, right? They come down to a very, very brilliant swap of a 2-10.
Yeah.
That in itself is a win-win situation for VLT in the mindset, right? The way they have just understood themselves. If we talk about yesterday's game, you remember the way it was going to overtimes and like it was draining for them. They were playing where it was draining for them, and now, if you look at the facial expressions on the side of the people that was supporting OG, right now it equals slight pain, but that pain can be turned up into happiness. It depends on these 2 rounds, I would say.
And a lot more.
And a lot more, definitely.
Yeah.
Where
I mean, again, Orangutan, they are in this situation. Nothing much to be said about it. So, what is their plan? They want to, again, rush on the A-bomb side. Shooters gone. LF, the MVP of the previous round, gets one swarm grenade. Prevent the other attackers from pushing, but they still do. Tesseract Ember find more.
Spike down
Excellent swarm
A.
grenade this time from the side of OG. Means that Tesseract can push up. Nice off angle. He's holding the spike. Goes down. Doesn't see anyone. He sees. But Amaterasu, as the fade, wins the gunfight yet again as the other fade. The bow is still out there and they're taking these gunfights, but they're getting flashed, they're getting dazed, they're getting stunned. Still they
One enemy remaining.
But can they keep on fighting? It's all down to the IGL. Vibhor, who used to be in Velocity, now Velocity want him to go in the lower brackets.
It's not just a chant right now, it's something that the players have done that only the mighty mortals can just, dream of. The way they have taken numbers for themselves. 2-11. 2-11.
It's a force buy from Orangutan, and again, I'm not going to lie, I can't blame them. Now, look at the situation they find themselves in. It is, I mean, their backs are against the wall. They are grasping to secure anything that helps them to secure a couple more rounds. Anything that extends their stay on this stage today. So,
blocking sight.
Exactly, Orangutan. What do they plan? One first shooter diving into the bomb site. He needs the first kill. Rather, it's going to be
Spike down A.
Right, and Orangutan, they want to get back into it. They are. What is the counterplay? What's the retaliation? What? It is really good. He takes down one for him. Oh, do you have the advantage?
Spike planted.
Really good situation coming up. The spike has been gone for Orangutan. They got what they wanted. The half-stop shot for them. Next up is going to be the survival mode that OG will have to bring up for themselves. But Amaterasu speaks differently as he takes one more for himself, making it a 2v2 situation. We'll have to see what Techmaker can do in this situation right now.
One enemy
guys, he takes one! Switches on to a ghost, but shooting it straight out as they reach the 12th one for themselves. This time, Velocity, well, they have no brakes on themselves. No brakes. None at all. No speed breakers, none at all.
The thing is, Ocean and everyone watching, For Orangutan, this means that the buy is going to be a lot weaker. And for Orangutan, they can only pray and they can only hope it gets better.
They'll hope that it gets better. We see us, then we see us on this screen, then we see us on the other screens. I mean, that's going to happen. But, well, the way the game has changed, right?
Yeah.
I believe you have experienced something that's so great, yet so incredible, so amazing, so mind-blowing that's happening out here, right here in Bangalore. And trust me, if you live around, do come tomorrow because the finals, I believe that is just going to take a different, but a brilliant toll. We'll have to see what happens. But the job, it's not done. There might just still be one round left or a lot.
It's not done indeed, but overall, for the side of Orangutan, I mean, if you can see Orangutan's perspective as well, it would be amazing. We are seeing the VLT players. We have been seeing the VLT players time and time again, and the smiles are slowly creeping up on their faces, and why shouldn't it be?
Yeah.
As for Orangutan and all their supporters, well, again, the thing is, the journey may not be over. A little bit of optimism that they may be able to find amongst all that's going on, amongst the situation that they are in, is that tomorrow they will be playing off against the likes of Enigma early in the afternoon. But that is if Orangutan lose. Now, this if is about to become a win if they don't change anything. So, this can be the final round. Velocity, they're ready for it. Orangutan, what can they bring to the table?
Oh, look at MW1's HP was taken down to 1 single inch of HP on for himself. Those few shots, they did connect good. But right now, if we just talk about it, right? I saw one Guardian on the side of Velocity as well. I guess it was Heleb, has 17-6-4. That's his score right now, 17-6-4. That's really good. But right now in this 5v5 situation, the spike, where will it go? A side definitely looks promising. On B side, I believe there's a clutter. But Vibhor, he's onto that market area. Helen is putting him down. Tried to take him down, but before Vibhor just shuts him out. Still, the fight goes on. OG, they are in it. But will they be winning it? Deathmaker. One was trying, but Tesseract, this time, the Bulldogs are the big dogs that are doing stuff. MW with 1 HP takes one, but then was shut down.
So once more, I think it's this time for Velocity. The stats are really against them. The odds are not in their favor. If they can pull off
last player standing,
it can be good, but honestly now Amaterasu being all by himself, the best he can do is get a couple of kills. Seeing Orangutan and their members, plenty of them very low on HP. So a couple of bullets of the Spectre means that Orangutan, the numbers will be going off. They'll be all rifles. He finds one.
Thank you.
Oh, he wants the exit frags. Pushing. Location given. And OG exploit that fact.
Well, that was a good one. Just like we said, that it was the Bulldogs that just, became everything that they needed in this one round. But, well, the show will go on. But for how long? I mean, the numbers, the bigger number is in the favor of Velocity. And that bigger number, they just need 1 more inch to just get out there. It's 12-3. And this, again, might not be. Could have, would have, should have. This can be. This cannot be.
Every single round from this point forward up until the next 9 can be the final round.
Marked one.
Orangutan can push it into overtime. You never really know. Not going to rule it out. Not after the previous round win. MW1 though. Wait a minute.
Last player standing.
They tried something. Tesseract shut them
down.
One
enemy remaining.
He goes down. It's Amaterasu who went for a play. It was really good. Exceptional stuff, but Orangutan were better. And Orangutan get yet another.
I believe Velocity knows now that they cannot let this happen.
Last player standing.
Not anymore. There have been times when Velocity has had
one enemy remaining.
They have to shut down there. This though is a very extremely promising lead, but they cannot let it happen again and again. If you just talk about it, this situation right now, it's goodbyes for both like VC Vandal, VC Phantoms.
Yes.
Will we see a win?
It's a full buy. Talking about the ultimates as well. Null commands are there. Nightfalls. It's all equal, metaphorically. for these teams, or very specifically for this round. Overall, we know it's anything but equal. Velocity a single round away. Velocity one
Face
map
your
ahead.
fear!
Velocity one round in front of reaching the grand finals. MW1 with the opener. He's going to be pushing forward. Elfin Hayes gets shut down. It's MW1 who also departs. Orangutan, they get A side control.
Spike planted.
They do. The spike has been planted. And onto the catwalk area. Although Matarasu cuts it down, takes it down to a 3v3 situation. In this map, this round, which cannot be the final one. As well. But the denials are happening.
Last player standing.
Matarasu with a 3k. It's a 1-on-1.
Very low HP.
It's very low HP for OG Aruka. We'll have to see what happens. Takes out a classic, but no. One bullet and finishes off in style. Matarasu, one bullet. He had one bullet. He had one single fripping bullet. And he does it. He does it. That one bullet to rule them all. He ruled them all. Anuj Amaterasu Sharma does it.
Look at that trophy and look at Velocity right next to it. And now Velocity very well are next to that trophy as they secure a spot in the grand finals.
100% the way this one lad played, the 10 number jersey for Amaterasu needs to take up a bow in this situation. Oh my God, you can hear those whistles, right? I mean, it's not, if you're here, you'll understand what it was. One bullet, and that one was the 4K for him. That one was the game ender for him. That one was a 13-3 for him. That one was everything for him.
That's that. That's the entire game done and dusted behind us. We can see again, I mean, I always love to see it. It's going to be great sportsmanship from both the teams,
every side, yeah.
all the players as well. And again, these players, they've got so much experience. These players, they've played together, not just in Valorant, other esports titles as well. But again, we have that story. We have Vibho, who used to be in Velocity, not anymore. But still, every single Orangutan fan that's right here in the venue, every single player, now I'm sure they can hear us as well. Every single Orangutan supporter watching us, they're not out of it. Tomorrow, we have our lower bracket finals decided. It is going to be Enigma Gaming up against Orangutan. Once again, it's the rematch.
Oh, yeah.
This time, Enigma looking for blood. Orangutan are also looking for blood, but not against EG. They want VLT. They want the big dogs. It's going to be the lower bracket matches tomorrow before we have the grand finals. And I am really thrilled for it.
I mean, think about it, right? Tomorrow it's going to be redemption matches all around. If OG defeats EG, they're going to be taking up a redemption of this one game that they just, lost for themselves.
Yeah.
Maybe, you never know. You see them pick up again Ascent and you see them dominating that one like that time. We'll see what happens. If EG wins up against, OG, then it's going to be the redemption done on the lower bracket finals, and then they'll have to play the finals. But whosoever team out of EG or OG just moves forward, they might have to play 8 games overall. That's a massive number.
Yeah, and talking about numbers as well, great segue. Let's have a look at the scoreboard. Let's see exactly. Let's talk numbers. This time, it was Velocity domination and MW1 on the KO yet again. 18 kills. Amaterasu, 20-7. Almost a KD of 3. He's the fade. He's the initiator.
Take a bow the way
But
you
he's
played.
Amaterasu.
That was more than brilliant. That was impressive. That was amazing. That was fantabulous. That was just marvelous. That was spectacular. That was Amaterasu for you. Just coming up, doing pretty good. LF, Deathmaker, right to ace. I mean, I believe they are getting so many things to party of now. I mean, they have to party after the finals, whatever the result might be, but they are just piling up things for themselves.
All right, so we've talked about everyone. Now let's have a look at the match MVP. I believe it is going to be MW1 once more. Well deserving once more. He crosses the 300 average combat score once more. Look at the ADR, nearing 200 as well. If anything, he's been Mr. Consistent. Whenever VLT needed something, MW1 stepped up. The pop flashes every single time. They're becoming a statement piece for this man. and he is making a statement to everyone.
I mean, I told you, he is the alpha male of Valorant competitive right now. The way he has been just performing. MW1, if he clutches out, you see the crowd going wagle, like they just go bonkers, and it just deserves every single inch of appreciation. And it is just showcasing back and forth, back and forth.
Now, we've seen the match MVPs of both the maps. Now let's have a look at the series MVP. Overall, after all the rounds we saw, who was the best? It is going to be MW1. Once more, 2 maps crossing 43 kills, 7 first bloods. Really good stuff. And like I said, Mr. Consistent.
313 average combat score. It's just brilliant, stepping up for the team. Be it any, he comes on as a Neon as well. We saw those examples just coming up pretty good.
Yeah.
And now, back to back, different games, different enemies. Nothing just shakes this guy. Nothing just shakes this guy. He's the architect. He knows how to create a planning layout for himself. He knows how to just go onto the side, create chaos, and just get everything for the team. And not just him, I believe the entire team, right now, at this moment, they are at their best.
100%. Velocity, they had some hardships against Revenant yesterday. Today, I would call it almost flawless for their side. Yes, Haven was a bit dicey, but it's the results that matter. And Velocity, they've definitely shown everyone the results. Velocity have proven themselves that they want to be the best. Now the thing is, in order to define themselves as the best, there's one best of 5 that they have to play. Before now, for the side of Velocity, they can take rest as well. You talked about partying hard, definitely. Take some sleep. Their game will be later in the day tomorrow. Before that, they can also take a lot of notes on their future opponents. Velocity know Enigma through thick and thin. Velocity fought off against Enigma in the group stages as well. They end up defeating them in the 2 maps that were played. Orangutan, we just saw what happened. We just saw Velocity completely throw Orangutan out into the lower brackets. So no matter who they face, VLT definitely have an advantage.
I mean, we saw this one going down to a 2-0. We have seen other ones just going down 2-1, back and forth, 1-1's happening, teams moving up and winning up on their strongest maps. The only thing I felt was, yes, OG losing up the pistols, that changed a lot of things.
Absolutely it did, but now we're talking about Velocity. Let's hear it from the side of Velocity as well. Right behind us in the caster cams, you can see our lovely host Mama. He's ready, so Mama, for the interviews, take it away.
Oh boy, 1 bullet and a dream, and that is all you needed, Amadura. So first of all, let's hear it for VLT! Walk us through the last round. What was going through your head? And was it your teammates pushing you to go for the 1 bullet kill?
Actually, Ace said you have 1 bullet, and then Sagnik was like, he's minus 90. Anuj, you have 1 bullet. I said, no, it's okay. I'm not switching to pistol because I heard them. So I switched to pistol. Then again, I said, no, I'm going to hit my 1 bullet. That's it. I'm going on it.
That takes a lot of confidence, of course, but 1 bullet and a dream, and when you get that, it's really satisfying as well, gives you the bragging rights. But of course, there's a change in attitude as well. You guys are looking really happy today. Usually when you go up on a big stage, when you know it's an important match, you are visibly stressed, but what was different today?
So, from the past 1.5 months, Anna is watching us play our scrims, and he has changed his office hours because of our scrims, so he's seeing us play day and night. So he said only one thing after our match yesterday against RNT. He said, there is no problem inside your game, the problem is the attitude. Just change your attitude and you guys will win it. So this is Anna. This win is for you, Anna.
That is wonderful. But tomorrow is going to be a big day. I'm sure you put in the work. How is the atmosphere in the camp? Because sure, Anna's spoken to you. But after this win, you must be feeling the momentum.
Amazing. We're feeling great, and we have this feeling right now because this was the match which turned everything for us. Now we know how to play on even on stage. So that's it. We're going to play like this.
Well, hopefully you're able to break the curse, but nonetheless, congratulations and good luck for tomorrow. But, well, Orangutan, on the other hand, they're not out here, ladies and gentlemen. You know exactly what I'm talking about. The first match involved. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be very interesting. But do not forget, you're watching AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 presents the Esports Club Challenger Series, powered by Lenovo and Crucial Memory. My name is Ranjit Mama, Senior Patel. We will see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. So stay tuned, but for today, it's good night and goodbye.
the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.